Chapter 296, Senior Mountain Shaker. Chapter 296. Senior Mountain Shaker. The Tranquil Cloud sex men knew the truth, but other sex members did not know the truth. Hearing W.A.N.G. fan said so, many people revealed wariness. This thieving technique, when cultivated to an extremely high realm, was similarly very terrifying. Crossing realm to steal other people's belongings was not something challenging. This is slander. Meijan was so enraged that he was shaking. Being incited by W.A.N.G. fan like this, Tranquil Cloud sect might end up becoming a target for public censure. The risks of this trip would increase dramatically. Slander? Then you explain to me, where did this spirit condensation realm disciple of yours go to before this? When we pet into each other earlier, he was still on your team. But after we arrived here, we didn't see him the entire time. W.A.N.G. fan snickered coldly. He went to attend to some matters. Meijan faltered, but still tried to defend it. Attend to matters? Attend to what matters? Stealing things? W.A.N.G. fan continued on the offensive. Meijan was an experienced and prudent person, but he did not have the gift of gab. Being forced by W.N.G. fan at this time, but stammering and unable to say anything that appeared even more like a guilty conscience. At this time, Yi Yuan came forward and clasped his hands at W.N.G. Fong, saying, "May I ask this senior if the primary cultivation method in your high-clarity sect is the mountain-shaking divine skill?" W.N.G. fan was stunned. He immediately said disdainfully, "Ignorant. In this southern domain, who doesn't know that my high-clarity sect primary cultivation method is the high-clarity imperial reverence law?" Yi Yuan had a regretful look as he said, "Like this, huh? Then that's really a pity. Senior skin can even shake this cloud dream mountain range. Yet such a divine skill actually isn't your high-clarity sect's primary cultivation method?" Ha! When Yi Yuan's words came out, everyone hugged their bellies and roared with laughter. Just now, W.A.N.G. fan said that Yi Yuan cultivated thieving skills. This time, Yi Yuan retorted that the high-clarity sect's skin was thick. This retaliation was really sharp. Everybody actually had some idea about the high-clarity sect's conduct. They were people who bullied the kind and feared the wicked ones. Bluntly saying, it was just shameless. This description of Yi Yuan's was seriously too apartment W.A.N.G. fan's face became as black as the bottom of a pot. He said in a low voice, "Brat, are you courting death? To actually dare defame my high-clarity sect? Defame? As one of the 8 great sects, you guys actually committed highway robbery against 2 weak girls. That is already shameless enough. But you seem to have failed in the end, or maybe you succeeded and want to reap more benefits. Regardless of what situation it is, your mountain-shaking divine skill is indeed cultivated powerful enough. After entering the mystic realm, you gotta hold it back a little. Don't collapse the mystic realm too," Yi Yuan said leisurely. The other 6 great sects were currently looking over here. Hearing Yi Yuan said this, many people broke into a SN1 G-G-E-R. These elders and disciples were all astute people. Yi Yuan's essence energy was profound and unadulterated. He was completely not somebody who walked an unorthodox path. Rather, it was the high-clarity sect whose reputation had never been good. Who was right and who was wrong? Everyone had a guess in their hearts. W.A.N.G. fan flew into a great rage when he heard that and said, "Good. Truly excellent. A tough bone came out from the Tranquil Cloud sect. Today, I'll help you loosen up your tendons and bones." Halt! W.A.N.G. fan was just about to make his move when a voice transmitted over icily. Everyone turned around to look. Turned out that the Heavenly Sky sect's people came. The Heavenly Sky sect was indeed deserving of the Southern Domain's #1 great faction. They sent nearly 20 people on this trip. Just the Sea Transformation Realm Elders were as many as 3. Such a lineup could be called extravagant on this occasion today. Li Zhongyu, who went to the Tranquil Cloud sect as an envoy previously, was shockingly present in the Heavenly Sky sect team. Li Zhongyu saw Yi Yuan, who was currently facing off with W.A.N. G Fan right away, and killing intent involuntarily surged. But the 8 sects were gathered right now. This was precisely the time for the Heavenly Sky sect to demonstrate the grace of a great sect. It was obviously not a good opportunity to make his move. Once he entered the mystic realm, he definitely had to kill Yi Yuan. After the incident previously, Yi Yuan had already become Li Zhongyu's heart demon. Once a heart demon was born, it would have a tremendous impact on a martial artist's cultivation. Although Li Zhongyu's strength already recovered to its original standards after a period of recuperation, the difficulty of breaking through to the crystal formation realm rose dramatically. Of course, Li Zhongyu's talent was outstanding. 5th level crystal formation realm could not stump him. But the problem was that Li Zhongyu's goal was the Soul Sea realm. If he did not eliminate Yi Yuan and uproot this heart demon, when he broke through to the Soul Sea realm in the future, he would simply be unable to cross the heavenly tribulation. So no matter what, Yi Yuan had to die. The Heavenly Skies sect group arrived in front of everyone in a mighty formation. One of the elders came forward and said, "Your 2 sects came to the Cloud Dream Mountain range to explore the mystic realm. Now, you're exhausting each other before entering the mystic realm. This doesn't seem to be very good, right? Give this old man face, regardless of what grudges the High Clarity sect and Tranquil Cloud sect have. Wait until after this." This person was the Heavenly Sky sect's elder with the highest seniority on this trip. His name was Wu Zhao. That halt earlier was him yelling. Not that he wished to meddle in other people's business, but because he did not want to see internal frictions before entering the mystic realm. Finding so many other sects' elites over was to get cannon fodders. If there were deaths and casualties outside, wouldn't there be fewer cannon fodders? That way, the dangers their sect disciples faced would increase drastically. Among the younger generation, the Heavenly Sky sect's disciples' strength and potential were absolutely the greatest. As long as there were these cannon fodders, their Heavenly Sky sect could obtain the greatest benefits in the mystic realm. How could they be allowed to have internal conflicts? When W.A.N. G Fan saw Wu Zhao, he instantly changed face and said with a radiant smile, "So, this trip for the Heavenly Sky sect is under Brother Wu's charge. Brother Wu's face must obviously be given." As he spoke, W.A.N. G Fan turned to Yi Yuan again and snorted coldly, saying, "Consider yourself lucky, punk. After we come out of the mystic realm, watch if I don't shred that mouth of yours. But you'll have to come out from inside first." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Then I have to thank Senior Mountain Shaker very much for showing mercy. I don't know whether I can exit or not, but Senior really might not make it out." W.A.N. G Fan did not take it seriously. He guffawed. "I wonder when such a razor-tongued boy appeared in your Tranquil Cloud sect. I rather hope that you can come out. Otherwise, who do I find to vent this anger?" Wu Zhao looked at the unfathomable smile of Yi Yuan's and was involuntarily shocked inwardly. Was it possible that this brat knew something? "Zhongyu, when you went to the Tranquil Cloud sect, you didn't say anything superfluous, right? Why do I feel like this boy seems to know something?" Wu Zhao transmitted his voice to Li Zhongyu. Li Zhongyu replied, "How is that possible? I followed Sect Master's words to the letter in the Tranquil Cloud sect. And maybe I'm too sensitive." Wu Zhao responded. This mystic realm did not permit the existence of power exceeding the crystal formation realm. This was also a secret that the Heavenly Sky sect only became informed of by sacrificing an elder. How could the other sects possibly know? The Heavenly Sky sect sacrificed a sea transformation realm elder, but did not wish for the other sects to have an easy time either. Hence, they concealed this information and induced the other sects to send out sea transformation realm elders to follow. As long as these sea transformation realm elders used strength exceeding crystal formation realm inside, they would die without a burial ground. Chapter 297, Entering the Mystic Realm. Chapter 297. Entering the mystic realm, the Heavenly Sky sect had malicious intentions but did not know that they were already seen through by Yi Yuan long ago. Luo Qingfeng already reminded Mei Jin Long since before they set off. But Elder Wu still needs to be a little wary of this boy. After entering the mystic realm, we must kill him as long as there's a chance. Li Zhangyu transmitted his voice to remind Wu Zhao. In that 7th level spirit condensation realm boy. Oh, right? That's the kid that made you suffer a huge loss? I don't see anything special about him. Wu Zhao did not mind. Even if he could only exert the strength of peak crystal formation realm, killing a 7th level spirit condensation realm was still too easy. This boy is very bizarre. Once he's given an opportunity, he will surely be an enormous threat to my Heavenly Sky sect in the future. Elder Wu must take care not to treat him lightly. Li Zhangyu forcefully pressed down the discontent in his heart and reminded once more. But Wu Zhao responded, "Say no more, Zhangyu. I know what to do. Your grand Elder Qi's disciples. How can you be so intimidated by a little 7th level spirit condensation realm?" Li Zhangyu was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, forcefully suppressing the rage in his heart, and did not speak anymore. He was young, but his status was not beneath Wu Zhao's. Under such circumstances, there were many elders sucking up to him in the Heavenly Sky sect, and also many elders who envied him. This Wu Zhao clearly belonged to the latter. Looks like killing Yi Yuan could only be as the circumstances dictate. At this moment, Yi Yuan was also disinclined to dispute with Wan Fan any longer. As long as they entered the mystic realm, Wan Fan would be a dead man sooner or later. Seeing that the High Clarity sect and Tranquil Cloud sect had temporarily ceased fire, Wu Zhao was also very pleased. Today, my Heavenly Sky sect invites everyone here to explore the mystic realm together. I hope that everybody can cross the river in the same boat and support each other. The dangers of this mystic realm were already made known to everyone in advance. Take care not to drop your guard. After entering the mystic realm, each of you can seek out natural treasures on your own. Any item that you get will belong to you. My Heavenly Sky sect will not take a single thing. Wu Zhao said loudly to everyone. Once these words went out, there was an uproar in the crowd. The Heavenly Sky sect had always taken advantage of every opportunity to benefit themselves. Especially this time in their territory, many sects had already made preparations to have a cut taken by the Heavenly Sky sect. But they also made up their minds that if the cut were too big, they would withdraw and not do this. Furthermore, this time was the Heavenly Sky sect taking the initiative to invite them. Presumably, they would not go overboard. That was why they agreed to explore the mystic realm together this time. And, Body could have thought that the Heavenly Sky sect actually did not want a single thing. Elder Wu, you aren't joking with us, right? Someone asked doubtfully. Yeah, Elder Wu. Don't talk flowery words now, but renege after we exit. Elder Wu, if you want to take a cut, make it clear early on. At least everyone will have an estimate in their hearts. Stirring up trouble like this makes us uneasy instead. Wu Zhao suddenly pointed to the skies and swore, I Wu Zhao swear a heavenly Dao oath now, the exploration of the mystic realm this time, my Heavenly Sky sect will not ask for a cut from the other sects after exiting. If I break this vow, may I die a horrible death. This unexpected move from Wu Zhao left everyone completely shocked. What was this? Could it be that the Heavenly Sky sect really had a change in personality? No matter what, Wu Zhao's Heavenly Dao oath was already sworn. The crowd naturally would not have any more doubts. Over on this side, the Tranquil Cloud sect's people were also very surprised. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, what do you think is with the Heavenly Sky sect? Could they really have changed for the better? Mo Yun Tian transmitted. Yi Yuan snickered coldly and said, Change for the better? How is that possible? That Elder Wu only said not to take a cut. He didn't say not to take the other sect's properties. As long as the other sect's disciples are dead, they can naturally collect their storage rings. At that time, wouldn't those things still be theirs? While they have many people, everybody's risk will be the same after entering. how can they guarantee that they can obtain the greatest benefits in the end? You take a look at the people from the heavenly sky sect this time. The worst also has third level or fourth level crystal formation realm cultivation. If such a force will also be in danger, then let alone the other sects. Furthermore, talking in terms of understanding towards this mystic realm, body knows more than them. If they still had no gains under such circumstances, then they would really be a bunch of pigs. So it's actually like this. Doesn't that mean that many of us from the 7 great sects all became their stepping stones? In roughly this reasoning, then we're in peril this trip. Talking about strength, our Tranquil Cloud sect is probably the weakest, right? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Mo Yuntian involuntarily wanted to back out. Not that he was afraid of death, but because he felt that dying this way was not worth it. Obviously aware that they dug a pit to bury you, yet you still jump inside. That was not courage, but stupidity. But Yi Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, perhaps after we enter the mystic realm, we'll become a great faction second only to the heavenly sky sect. And how goes? Mo Yuntian asked puzzledly. Don't ask anymore, senior apprentice brother. You'll naturally know after entering the mystic realm, Yi Yuan said with a beam. Not that Yi Yuan was trying to be mysterious, but he was afraid of frightening Mo Yuntian until he gave himself away. Presently, the 8 great sects had over a dozen sea transformation realm experts. After entering the mystic realm, it would be pretty decent if there were half left. Telling this sort of thing to Mo Yuntian would definitely make him jump in fright. The more people there were, the more tongues there would be. Luo Qingfeng only told Mei Zhen this matter and did not tell a single one of the Crystal Formation Realm disciples. It was also pointless if they knew. All right, since body has any objections, then let's start entering the mystic realm, Wu Zhao said loudly. At this time, a sea transformation realm powerhouse came out from the heavenly sky sect and took out some middle-grade essence crystals and started arranging them at the entrance of the mystic realm. The entrances to mystic realms were mostly not very stable. They had to be reinforced through array formations, or else it would be very easy to be swept away into turbulent spatial currents. This sea transformation realm powerhouse was evidently a heavenly sky sect's array formations master. Before long, another light door appeared at the mystic realm entrance. Everyone, to show our sincerity, my heavenly sky sect will enter the mystic realm first. When Wu Zhao finished talking, he directly brought the heavenly sky sect disciples and vanished from the light door, entering the mystic realm. With the heavenly sky sect leading the way, the other sects would not hold back anymore either. They scrambled over each other to enter the mystic realm. Mei Zhen was not in a hurry. He waited for the other sects to enter one by one. When G Fan was passing by this side, he looked at Yi Yuan and said, see. Keely, brat, start praying now. Pray that you don't be, impeding to me inside. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan shrugged and could not care less about him. Only after the other sects entered the mystic realm did Mei Zhen turn to the group of disciples and said, the heavenly sky sect's actions this time is seriously abnormal. Everybody take precaution after entering the mystic realm and try your best not to split up. Understood? Understood. The group of disciples nodded and shouted. Okay, let's go in. Mei Zhen took the helm, and the others also followed one by one. But Yi Yuan intentionally ended up as the last one. Looking at those essence crystals at the mystic realm's entrance, he smiled slightly and went forward to casually move it around a little before entering the light door. After Yi Yuan left, another 2 figures appeared in front of the light door. Miss, this Yi Yuan is indeed very strange. The array formation set up by Quasi-Tier 4 Array Formations Master, but he casually altered it and seized control. We can't enter through this light door anymore, Yin'er said in amazement. Li'er smiled and said, when he rescued us, didn't he also casually lay an entrapment formation? This Yi Yuan's origins is surely out of the ordinary. Come, let's follow in and take a look. Finished talking, Liur's gaze flickered, and another light door actually opened up. It was shockingly easy. Chapter 298, Sea of Flowers. Chapter 298, Sea of Flowers, such rich essence energy. If one can cultivate inside here, one will surely yield twice the result with half the effort. When Yi Yuan entered the mystic realm, he heard waves of exclamations and astonishment. This mystic realm's essence energy thickness was exceptionally high, most likely multiple times of the outside world. Cultivating in here could indeed achieve the effect of twice the result with half the effort. But the problem was, who dared to cultivate in here? However, under such rich essence energy, it was also within reason for the mystic realm to produce even more natural treasures. All right, everyone has already entered the mystic realm. Now, let's all set off on our own. I wish everyone good luck. Wu Zhao shouted loudly. Although he said this, he did not have any intention of moving. Right then, somebody suddenly exclaimed in shock. Quickly look, there are actually layers upon layers of orchid heart flower. That is an exceedingly rare tier 2 medicinal herb. There are actually so many here. Quickly go harvest. However many we can get counts. Everybody traced the direction his finger pointed at and looked over. Indeed, they saw a large sea of flowers. Ah, we're rich. This mystic realm is indeed extraordinary. There is actually such a large stretch of orchid heart flowers in the outer regions. The Heavenly Skies sect really didn't lie. This mystic realm is truly lined with treasures everywhere. Obtaining such a great benefit right after entering the mystic realm, everybody's spirits naturally roused. Many people already started thanking the Heavenly Sky sect. Those with quicker reactions already sprinted over there frantically. Although this orchid heart flower was a tier 2 medicinal herb, it was exceedingly rare in the outside world, belonging to those incredibly valuable medicinal herbs. They were scarce resources to the various great sections. Seeing so many orchid heart flowers, the crowd obviously could not resist wanting to harvest more. Mo Yuntan hastily said to Mei Zhan upon seeing the situation, "Marshal uncle, let's hurry over too. Otherwise, it will all be S.A.T.C. Had finished by them." The 8 great sects added up to about 100 people. Though that sea of flowers was large, it could not weather so many people harvesting either. Mei Zhan nodded and was just about to speak when he was stopped by Yi Yuan. "Don't be anxious, senior apprentice brother. Let's wait and see first." How could Mo Yuntian not be anxious? He urged, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, this orchid heart flower is a tier 2 medicinal herb that the sect is in a huge shortage of. It's of utmost importance to us. If we don't move, then we'll have nothing to do with us anymore." But Yi Yuan smiled leisurely and said, "What's the hurry for? Take a look, senior apprentice brother. Didn't the Heavenly Sky sect not move too?" Mo Yuntian was stunned and looked over at the Heavenly Sky sect's side. Indeed, none of them over there moved. Mo Yuntian's heart plunged and instinctively sensed that someone bad was about to happen. Ah! Right then, a miserable cry sounded. Immediately following were several more tragic cries. Everyone was shocked currently, their gazes looking over in the direction of the sea of flowers. Turns out that there were already several people who ran into the sea of flowers and started harvesting orchid heart flowers. Except those earliest few who entered the sea of flowers currently all turned black. It was clearly the look of being inflicted by deadly poison. Those few people directly collapsed in the sea of flowers and rolled around endlessly, looking very anguished. It was apparent that they could not survive. The large group who were originally sprinting there frantically were frightened until they hurriedly stopped their footsteps when they saw how hideous those few people looked now. What's going on? What happened to those people? Isn't this the orchid heart flower? Why does it seem to contain deadly poison? Luckily, I ran a little slower just now. If I were slightly faster, I'd definitely end up like them. There were people shocked and people scared. When the crowd watched the few people struggling in the sea of flowers, they all felt a chill down their spines. This poison was too horrifying. Those few people were all crystal formation realm martial artists, but they got poisoned before they could even react. The struggles of those few in the sea of flowers gradually grew weaker. Finally, there was no more sound. Everyone's comments also gradually died down. They only realized now that this mystic realm was not as simple as they imagined. Many people were only shocked awake now why the Heavenly Sky sect wanted to find them to explore the mystic realm together. If this mystic realm was filled with treasures everywhere, would they still get to come and explore? When the group saw such a large sea of flowers earlier, they immediately tossed danger to the back of their minds and nearly perished. Greed was human nature. Plus, they did not have sufficient understanding of this mystic realm's dangers, which was why they made such a low-level mistake. Over on this side, the Tranquil Cloud sect people were also shaking in fear after the event when they saw this situation. If it were not for Yi Yuan just now, they would probably have rushed over thoughtlessly. This poison was clearly very powerful. Those few were all crystal formation realm martial artists, but died in a few breaths of time. Even if Mei Zhan was inflicted, he might not be able to retreat unscathed. Yi Yuan, fortunately, there was you just now holding us back. Otherwise, we would likely have fallen victim to it too. Mo Yuntian said with lingering fear. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I saw that N.O. body from the Heavenly Sky sect moved and guessed that there was some problem. That's why I made you guys wait and see first. I didn't think that a problem would really occur. Mo Yuntian silently felt ashamed. As everyone's seen your brother, but without half of Yi Yuan's focus, it was seriously quite shameful. Actually, Mo Yuntian was overthinking. Facing such a large stretch of Orchid Heart Flowers Sea, not many could keep their cool. Or else, they would not have dashed forward just now without anyone paying attention to Heavenly Sky Sect's side. Moreover, the reason why the Heavenly Sky Sect did not move was clearly that they also suffered a loss before. Even if the Heavenly Sky Sect had many Crystal Formation Realm and Sea Transformation Realm experts, it was impossible for them not to be moved by a scarce medicinal herb like the Orchid Heart Flower. As for Yi Yuan, he saw that sea of flowers right after entering. Even if he did not see the Heavenly Sky Sect's movements, he would not let his seniors go and pick those flowers either. Yi Yuan did not even need to move closer to observe. Just by sniffing the scent in the air, he already knew that this sea of flowers was simply not orchid heart flowers. Those flowers in the sea of flowers were the Manta flower, which was extremely similar to the orchid heart flower. The Manta flower was virtually the same as the orchid heart flower. Furthermore, the fragrance it gave off was practically the same, but Yi Yuan could differentiate the minute differences within. The flower scent given off by the Manta flower had an extremely faint blood stench. It was just that the flower fragrance was enchanting. Ordinary people found it very hard to tell this sort of extremely minute differences. But in reality, the Manta flower used precisely this kind of method to attract humans to harvest it, poisoning them from there. Once humans suck, embed to the poison and died, they would become the Manta flower's fertilizer, Noris. Plussing the Manta flower. But most likely body here recognized the Manta flower. These people died bizarrely too, and no one knew what happened. Yi Yuan naturally did not wish to be eye-catching, so he did not explain much. He just used the Heavenly Sky Sect as a S-H-I plus ELD. Mei Zhan gritted his teeth and said, those fellows definitely knew that there was something shady but did not make a sound. They were waiting for people to be poisoned. Earlier, the few great sects practically all had somebody who suck. Embed to it. This fulfilled their wishes. Yi Yuan smiled and said, didn't the Heavenly Sky sect get the other 7 great sects to come for the purpose of finding more cannon fodders? The other great sects' elders only came around now. They ran in front of Wu Zhao and admonished, Elder Wu, why didn't anyone from your Heavenly Sky sect move? Were you all already aware that these orchid heart flowers have some problem? Chapter 299. Reversing the roles of host and guest. Chapter 299. reversing the roles of host and guest. The sect elders were all burning with righteous indignation. They felt like they had fallen into a pit, sustaining heavy casualties before the exploration of the mystic realm even began. The sect elders clearly could not quite accept it. When Wu Zhao saw several sects lose men, he secretly felt pleased. But he looked aggrieved as he said, "By heaven and this Wu really didn't know that this sea of orchid heart flowers actually had such deadly poison. It's just that my heavenly sky sect has vast territory and abundant resources, and we're not lacking this bit of orchid heart flowers. That's why we were thinking of letting everyone go first." Who knew that this would happen? Humph. Stop pretending, Elder Wu. Only your heavenly sky sect has come in here before. How can you possibly be oblivious? An elder said furiously. Wu Zhao maintained an aggrieved look and said, "It isn't just my heavenly sky sects group that didn't move here. The tranquil cloud sect didn't move too. Why does everyone come and interrogate my heavenly sky sect?" When Wu Zhao said this, the tranquil cloud sect group felt their hearts chill. He was trying to redirect the disaster. Indeed, those elders immediately turned their gun barrels. They were all wily foxes and knew that Wu Zhao was deliberately putting on a show here. But the Heavenly Sky sect was powerful, so they obviously had to find a soft persimmon to knead. They had to find a channel to vent, right? Then wasn't the Tranquil Cloud sect perfect? When W.A.N.G. Fan saw the Tranquil Cloud sect, he instantly became full of enthusiasm. He went forward and grilled them. "Meijun, are you going to give us an explanation?" How could Meijun not know what these people were thinking? His face darkened, and he said, "What explanation do you want? I wasn't the one who made you all go harvest the orchid heart flowers either. Now that something happened, can my Tranquil Cloud sect be blamed for it? The Heavenly Sky sect is the only sect who came in here before. You don't go find them, but come to find trouble with us instead. What's the reasoning?" W.A.N.G. Fan sneered coldly and said, "You can't say it that way. The Heavenly Sky sect has vast territory and abundant resources. Your Tranquil Cloud sect can also have vast territories and abundant resources too, right? Could be that you guys aren't lacking orchid heart flowers, but you people didn't make a move. Could there be no reason in between all this? Or perhaps you guys already secretly colluded with the Heavenly Sky sect." When W.A.N.G. Fan said this, the other sect's elders' faces changed. The Heavenly Sky sect was already formidable enough. If they add in a Tranquil Cloud sect, swallowing up the other sects was something sooner or later. Although the Tranquil Cloud sect was very weak, which one of the 8 great sects did not have any trumps cards? If they threw their lot in with the Heavenly Sky sect, then the Southern Domain's terrain would be hard to say. Meijun panicked when he saw the situation and pointed at W.A.N.G. Fan, saying, "W.N.G. Fan, don't slander people." W.N.G. Fan snorted coldly and said, "Slander people? If it's not like this, you guys should have at least reminded us to not go over, right? Now, only you guys in the Heavenly Sky sect are perfectly fine. How can this not make people suspicious?" Meijun was so nervous that his forehead was matted with sweat, and he felt like he could not explain this even with 100 mouths. The Tranquil Cloud sect's strength was originally weak. If they faced off with several great sects at the same time, then there was only death. The Heavenly Sky sect's strategy to sow discord was executed really viciously. "Senior Mountain Shaker, why did you come out again? Talking so much C.R.A.P. Isn't it all your baseless speculations? You guys were greedy and suffered a loss when you went to harvest the orchid heart flowers, but turn around now to blame others. Where's the reasoning?" At this time, Yi Yuan came forward to say. When he said Senior Mountain Shaker, everybody simmered with laughter. But under such circumstances, they should not laugh. Each one of them was very uncomfortable holding it back. W.A.N.G. Fan was so angry that he was huffing and glaring. He said in a great rage, "Honorable nephew, looks like your Tranquil Cloud sect is resolved to break away from us other 6 sects. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, Senior Mountain Shaker, your mountain shaking divine skill is already cultivated to the acme of perfection. Since when can Senior Mountain Shaker alone represent the sixth sex? Forget about sixth sex. Can you represent the high clarity sect? You, W-A-N. G-Fan could not help choking up. Did he dare to say represent? He was only some unimportant elder in the high clarity sect. How could he represent the high clarity sect's opinion? What about me? He's sowing discord so obviously, and you can't even see it. Are you a pig? Or are you already bought over by the Heavenly Sky sect to deliberately stir up hostility between us six sects? Yi Yuan retorted, hitting the mark with each word. Mo Yuntian's eyes lit up when he heard it. What a marvelous reversing the roles of host and guest. Just now, W-A-N. G-Fan said that the Tranquil Cloud sect and Heavenly Sky sect were colluding. Now, Yi Yuan countered that W-A-N. G-Fan was bribed by the Heavenly Sky sect, reversing the situation in an instant. Regardless whether the other sects believed Yi Yuan's words or not, they would not take any rash actions. You're maligning me. It was W-A-N. G-Fan's turn to want to cough blood this time. But Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, Senior Mountain Shaker, save it. In this mystic realm, the situation is incredibly delicate. Don't become a tool for others. Properly seeking out natural treasures and leaving alive are the kingly way. His words were clearly for W-A-N. G-Fan to listen, but in reality, it was said for the other elders to hear. When the sect elders heard Yi Yuan's words, they also calmed down. Now, inside the mystic realm, the Heavenly Sky sect's strength was undoubtedly the greatest. But their strength had limits. It was precisely because of this that everyone lowered their guard. But in truth, the Heavenly Sky sect had advantages that other sects did not. If they became cannon fodders, they would lose more than they gain in the end. Each sect only had 10+ people now. Once they clashed, body would gain any advantage. Instead, it would benefit others. Not only W-A-N, G-Fan, but the rest of them also could not represent their respective sects too. The goal of coming to this mystic realm was to bring back more natural treasures. The most important matter on hand was not to scheme, but to preserve their strength to search for natural treasures. Yi Yuan's words roused them from their sleep. These elders' enmity also became much weaker. As for what happened here, they would report to the sect's upper echelons after leaving. The higher-ups would naturally make a decision. The Heavenly Sky sect people had been watching the activities over here the entire time. When Wu Zhao saw that Yi Yuan resolved the crisis with just a few words, his face involuntarily fell. Although this boy's realm isn't high, his thoughts are very deep. His grasp of the situation is also very on point. Looks like what Zhang Yu said was right. This boy really can't be underestimated. I'll just find a chance later on and kill him. Wu Zhao thought to himself. As for those words over there about colluding with the Heavenly Sky sect, Wu Zhao did not mind in the slightest. The 7 great sect masters were all wise people. As long as the Heavenly Sky sect existed for a day, they would not be foolish enough to tear at each other. That would only benefit the Heavenly Sky sect. All right, let's go first. Seeing that there were no opportunities to take advantage of, Wu Zhao brought the Heavenly Sky sect disciples and left first. The other elders also came around, and each brought their members to set off. But after this sea of flowers incident, the elders also had sufficient understanding of this mystic realm's perils. They obviously would not dare to drop their guard again. W-A-N. G-Fan shot Yi Yuan a fierce glare again and said, Brat, you'd best pray that you don't end up in my hands. Humph. Let's go. Finish talking. W-A-N. G-Fan directly led a group of high-clarity sect disciples and left. Meijin also let out a long sigh. He said to Yi Yuan, Oh, Yi Yuan, all thanks to you for getting us out of fix this time. Otherwise, we would have suffered an undeserved calamity. Yi Yuan smiled. Waving his hands, he said, "Nothing much. This is what I should do." Meijin nodded and said, "Let's go too." "Wait a minute," Yi Yuan called out to stop him. Chapter 300. Harvesting Flowers. Chapter 300. Harvesting Flowers. "Is there anything else, Yi Yuan? The other sects are already long gone." Meijin reminded. There were about 100 people from the 8 great sects, neither too many nor too few in this mystic realm. Leaving later would mean having the good stuff taken away by others. Regarding Yi Yuan, Meijin could not very well issue a command directly. He could only advise in a roundabout manner. Yi Yuan said, "Rest assured, Elder Mei. Although there's a lot of good stuff in this mystic realm, it probably won't be so easy to obtain. Reaching first doesn't mean definitely obtaining first. Otherwise, the Heavenly Sky sect would not have spent so much trouble to invite us over. Rather, since the other sects already left now, we can harvest the flowers at ease." When Yi Yuan said this, everyone jumped in fright. The toxicity of this sea of flowers was very strong. Everybody witnessed it with their own eyes just now. Now, Yi Yuan actually wanted to go harvest the flowers? Stop kidding, Yi Yuan. That sea of flowers probably has thousands of orchid heart flowers. The strength of the poison is something that even crystal formation realms cannot withstand. You also saw those people earlier, yet you still want to harvest the flowers. Isn't this complaining that your lifespan is too long? Meijin said. That scene earlier was truly too shocking, leaving everyone with a lingering fear in their hearts, even up till now. Towards this sea of flowers, everybody's attitude was in accord, to keep a respectful distance away. Hence, upon hearing that Yi Yuan wanted to enter the sea of flowers to harvest flowers, Meijin nearly jumped up. These flowers are not orchid heart flowers, but manta flowers. This manta flower's outer appearance is extremely alike the orchid heart flower, but it's a highly toxic ant. Furthermore, the sea of manta flowers grows together. This will have a superimposing effect on the poison, practically reaching quasi-tier 4 level. That's why those people died upon contact, Yi Yuan explained. Manta flower? Really never heard of it before. But since the toxicity is so powerful, then even more so you mustn't go over. Mo Yuntian said. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "How can one return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain?" Treasure mountain? What kind of treasure mountain is a bunch of poisonous objects? Mo Yuntian asked doubtfully. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You're uninformed of this manta flower's origins. That's why you say so. This manta flower is originally a poisonous item. Furthermore, its appearance also greatly differs from the orchid heart flower. We see that the manta flower looks exactly the same as orchid heart flowers because it was formed through grafting." Grafting? Everyone said in surprise. That's right. After the manta flower matures, cut off everything above the rhizome completely, then graft the orchid heart flower on it. Then it becomes the current manta flowers. In reality, it should be called manta orchid heart flowers, Yi Yuan explained. No way, right? Such a precious tier 2 medicinal herb, like the orchid heart flower, was actually used in grafting to become manta flower. Isn't it too much of a waste of D's gift? It's really too bad. Tian, you could not help letting out an emotional sigh. He grew up by Sky Mapple's side since young, and was much more familiar with all kinds of medicinal herbs compared to other people. The preciousness of orchid heart flowers was such that even the Heavenly Sky sect would not regard it as unimportant, let alone the Tranquil Cloud sect, which was short on resources to begin with. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Nothing to be sad about. The reason why this was done is naturally that there is a greater justification." What reason? So many orchid heart flowers, if we bring them all back, it's enough to raise the Tranquil Cloud sect spirit condensation realm martial artist strength collectively by a whole stage. But now, able to look but unable to eat. Such heartache. Tianyu sighed. The rank of a medicinal herb is fixed, but under certain special environments, it can advance. No matter how precious the orchid heart flower is, it's also just a tier 2 medicinal herb. It has profound meaning to spirit condensation realm martial artists. but to crystal formation realm martial artists, it's of somewhat little value. Yi Yuan, you mean to say? The reason for grafting this Manda flower is to let the orchid heart flower evolve. Mo Yuntian's eyes became wide saucers as he asked in disbelief. Yi Yuan nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. The orchid heart flower is an extremely pure and nourious plussing medicinal herb. Even if a spirit condensation realm martial artist swallowed an orchid heart flower raw, it would have huge benefits towards cultivation. But to nurture Tier 3 orchid heart flowers, it has to be in a highly toxic environment instead. After the Manta flower is grafted over by the orchid heart flower, it converts the orchid heart flower into an ant. 1. Tie with even deadlier poison. But this toxicity can spur the true orchid heart flower's evolution." Tian Yu asked in surprise when he heard this. There's actually such a miraculous technique in this world? This grafting technique was not considered miraculous in the divine realm. Each major faction would have some of their own unique breeding methods. But in the endless world, this was an extremely phenomenal technique. In Tian Yu's mind, the ranks of medicinal herbs were all fixed. He had never heard of being able to evolve. Yi Yuan said, "Doesn't count as miraculous. It's just a problem of knowing it or not." Then doesn't that mean that there are Tier 3 orchid heart flowers in this sea of flowers? Meijin said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's why I said that we can harvest flowers in peace after they left. But this sea of flowers is so huge. Moreover, it's all highly toxic, dying upon contact. How should we harvest?" Meijin said with a frown. Even if they knew that there were treasures in the sea of flowers, it was futile if they could not go in. They had already witnessed the prowess of the Mantu flower poison. They did not wish to risk their lives. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Very simple. Just burn them all with fire." Burn them? But the Tier 3 orchid heart flowers are inside too. What if the fire burns them all down? Furthermore, how to burn them? Ordinary fires cannot destroy Tier 2 medicinal herbs by burning, Meijin said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Everyone, follow me." As he spoke, Yi Yuan headed straight for the sea of flowers. Everybody held suspicions in their hearts, but still followed. Yi Yuan came to the borders of the sea of flowers, and with a flick of his hand, a pale yellow flame appeared. "This essence fire. Is that cleansing, sandal sacred flame? How is that possible? You're only at the spirit condensation realm. How can you have a Tier 4 essence fire?" Meijin cried out in shock. Yi Yuan gave a simple explanation, leaving the group of Tranquil Cloud sect disciples unbelievably envious. Tian Yu looked at the cleansing sandal sacred flame dancing in Yi Yuan's palm, and only knew now that Yi Yuan did not even go all out during the Grand Compet. One time, if the cleansing sandal sacred flame were unleashed without needing to unleash its full power, he would not be able to escape death too. Only to see Yi Yuan lightly thrust his palm forward. The cleansing sandal sacred flame vanished with a swoosh. Immediately after, they saw the sea of flowers igniting area by area. Yi Yuan, this is a Tier 4 essence fire? Wouldn't the Tier 3 orchid heart flowers be burned down with you burning like this? Meijin asked with a frown. Rest assured, Elder Meijin. Just look on, and you'll see. This sea of flowers have roughly 3,000 plus mana flowers, and nurturing one Tier 3 orchid heart flower requires the expenditure of 100 mana flowers. That's also to say that there are roughly more than 30 Tier 3 orchid heart flowers in this sea of flowers. We won't bring even one less away. Yi Yuan said assuredly. Meijin was half believing, half doubting, but he still waited patiently. The cleansing sandal sacred flame was extremely powerful. It quickly burnt this sea of flowers into nothing, not even leaving residue behind. When everyone focused their eyes over there, they indeed saw that there were a number of plants left in the sea of flowers. Yi Yuan went forward and directly harvested 5 Tier 3 orchid heart flowers. He turned around and said to Meijin, "These Tier 3 orchid heart flowers are useful to me, so I'll take 5. Elder Mei, please take the rest back to the sect." Chapter 301. Encounter on a Narrow Path. Chapter 301. Encounter on a Narrow Path. Meijun looked at those stalks of Tier 3 orchid heart flowers and involuntarily frowned, showing a pondering look. Elder Mei, if we didn't have Yuan, we wouldn't even have gotten a single stalk of Tier 3 orchid heart flower. He only took 5 stalks, which isn't considered much. Mo Yuntian saw Meijun frown and hastily went up to say. Meijun was stupefied, then smiled bitterly and said, "Where did that come from, Yuntian? I'm not grumbling that Yi Yuan got too many, but because I feel that it's too little. It's just that I can't really make a decision on this. That's why I hesitated." When he finished speaking, he turned to Yi Yuan and said, "How about this? I'll keep the rest of the Tier 3 orchid heart flowers first. After returning, I'll report to Sect Master about today's events and request him to give you some more stocks." But Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, "No need. 5 stalks are enough. Quickly harvest them, Elder Mei. We should set off already." With Yi Yuan saying this, Meijun continuing to insist appeared rather corny. He could only put away the remainder Tier 3 orchid heart flowers. This Tier 3 orchid heart flower was a core ingredient in a Tier 3 cultivation medicinal pill, the essence stabilizing pill. 5 stalks of Tier 3 orchid heart flowers were enough to refine 100 pills to Yi Yuan. It was plenty to use in the short term. Only after gathering the Tier 3 orchid heart flowers did the Tranquil Cloud sect group start advancing towards the depths of the mystic realm. Having gone through the Manta Flower Sea incident, the group did not dare to lower their guard again. They were on high alert the entire way. Fortunately, nothing major happened. Rather, it was Yi Yuan's discerning eyes that discovered pearls. He even obtained some rather rare Tier 2 medicinal herbs along the way. But ever since the Orchid Heart Flower Sea, they did not encounter any more Tier 3 medicinal herbs. On the way, Ti Wujio, who was silent the whole time, suddenly asked Yi Yuan, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, you previously said that this Manta flower is a grafting object. Doesn't this mean that that sea of flowers has an owner? Could it be that this mystic realm?" With Ti Wujio saying this, all of them, include Meijun, was stunned speechless. Using Mantu flowers to breed Tier 3 orchid heart flowers, this was a huge expenditure, and this was even still the outermost boundary of the mystic realm. Li Zhongyu also said that there were even many Tier 4 medicinal herbs in this mystic realm. If this mystic realm really had an owner, then everyone would be in danger. A faction that could create such a spectacle was likely even more powerful than the Heavenly Sky sect. Previously, when everybody was listening to Yuan talk about this Tier 3 orchid heart flower, their minds were in a state of shock, resulting in them overlooking this issue. Thinking about it now, the group could not stop breaking out in cold sweat. Could such a powerful influence actually be hidden in this southern domain territory? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother Wujio's thinking is indeed meticulous. This place indeed had a master in the past. However, that should be something a long time ago." Listening to the first half of Yi Yuan's sentence, everybody's heart involuntarily jumped. They only relaxed after hearing the second half. Except, this strong contrast unwittingly left everyone feeling out of breath. "How do you know, Junior apprentice brother Yi?" Ti Wujio inquired. After ranked medicinal herbs absorb sufficient essence energy, they will reach a level of saturation. The essence energy in this place is abundant. That's why it can sustain the medicinal herb's state of maturity. But those familiar with medicinal herbs can tell the difference in the herb's age. These Tier 3 orchid heart flowers probably has the age of several thousand years already. If this place had an owner, it's impossible to leave these Tier 3 orchid heart flowers unchecked to fall into disuse for such a long time, Yi Yuan explained. Yi Yuan's degree of familiarity towards medicinal herbs was hard to imagine by everyone. He only had to observe slightly to be able to tell the age of these Tier 3 orchid heart flowers. That was why he was so certain. Moreover, this place has clearly been deserted for a long time. It's overgrown with all sorts of weed, and demonic beasts run wild. It's absolutely not a land with a master. If my conjectures are correct, this place might be some sect's medicinal garden back then. It's just that who knows what kind of accident befall the sect, resulting in it being deserted like this. This sect should be much more powerful than the present Heavenly Sky sect. Yi Yuan uttered his own conjectures. Mei Zhen and the rest nodded their heads quietly when they heard it. This lysis was perfectly logical and reasonable, and it also dispelled their apprehension. Ever since entering the mystic realm, unknowingly, everyone had already regarded Yi Yuan as the backbone. When encountering anything, the first thing they thought of was not to seek advice from Mei Zhen, but to ask Yi Yuan. But the strange thing was that body felt that this was inappropriate, including Mei Zhen himself. The Tranquil Cloud sect group did not move quickly. After 2 days, they arrived at a dense forest. Quickly look, isn't that a tier 4 medicinal herb, the vermilion lotus ice heart fruit? A Tranquil Cloud sect disciple cried out in surprise when he saw the bright red fruit not far away. Tier 4 medicinal herbs belong to items of strategic significance to the major sects in the southern domain. Even a Heavenly Sky sect would also have bloodshot eyes when seeing Tier 4 medicinal herbs. Previously, Sky Maple practically expended all of Tranquil Cloud sect's Tier 4 medicinal herbs in order to refine the 7 profound soul-driving pill. This was also the reason why the pressure on him was enormous like a mountain. Seeing the Tier 4 medicinal herb currently, it was hard for the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples to not feel agitated. That disciple was about to pluck it while talking when he was held back by Yi Yuan. Senior apprentice Brother Pang, don't go over, Yi Yuan said gravely. What? Senior apprentice Brother Pang froze and involuntarily broke into a cold sweat. On the way, under Yi Yuan's lead, they had already avoided several certain death scenarios. So upon seeing Yi Yuan stop him, Senior apprentice Brother Pang instantly realized his recklessness as cold sweat poured unceasingly. This mystic realm was indeed, just as the Heavenly Sky sect said, there were natural treasures everywhere. But to want to obtain these natural treasures, one had to pay the price in blood. These 2 days, the Tranquil Cloud sect group also encountered many quasi-tier 4 medicinal herbs along the way. But not one of these medicinal herbs' surroundings was not abnormally dangerous. Even for crystal formation realm martial artists, a moment of carelessness would result in death at the scene. But Yi Yuan lead everyone time and time again, avoiding the dangers. So up until now, the Tranquil Cloud sect did not lose a single man. In the beginning, they were still somewhat disapproving of Yi Yuan stopping everyone from harvesting the medicinal herbs. Yi Yuan even utilized the cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus Avatar body because of this to probe multiple times. But the results made everybody's hair stand on its ends. After several times, everyone knew just how great the significance of Yi Yuan's existence was. If they did not have Yi Yuan, they would probably have to lose half their forces in just these 2 days. This would be an unbearable blow to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Yi Yuan was extremely familiar with these medicinal herbs' characteristics. Some medicinal herbs had accompanying beasts, some had accompanying toxic ant. One careless move, and they would suck you and be to it. When Senior Apprentice Brother Pan got excited seeing the Tier 4 medicinal herb just now, he almost forgot the dangers previously and threw himself headfirst. Vermilion lotus ice heart fruits have a type of accompanying demonic beast called 7-colored poison spider. Its toxicity is extremely ferocious. Furthermore, the poison spider's size is very small, exceedingly difficult to detect. If one were carelessly bitten by it, crystal formation realm martial artists would perish from the eruption of the poison within several breaths of time. Yi Yuan said solemnly. Senior Apprentice Brother Pan sucked in a cold breath. Cold sweat started pouring once more uncontrollably. Who's there? Right then, Mei Zhen suddenly roared. This brat is indeed quite abnormal to actually even know about this poison spider. You guys actually haven't lost a single man until now. Looks like it's all due to this boy's credit. Haha, I already said before, boy, don't be MP into me in the mystic realm. WANG fan. Several silhouettes appeared from the neighboring forest. When Mei Jun saw people coming, his brows involuntarily knitted together. Chapter 302. Pus.h.I. Plussing too far. Chapter 302. Pus. H. I. Plussing too far. W. And G-Fan and Yufeng brought the high-clarity sect group out of the dense forest, their faces showing amuse. In T like they had the tranquil cloud sect within their grasp. To think that we met so soon. What a coincidence. W.A.N. G-Fan said with a cold laugh. Mei Jun snorted and said, W.A.N. G-Fan, I advise you to better not clash with us. Otherwise, let's fight to the bitter end. You guys won't be able to get any benefits either. But W.A.N. G-Fan burst into laughter and said, Bitter end? With the likes of you? Your tranquil cloud sect even brought a 7th level spirit condensation realm disciple out to present show. Are you even fit to fight to the bitter end with our high clarity sect? However, although this punk's realm isn't high, he is extremely abnormal to even know about the 7-colored poison spider. Just a while back, we even lost a 5th level crystal formation realm disciple for the sake of harvesting this vermilion lotus ice heart fruit. But you all are actually completely unscathed up till now. W.A.N. G-Fan took it all into his eyes the Tranquil Cloud Sect's group's performance earlier. If not for Yi Yuan holding back that senior apprentice brother Pang, his outcome now would definitely be the same as that disciple of theirs. The High Clarity Sect beat the Tranquil Cloud Sect to this place, but lost a 5th level Crystal Formation Realm disciple. One could call it heavy losses. They were currently thinking of ways to harvest the vermilion lotus ice heart flower when they just happened to see the Tranquil Cloud Sect people coming over. Hence, they found a place to hide, wanting to see the Tranquil Cloud Sect suffer a huge loss too. That senior apprentice brother Pang was about to rush up when he was forcefully held back by Yi Yuan. These 2 days, 2 disciples already died on their side. It could be said to be heavy losses. In contrast, seeing how the Tranquil Cloud Sect team looked exactly the same as they were when they entered made W. and G-Fan inadvertently furious. This sort of contrast between expectations and reality made W. and G-Fan even more displeased when looking at Yi Yuan. Looking at the situation earlier, this boy truly had many abnormal areas. After entering this mystic realm, life and death are up to fate. Your disciples died, but you can't put this blame on our heads, right? Mei Jun snorted icily. So what if we lay it on you? When we just entered the mystic realm, if this punk just gave a light reminder, we wouldn't have lost a disciple in vain too. Do you feel whether we should put this score on your heads or not? Mei Jun involuntarily choked up, but Yi Yuan said, What duty do I have to remind you? Even if I reminded you, will you be grateful to me? Will you not find trouble with me now? Having experienced several interactions, Yi Yuan had long seen through this W.A.N. G-Fan's character. He was simply some loose principle person without any bottom line. Even if he reminded the High Clarity Sect when he entered the mystic realm, it would also be the same situation right now. This type of people basically did not know what was called grat. One dude, haha, I said before you, boy, your bones are very tough. Previously outside the mystic realm, I let you escape a calamity. Now, no one's going to step forward to mediate, right? W.A.N. G-Fan laughed maniacally. Mei Jun's expression turned grave, and he said somberly, W.A.N. G-Fan, don't push us too far. But W.A.N. G-Fan paid no attention. He said to Mei Jun, I give you all a chance. Hand over that boy, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, none of you shall escape. In W.A.N. G-Fan's view, they had 2 sea transformation realm experts over on their side, while the other party only had Mei Jun alone. The disparity between both parties' strength was too great. The Tranquil Cloud Sect simply stood no chance at all. Mei Zhen's realm was similar to his, both third-level sea transformation realm. As long as he delayed Mei Zhen, Yu Feng could freely reap the rest. Under such an enormous difference in strength, the Tranquil Cloud Sect team could only hand over Yi Yuan if they wanted to live. Ji Fan did not know that the target they previously robbed was currently observing everything not far off. If Yi Yuan were here, he probably would not be able to recognize that these two women with unparalleled looks were the two people he saved. How did the current Li Er and Yin Er still had any hint of ugliness right now? Ignoring Li Er, even Yin Er, who was a servant, was soul-stirringly beautiful. As for Li Er, it was simply impossible to find words to describe. If one had to describe it, they could only say such beauty should only belong to the heavens and not the mortal realm. But currently, Yi Yuan was completely oblivious to this. "Miss, it seems like they're going to fight over there. Should we help save Mr. Yi?" Yin Er transmitted. Li Er shook her head and said, "Watch a while more." Still watching? Mr. Yi is only at the 7th level spirit condensation realm. Once they fight, he will be instantly killed in a single move. Yi Yuan gave the divine soul mystic art and tier 8 medicinal pill to Li Er with any hesitation. This improved Yin Er's impression towards Yi Yuan tremendously and genuinely treating him as a savior. So when she saw that Yi Yuan was in danger, she could not wait to lend a helping hand. In truth, with the pair's strength, they did not need Yi Yuan saving at all. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's appearance saved Ji Fan and his group instead. If Yi Yuan did not show up at that time, this group from the High Clarity sect would most likely already end up as a feast in the stomachs of the Cloud Dream Mountain Range right now. Li Er and Yin Er did not wish to reveal their strength. That was why they purposely pretended to be Crystal Formation Realm martial artists. Even the Sea Transformation Realm Ji Fan and Mei Zhen were unable to see through Li Er and Yin Er's strength. One could see just how powerful they were. So when Yi Yuan saved them both, master and servant, Li Er was still all right, but Yin Er did not welcome it at all. One had to say that she was even more curious that a spirit condensation realm martial artist actually rescued the master and servant without any traces from a bunch of Sea Transformation realm and Crystal Formation realm martial artists. But after Yi Yuan perceived Li Er's ailment, Yin Er's thoughts were completely turned around. "It's fine. If Mr. Yi is really in danger, I'll make a move in time." Our ident. 1. Ties are special. We mustn't make a move easily unless there are no other alternatives. Moreover, I also really want to see just where Mr. Yi's limit lies, Li Er said composedly. But Yin Er was not very supportive as she said, "I know that Mr. Yi is kind of special, but what kind of limits can a 7th level spirit condensation realm martial artist reach, even if he's strong?" Li Er broke into a smile, her beauty unequaled. "That might not be so. I keep feeling that he's extraordinary." All right. Ever since that person left, it's rare to see Miss pay so much attention to something. Do whatever that makes you happy then. Yin Er realized that she misspoke after she finished talking and involuntarily stuck her tongue out playfully, appearing embarrassed. Said. A hint of sorrow flickered across Li Er's beautiful eyes. She shot Yin Er a fierce glare and no longer bothered with her. Mei Zhen gave Yi Yuan a glance and gritted his teeth as he said to Ji Fan, "Since that's the case, then let's fight to the bitter end." Ji Fan was confused and even thought that he heard wrongly. He looked at Mei Zhen and the other Tranquil Cloud sect disciples and saw that their faces actually revealed resolved looks. Mei Zhen actually wanted to turn violent without even thinking. One had to know that even though their High Clarity sect lost 2 Crystal Formation Realm disciples, the power of Sea Transformation Realm was not something that Crystal Formation Realm martial artists could resist. Were this group of people from the Tranquil Cloud sect daft? Everyone did not want their lives anymore for a 7th level spirit condensation realm. Ji Fan was completely ignorant of Yi Yuan's significance to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Chapter 303. Very foolish, very naive. Chapter 303. Very foolish, very naive. I'll delay them. Yintian, you quickly bring them away. Meijian drew his sword and said without even turning his head back. Evidently, he already harbored the resolution to die and protect the others' retreat. In Meijian's heart, these disciples were all the sect's future. Any one of them was more important than him. He was only a sect elder without much room for improvement anymore, while these disciples were going to cause a stir in Southern Domain in the future. Yi Yuan was rather overcome with emotion when he saw such a situation. Although the Tranquil Cloud sect's strength was not great, their cohesiveness was very strong. The Tranquil Cloud sect had people like Luo Qingfeng, Xiao Jian, and Meijian. What was there to worry about not being able to charge back to the Northern Domain? It was fine if the sect declined. As long as the people's hearts did not scatter, there would eventually come a day where they would S-H-I plus N-E once again. The High Clarity sect is a bunch of motley crew. Why is there a need to fight to the death? Yi Yuan smiled calmly and wielded Sanghua sword with a wave of his hands. Once W.A.N.G. Fan saw that Sanghua's sword, the greed in his eyes could not be concealed anymore. 32 restrictions, spirit artifact. Senior Mountain Shaker's eyes are pretty good. Yi Yuan mocked. Haha, misfortune may actually be a blessing. Losing a stock of Crow Orchid Ganoderma, but acquiring a 32 restrictions spirit artifact. Heaven really treats me well. W.A.N.G. Fan cackled. Yi Yuan sneered and said, Don't crack your old teeth. Humph. Razor tongue brat. Watch if old me don't take apart your bones today. W.A.N.G. Fan snorted coldly. Meijian panicked in his heart when he saw Yi Yuan not leaving and said, Yi Yuan, you guys quickly go. They have 2 sea transformation realm experts. You all staying is courting death. Go. Can you leave? How could W.A.N.G. Fan, given the opportunity? With a wave of his hands, his disciples encircled the Tranquil Cloud sect team. Meijian was exasperated that they failed to live up to his expectation when he saw the situation and said angrily, You guys, sigh. But Yi Yuan had a nonchalant look as he transmitted his voice, saying, Calm down, Elder Meijian, just keeping watching. Sigh. Yi Yuan, I know that you're relying on that this place doesn't allow the existence of strength above the crystal formation realm. But even if it's peak crystal formation realm, you're also not a match. Meijian sighed. Yi Yuan smirked and said, Not necessarily. Yi Yuan took a step forward and said to W.A.N.G. Fan, Senior Mountain Shaker, Aren't you just trying to find trouble with me? How about this? Let's have a one-on-one. If you win, this sword is yours, and I'll be at your mercy. If you lose, let us leave. W.A.N.G. Fan was stunned when he heard this. A spirit condensation realm challenging a sea transformation realm? Just now, he was still thinking that this boy was rather abnormal. Now, it looks like he was simply a moron. W.A.N.G. Fan did not even speak yet when Meijian involuntarily became very anxious and said, How can that do? W.A.N.G. Fan, I'll duel with you. But W.A.N.G. Fan ignored Meijian and guffawed loudly as he said, Boy, did your brain crash from fear? One-on-one with me? You aren't thinking that you're invincible because you're holding a 32 restrictions spirit artifact, right? When he said this, the High Clarity side laughed unceasingly. Aha, so hilarious. I've grown so old, and this is still the first time that I'm hearing a spirit condensation realm challenging a sea transformation realm. Did the brains of Tranquil Cloud sect's upper echelons go bad? They actually handed a 32 restrictions spirit artifact to a fool like this. They're teaming with spirit artifacts and came to deliver a spirit artifact to Elder W. And gee, do you want to stop them? The group chimed in here and there and burst into laughter again. But Yi Yuan did not smile. His eyes were staunch as he said to Meijian, Elder Mei, just leave this place to me. You bring the seniors and retreat to the side. seeing Yi Yuan's commanding gaze, not knowing why. Mei Zhen swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Then you better be more careful. Mei Zhen unexpectedly agreed. This whole trip, Yi Yuan had already unknowingly replaced Mei Zhen's position and became the backbone of this trip for the Tranquil Cloud sect. Even Mei Zhen was unconsciously influenced too. Having convinced Mei Zhen, Yi Yuan turned to W.A.N. G Fan and said, "How is it? Do you dare?" W.A.N. G Fan ridiculed when he saw the situation. "Don't look at me with those eyes. I'll really be a little scared. But, since you're so sincere, wouldn't I be too unamenable to not agree?" Yi Yuan smiled when he heard this and said, "Senior Mountain Shaker's true color indeed doesn't change. Your skin is as thick as always." W.A.N. G Fan was already used to Yi Yuan's tone and knew that he could not beat him in a contention of tongues, so he might as well not argue. He looked at Sanhua, a sword in Yi Yuan's hands, his gaze sparkling. "Don't say that I'm bullying you. I'll only use 10% of my strength to fight with you. If you can beat me, then consider it your win." W.A.N. G Fan said with a cold smile. This was not W.A.N. G Fan boasting. He was at the 3rd level C transformation realm. Even 10% of his strength was greater than ordinary 9th level crystal formation realms. Such strength was plenty to deal with at his 7th level spirit condensation realm boy. If he were dealing with Mei Zhen, he would really need to fight seriously. But his opponent was Yi Yuan. W.A.N. G Fan honestly could not attach any importance to this. Even if he knew that Yi Yuan surely had areas where he excelled in, the enormous disparity in realms was simply insurmountable. Even if his opponent were a 9th level spirit condensation realm, he would win with certainty. As for dealing with his 7th level spirit condensation realm, there was basically no suspense, right? At this time, W.A.N. G Fan had the thought of playing cat and mouse. But Yi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard him and said elatedly, "You said it. Don't regret it when the time comes. You said you'll only use 10% strength." W.A.N. G Fan became even more amused when he saw Yi Yuan's appearance and deliberately summoned expert's demeanor, saying, "I'm a dignified high-clarity sect elder. Why would I renege on my word against a puny spirit condensation realm? You can rest assured. I said 10% means it's 10%. The people from the high-clarity sect were whispering to each other on this side, full of pity towards Yi Yuan. This fool, he isn't naive enough to think that he can win just because Elder W. and G is only using 10% of his strength, right? You look at his thrilled appearance. He definitely thinks so. When he experiences 10% of Elder W. A.N. G strength in a while, he'll probably even have the intent to die, right? There's a good show to watch. I really can't figure out why the Tranquil Cloud sect would send such a fool to the mystic realm. The negotiations were set. Both parties each withdrew a distance away, clearing out A.S.P.A.C. for Yi Yuan and W.A.N. G fans face off. Both parties stood there. Yi Yuan suddenly cracked a smile again and said, "Senior Mountain Shaker, help someone all the way. Why not you allow me a move too? How about that?" W.A.N. G Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at Yi Yuan disdainfully and said calmly, "Forget about one move. How about I allow you 10 moves?" Yi Yuan grinned and said, "No need, no need. Why would I need so many? Just one move is ample." Yi Yuan's display incurred another bout of mocking laughter. Even Yen'er, who was hiding secretly, could not help having suspicions about Yi Yuan's IQ. "Miss, I always felt that Mr. Yi was a wise person. But looking at it now, why does he seem very foolish and very naive? The other person is a 3rd level C transformation realm expert. Forget about allowing him one move. Even if he stood there unmoving, Mr. Ye's attack might not be able to penetrate his protective essence energy, right?" Yen'er said. Lear likewise had a doubtful look. But since Yi Yuan was not in danger, she also played along with him. Watch a little longer. I feel that Mr. Yi is not somebody who is foolish. Chapter 304. Goodbye, not seeing you out. Chapter 304. Goodbye, not seeing you out. Mo Yintian looked at Yi Yuan with scorching eyes. Only he knew Yi Yuan's greatest trump card in here. After Yi Yuan entered the Tranquil Cloud sect, he had never exposed his strongest trump card before. Mo Yintian knew that Yi Yuan was deliberately appearing weak to the enemy in order to win with one blow. But the problem was, would G-Fan really stand there honestly and wait for Yi Yuan to release a mighty blow? That was a third-level C transformation realm expert, an existence who could instantly wipe out spirit condensation realm martial artists with a wave of his hands. G-Fan was not some rookie martial artist like Yao Qian. His combat strength was more than a level greater than Yao Qian's. Where did Yi Yuan's confidence come from? But the matter was already done. Thinking too much would not help. If Yi Yuan could not take him down at the very most, everyone just fought to the death. Senior Mountain Shaker, are you ready? I'm attacking. Yi Yuan purposely shouted. Attack then. Why would I need to prepare to deal with you? G-Fan scoffed. Since that's the case, then I won't be courteous. Senior Mountain Shaker, please receive this move. Finished talking, Yi Yuan became solemn. Sanhua sword pointed at G-Fan. The surrounding heaven and earth essence energy immediately produced a faint fluctuation. G-Fan was initially still relaxed with a laid-back appearance. Sensing this sort of situation, his heart involuntarily jolted. It's not so sinister, right? Why would there be heaven and earth essence energy undulations? Could it be this boy's sword move? G-Fan secretly pondered. Sea transformation realm experts were much more sensitive to heaven and earth essence energy ripples than those crystal formation realms experts. That was why the other disciples had not reacted yet. When the high-clarity sect disciples saw Yi Yuan put on a stance, but there was no movement at all, there was another wave of mockery. Is this guy a joke sent by monkeys? Putting on a false front to scare a sea transformation realm expert? Elder W. And G is also very happy from playing. This mystic realm is so dangerous. Relieving a little is good too. This fellow finally managed to win over the offensive and wasted it like this. Indeed, there are fools every year, but this year is especially plentiful. All shut up for me. The few of you are the fools. Yu Feng's heart also kept drumming. He seriously could not listen anymore. Hence, he asked them to stop. Those disciples could not help being befuddled. They could not figure out why Elder Yu looked like he was confronted by a powerful enemy. But they understood very quickly. The heaven and earth essence energy undulations became increasingly stronger, gradually forming countless motes of light in midair. They looked like flowers raining down from the skies. G-Fan stared until his eyes became wide saucers. How could such a horrifying sword move appear on a spirit condensation realm martial artist? Also, why could a spirit condensation realm martial artist mobilize heaven and earth essence energy? Wasn't this ability unique to sea transformation realm experts? Although this move did not finish forming yet, G-Fan dared to confirm that once this move was completed, it could absolutely cause tremendous injury to him. A spirit condensation realm martial artist could hurt a sea transformation realm martial artist. What kind of joke was this? In the hidden place, when Li and Yin saw this scene, their faces similarly changed drastically. The astoundment in their hearts could not be any greater, except the reason for their astonishment was completely different from G-Fan. Others could not see through the realm of this move from Yi Yuan, but Li and Yin could understand. Supreme true intent. Is that supreme true intent? Yin cried out in shock first. then was somewhat uncertain towards the end. How could something like supreme true intent appear on a spirit condensation realm martial artist? Lear's beautiful eyes wandered, shock likewise written all over her face. She only sucked in a deep breath after a long while and replied, Yina, it's indeed the elementary form of supreme, true intent. This sword move already took the form of power, showing that his comprehension towards supreme, true intent has already taken not a small step. If Mr. Yi in that person's cultivation realm was similar, no, as long as he has late-stage crystal formation strength, instantly killing that person is not an issue. There was an extremely huge gap between crystal formation realm and sea transformation realm. One could see how high Liur's appraisal of Yi Yuan was. But Mr. Yi is only at the crystal formation realm. How can he grasp supreme, true intent? Yin'er still felt that she did not dare quite believe it. Liur sighed and said, I guess that Mr. Yi surely had some trump card, but I didn't think that his trump card was actually his supreme, true intent. This trump card is too unexpected. Mr. Yi he will definitely be a figure who shakes the divine realm in the future. In the era where divine Tao dwindled to zero, supreme true intent was the paramount profound meaning. The earlier one grasped supreme true intent, the more supreme true intents one could grasp, the greater the accomplishments of the martial artist as well. But even among the divine realm's major factions, it was already pretty impressive for those peerless geniuses to be able to comprehend the elementary form of supreme, true intent in the sea transformation realm. It was unheard of for spirit condensation realm martial artists to be able to comprehend the elementary form of supreme, true intent. The spots of light filling the skies caused everyone's hearts to palpitate, especially those from the high-clarity sect. They only knew now that they were the clowns. Just this move was sufficient to instantly kill anyone beneath sea transformation realm. Azure Dipper, floating zero sword art, 1,000 flowing petals, attack. With a light cry from Yi Yuan, countless petals swept over towards W.A.N.G. Fan. How could W.A.N.G. Fan bother with whatever conduct of an expert right now? The petals-filled skies sealed all of his escape routes shut. If he still did not make a move, it would at the very least be the outcome of heavily wounded. 10% strength? Screw his mother's 10% strength. W.A.N.G. Fan used his fingers as a sword, activating the high-clarity Imperial Reverence Law. He bellowed, 5 Lighting Dipper Law, break for me, only to see electric arcs pervading around W.A.N.G. Fan. The aura belonging to a sea transformation realm was exhibited beyond doubt. When the floating petals touched those electric arcs, they vanished abruptly with any traces. It actually could not approach his body. W.A.N.G. Fan sneered and said, Boy, you really have some capabilities. If your realm is similar to mine, this move is sufficient to instantly kill me. But sadly, I won't give you this chance. Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically when he saw the situation, and he rebuked furiously. You deceitful person. You said that you had only used 10% strength in front of so many people earlier. Now, you actually reneged. W.A.N.G. Fan roared with laughter and said, Young man, you're too naive. In the martial arts world, the victor becomes king and the loser a bandit. Only the victor can laugh to the very end. So, go and die. 5 Lightning Dipper Law, go. W.A.N.G. Fan tapped with his sword finger. An extremely horrifying flow of electric current directly tore through the air and attacked Yi Yuan. But just when everyone thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. It was originally a stretch of cloudless blue skies within the mystic realm. Presently, a stretch of dark clouds suddenly gathered on top of W.A.N.G. Fan. And that electric arc he fired out dissipated into nothing just like that halfway through. Virtually in the same instant that the dark clouds, AMAS, said, an exceedingly terrifying pressure came from the skies. Even as a sea transformation realm expert, W.A.N.G. fan felt asphyxiated too. What's going on? What happened? Why? Why did my attack vanish? Not knowingly why, a foreboding premonition suddenly birthed in W.A.N.G. fan's heart, resulting in him stammering even when talking. By the side, when Yu Feng saw that bundle of dark clouds, his expression changed even more. Heavenly tribulation? Why did heavenly tribulation appear? T. Senior apprentice brother W.A.N.G. quickly dodge. Yi Yuan looked at W.A.N.G. fan who was opposite and said with a slight smile, Senior Mountain Shaker, goodbye. Yi Yuan won't be seeing you out. Chapter 305, Obliterated. Chapter 305, Obliterated. The pressure in the air became increasingly more powerful. W.A.N.G. fan's expression also became increasingly uglier. That S of dark clouds clearly came for him, especially when he saw Yi Yuan's derisive eyes. He spontaneously had a feeling of being played. It was crystal clear that Yi Yuan surely knew something. This Nabal fellow, talking about whatever one-on-one, but in reality, he was digging a pit for him to jump in. Malicious motives. D.A.M. in it. What did you do, punk? W.A.N.G. fan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan spread his hands and said, I didn't do anything. You're the one who did it. At this moment, the sense of crisis in W.A.N.G. fan's heart became ever more intense. He looked at Yi Yuan as he said through gnashed teeth, Who cares what you did? I'll kill you first, then talk. As he spoke, W.A.N.G. fan's figure moved and arrived in front of Yi Yuan instantaneously. The 5 lightning dipper law was already useless, then he might as well go closer. Rumble. A hint of ferociousness appeared on W.A.N.G. fan's face as he smashed Yi Yuan into meat paste. Haha, asking for it. Now, can't jump around anymore, right? W.A.N.G. fan laughed madly. What are you doing, Senior Mountain Shaker? If I were you, I'd better think of a way to extricate myself right now. Over on Tranquil Cloud's sex side, another Yi Yuan appeared. Turned out that earlier was just an avatar body. W.A.N.G. fan's face changed, and he said in a low voice, Avatar body. But he no longer had time to be surprised. Right then, a C.O.A.R.S.E. bolt of lightning suddenly released from the clouds, landing straight on W.A.N.G. fan's body. Everybody was dumbstruck by this scene. That bolt of lightning directly submerged W.A.N.G. fan. When the lightning disappeared and they looked over again, W.A.N.G. fan had already turned into charcoal and became completely silent. W.A.N.G. fan was actually unable to even give a tragic cry and was instantly wiped out like that. After the lightning fell, that S of dark clouds dispersed very swiftly, as if it had never appeared. Yu Feng could not help shuddering when he saw this scene. This scene was really too astounding. What the H.E.L. happened here? Yu Feng murmured. He still had not figured out just where this heavenly tribulation came from until now. Yu Feng's gaze involuntarily turned towards Yi Yuan. That brat seemed to know something. Although Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals was strong, his realm was too low. It was simply impossible to threaten W.A.N.G. fan. Recalling everything that happened previously, Yu Feng deeply felt that this so-called one-on-one just now was just a large pit trap. Yi Yuan, what did you do? The eyes Yu Feng looked at Yi Yuan with were filled with fear. Yes, a sea transformation realm expert was actually afraid of a spirit condensation realm martial artist. This boy was seriously too abnormal. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Think about it yourself. I don't have any duty to explain to you. Now, are you still going to take revenge for that Senior Mountain Shaker? Yu Feng's expression changed, The fear in his eyes became even thicker. He simply could not understand what just happened. This boy was so sinister. What if he also got targeted by heavenly tribulation? In addition, with G Fan's death, their side's strength fell drastically and was instead no longer Tranquil Cloud's sex match. Take revenge for G Fan? You gotta be kidding. Phone ground his teeth and said to the disciples, "Let's go." Seeing the high-clarity sect people off with their gazes, the Tranquil Cloud sect group also heaved a sigh in relief. Tian Yu pounded a fist on Yi Yuan's chest and said delightedly, "Hey punk, didn't think you actually still had such a powerful killing move. If you used this move during the sect grand compet, Tian, even senior apprentice Brother Wujio would not be your match. You're only at the 7th level spirit condensation realm and can actually communicate with heaven and earth essence energy, truly too monstrous." As the saying went, no discord, no concord. After the sect grand compet, last time where Tian Yu and Yi Yuan battled bitterly to the last trace of essence energy, they fought out a camaraderie. It was just that Tian Yu could never have imagined that Yi Yuan actually still had such an incredible killing blow that he did not unleash. He thought that that final blow from Yi Yuan back then was already his strongest attack. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This move is flashy without substance. Although its power is great, the time it needs is too much. Unless it's a specific environment, it can't be used. If I want to use this move on the platform during the grand compet, Tian, will you give me the chance?" Tian Yu thought about it and nodded, saying, "Ha, that's true. But even that final attack of yours was already sufficiently powerful. I, Tian Yu, have always praised myself as a genius. But today I'm utterly convinced by you. To be able to comprehend the elementary form of true intent, senior apprentice Brother Tian Yu's future accomplishments are also limitless. All right, when the world happened earlier, that was heavenly tribulation?" Tian Yu asked rather uncertainly. With him asking, everybody perked up their ears. They also really wanted to know what happened just now. A sea transformation realm expert was instantly trounced in front of them. That sight was overly shocking. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "That wasn't heavenly tribulation, but the electrical energy released by a grand array." "What? Grand array? You mean to say that we're currently inside a grand array?" Tian Yu exclaimed. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. I noticed it right after entering the mystic realm. This mystic realm is sealed off by a Civ Grand Array. This Grand Array is called the Heavenly Thunder Essence Locking Grand Array, a type of high-grade Tier 5 Grand Array. Its power is immense." Everybody sucked in a cold breath. High-grade Tier 5 Grand Array formations were even a level stronger than the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array. Mo Yuntian suddenly thought of something and asked, "You said to me before the Tranquil Cloud sect might become a team second only to the Heavenly Sky sect. Could it be derived from his Grand Array?" Yi Yuan nodded. He recounted the previous speculations for everyone, saying, "Originally, I was only guessing. But after entering the mystic realm, I already confirmed it. That's why I had no fear." They were all unbelievably shocked when they heard it. Yi Yuan actually deduced so much information from a couple of words from Li Zhongyu. It was evident how scrupulous his thoughts were. What kind of Grand Array is this Heavenly Thunder Essence Locking Grand Array? What did G Fan do to trigger the Grand Array just now? Tian Yu asked. The Heavenly Thunder Essence Locking Grand Array can set up a corresponding realm. As long as there exists strength that's Serpa. SES this realm's strength, it will be obliterated by the Grand Array. And now the realm set by this Grand Array is Crystal Formation Realm, Yi Yuan explained. Everybody could not resist shooting another glance at the super dead G Fan after listening to Yi Yuan's words. The power of this Grand Array was too terrifying. A third-level C transformation realm expert was easily obliterated just like this. So you deliberately challenged G-Fan just now, and then forced him to use strength exceeding the crystal formation realm, and from there, eradicated by the Grand Array? Tian Yu marveled. Such a foe was too terrifying. Yi Yuan practically included everything in his calculations, playing with a sea transformation realm expert within the palm of his hands. More importantly, Yi Yuan really forced G-Fan to use all of his strength. They could not help somewhat rejoicing that Yi Yuan was someone on their side. Having such an opponent was simply a nightmare. Chapter 306, Colluding. Chapter 306, Colluding. This Mr. Yi is too scary. To actually comprehend the elementary form of supreme true intent at the 7th level spirit condensation realm. As long as he doesn't fall, he'll surely be a figure that shakes the divine realm in the future. This battle, just now, Yennefer watched for a long time with her mouth agape. The astonishment on her face would not fade away. Lier was similarly shocked beyond words. She muttered, "Just who is he? Such talent. Even in the divine realm, he'll be a pinnacle existence. Why did he end up in a tiny little endless world?" Yeah, the endless world is merely a very unremarkable one among the hundreds of millions of lower planes. Furthermore, how did Mr. Yi comprehend supreme true intent in a southern domain's tiny sect? This is simply something that cannot possibly happen. Lier smiled bitterly and said, "I daren't believe it too, but this is the truth. Moreover, Mr. Yi's supreme true intent is rather powerful. This Mr. Yi is really an enigmatic existence." Yennefer sighed with admiration. "I didn't think that we'd actually be. Empian is such a figure when we came to the endless world. Yennefer, we're not going back anymore. I want to follow him to see what kind of secrets he has. If there's a possibility, let's form good relations with him. He'd be an extremely strong aid to the family clan in the future too." Lier seemed to have made some kind of resolution. "But miss, your ailment." Lier waved her hands and said, "Doesn't matter. I have a feeling that maybe for this illness of mine to cured, it will ultimately still fall on Mr. Yi's head." Yennefer opened her mouth wide and said, "How is that possible? That's a tier 8 pill formula. With Mr. Yi's realm, how long until he can refine it? Then how do you think Mr. Yi acquired the tier 8 pill formula with his age?" Lier retorted. How would Yennefer know? That's why. This Mr. Yi's background is definitely complicated. All right, enough talk. I've already decided. Lier said, "With G-Fan's death, the high-clarity sect strength was weakened severely. Yufeng was only a first-level sea transformation realm. His strength was much weaker than Meijun. This entire journey here, the high-clarity sect suffered heavy casualties and practically became a bottom-tier sect already. With the various great sects heading further in, the dangers they faced would become increasingly more. Progressing at this rate, the various great sects' sea transformation realm experts who did not know the inside story would more or less suffer some losses. In comparison, the Tranquil Cloud sect's strength appeared stronger instead. This matter is done. We'd better hurry up and leave this place." Meijun opened his mouth to say, "Just a moment, Elder Mei. That vermilion lotus ice heart fruit is a tier 4 medicinal herb. Isn't abandoning it like this too much of pity?" Yi Yuan said. Meijun's eyes lit up, and he asked, "You have a way, Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Did Elder Mei forget? I have an avatar body." Meijun slapped his head and said, "Look at my brain. Then I'll have to trouble you, Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan smiled and nodded his head. His figure moved and suddenly split into two. Another Yi Yuan walked out from his body. When he was plucking the vermilion lotus ice heart fruit, indeed, a tiny multicolored gorgeous spider jumped on Yi Yuan's body. This poison spider was obviously here to attack Yi Yuan. Only to hear a whoosh, that poison spider was instantly burnt and dropped on the ground. It only struggled a few times and stopped moving. That was the tier 4 cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. Wasn't it courting death for the 7-colored poison spider to go and bite him? Keeping the vermilion lotus ice heart fruit, the group continued walking towards the deep regions of the mystic realm. After 3 days, Yufeng and his team, who fled with their tails between their legs, were very cautious the entire way and no longer dared to have the slightest bit of carelessness, preserving some strength to the best of their abilities. And Yufeng also reflected a little at this time. When G Fan was confronting Yi Yuan, it seemed like his strength touched some taboo existence. That was why it triggered that heavenly tribulation. They had also experienced a number of minor and major fights along the way. Nothing seemed to have happened to the Crystal Formation Realm disciples, while G Fan only used Sea Transformation Realm strength that one time with Yi Yuan. Could it be that this mystic realm did not permit the appearance of strength exceeding Crystal Formation Realm? Or else, it would trigger heavenly tribulation? Thinking up to here, Yufeng inadvertently became more cautious. Every time he attacked, he suppressed his realm to the Crystal Formation Realm. Elder Yu, over there seems to be Heavenly Sky Sex people, a disciple suddenly said. Yufeng looked over. Indeed, he saw the Heavenly Sky sect group currently heading over here. Turns out that it's High Clarity Sect's Elder Yu. I wonder how Elder Yu's gains are on this trip? Wu Zhao greeted. Yufeng's expression did not look too good, but their present strength was too weak, so he obviously did not dare to put on any airs in front of the Heavenly Sky sect. He looked at the Heavenly Sky sect again and discovered that the Heavenly Sky sect's head count did not drop by a single one. His complexion became even worse. Still all right. But compared to the Heavenly Sky sect, it's definitely way worse. Yufeng forced a smile. Didn't Elder G lead the team in your High Clarity sect? Where is he? Wu Zhao feigned ignorance and asked. They already had a taste of the Heavenly Thunder Essence locking Grand Array, so they naturally knew its power. G Fan was currently missing. Most likely, he was smitten by lightning. Seeing the High Clarity sect again with heavy casualties, Wu Zhao was in a great mood. Throughout these few days were within the Heavenly Sky sect's grasp. They avoided some dangerous places and did not have serious losses. But Wu Zhao also knew that the true danger was only starting now. With Wu Zhao asking this, Yufeng's face turned even uglier. Yufeng turned back to give the High Clarity sect disciples a glance and suddenly made a decision. He gritted his teeth and cupped his hands towards Wu Zhao as he pled, Elder Wu, my High Clarity sect is willing to offer up our gains on this trip. We only implore Elder Wu to take revenge for my senior apprentice brother W.G. Wu Zhao was stunned when he heard this. He didn't think that Yufeng would actually say something like this. It looks like there was more than meets the eye to W.G. Fan's death. Putting away his smile, Wu Zhao said, Elder Yu needs not do this. What happened to Elder W.A.N.G.? Tell me. Yufeng gnashed his teeth hatefully and said, It's all thanks to that stinky brat called Yi Yuan from the Tranquil Cloud sect. As long as Elder Wu help us take revenge, my High Clarity sect group is willing to listen to Elder Wu's orders within this mystic realm. 3 days ago, Yufeng recounted the incident 3 days ago to Wu Zhao in detail. With W.A.N.G. Fan's death, Yufeng could not do much single-handedly. He seriously did not have much confidence in walking out of the mystic realm. Rather than that, why not take a gamble and place his bets on the Heavenly Sky sect? But Wu Zhao laughed when he heard this and said, Is Elder Yu messing with me? Yi Yuan is a 7th level spirit condensation realm, and you said that he mobilized heaven and earth essence energy and forced Elder W.A.N.G. to use Sea Transformation realm strength? Yufeng said anxiously. Everything Yufeng said earlier was the absolute truth. I swear in the name of Heavenly Tao, if there are any false statements, I'll get struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Only now did Wu Zhao reveal a grave expression. But how is that possible? Forget about spirit condensation realm. Even crystal formation realms cannot possibly maneuver heaven and earth essence energy. I also don't know why he can mobilize heaven and earth essence energy but I saw it with my own eyes. It's undeniable. Euphone was dead certain. If that's the case, this child indeed cannot be let alive. Fine, I promise you, as long as I meet the Tranquil Cloud sect group, I'll help you eliminate that child. Wu Zhao said ruthlessly. Chapter 307. Bringing Disaster to the Fish in the Moat. Chapter 307. Bringing disaster to the fish in a moat. After several days, 7 to 8 people walked out of a dense forest. Ahead was a large stretch of GRAS plain. The few people's conditions were not very good. Many still had injuries on them. They had clearly just gone through a major battle. This group of people was precisely the Tranquil Cloud sect team. Elder May, that Tier 39 Serene Ice Lion, just now, was rather powerful. We only barely managed to fight it to a draw after combining 8 people's strength. Why are the Tier 3 demonic beasts' strength so high in this mystic realm? From Tianyu's expression, one could see that he still had some lingering fear from that great battle earlier. Meijian said, "The mystic realm doesn't permit for existences above Tier 3. So these demonic beasts all suppress their realms and not break through, putting all of their efforts on comprehending concepts. That's why while they may only be Tier 3 demonic beasts, in terms of concept comprehension, they are much stronger than even me. Demonic beasts' talent in comprehending concepts cannot compare to humans, but their advantage lies in that their lifespan is long. ACC. Mulating bit by bit also becomes pretty impressive," Yi Yuan added on. In this mystic realm, there were surely many demonic beasts that attempted to break through to Tier 4 and were killed by the heavenly thunder essence locking Grand Array. With things persisting that way, the demonic beasts naturally gave up on breaking through and placed all of their energy onto comprehending concepts. Looks like this mystic realm is filled with dangers everywhere. Body knows what will be MP into in the future, Tianyu said rather worriedly. This mystic realm is not that simple. It will probably be even more dangerous towards the back. Everyone, be more careful, Meijian said. Yi Yuan did not speak, but in truth, he also had a forewarning. Yi Yuan could skate around dangers related to natural treasures, but he was ultimately mortal and not AGOD. He had no way of grasping some unknown threats. Not knowing why, Yi Yuan kept having a feeling that he was being monitored, but no matter how he observed, he could not find any inkling of it. This sort of feeling like having APRIC Clee on his back made him feel very uneasy. I wonder if junior apprentice brother Yi can break through to the crystal formation realm inside this mystic realm. If he can break through to the crystal formation realm, our Tranquil Cloud sect's strength will soar dramatically. Tianyu suddenly said with a laugh. Yeah, junior apprentice brother Ye's cultivation speed is too freakish. He had just broken through 3 realms in the sect Grand Compet. One time, it's only been a dozen days or so, and he broke through again to the 8th level spirit condensation realm. If he can break through to the crystal formation realm, with the suppression of realms inside this mystic realm, even if he confronted a sea transformation realm expert, he would have no fear. The essence energy inside this mystic realm was abundant. Yi Yuan originally reached the 7th level spirit condensation realm bottleneck already. After a few days of fighting and absorbing essence energy, he finally took advantage of an opportunity yesterday and broke through to the 8th level spirit condensation realm. This was naturally good news to the Tranquil Cloud sect group. Yi Yuan's greatest shortfall was his realm. Once his realm could rise up, the Tranquil Cloud sect will become much more confident. They chatted and laughed, and were just about to head into the deep regions of the GRAS plane when alarm bells started going off. Their field of vision was suddenly filled with a dark maw. As it surged over here. What's that? In a blink of an eye, that dark maw. Showed itself in front of everybody. The Tranquil Cloud sect group finally made out what those were. Bloodthirsty Skywolf. It's bloodthirsty Skywolf. My G. There are so many bloodthirsty skywolves. Somebody cried out. Meijian evidently recognized them too, as he said in a grave voice, "The bloodthirsty skywolf's personality is extremely savage. Once tangled with them, it will be to the death. Our head count is too little, best to not face them head-on. Quickly withdraw." They were just about to turn around when they heard a holler. "Is that friend from the Tranquil Cloud sect over there? I beg you all to lend us a hand. The Purple Mansion sect will be indebted forever." At virtually the same time, a disciple who lagged behind the Purple Mansion sect was caught up by the wolf pack, which chomped on his leg as he cried out miserably. The wolf pack completely did not give him any chance to retaliate. Several more bloodthirsty skywolves bit down on his forelimbs. He could not shake them off no matter how he tried. In just a few short breaths of time, that Purple Mansion sect disciple was torn into ribbons, alarming the Tranquil Cloud sect group, who was watching greatly. The group only saw clearly now that turns out this group of bloodthirsty skywolves was tracking down the Purple Mansion sect people over here. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Too late. Can't leave anymore." The Tranquil Cloud sect people were stunned. Only now did they discover that many bloodthirsty skywolves appeared all around from G. D knows where. They actually surrounded them. And at this time, the Purple Mansion sect disciples had already converged with the Tranquil Cloud sect disciple. The two teams were encircled like prey by over 100 bloodthirsty skywolves. Meijian shot a glare at the person who shouted out just now. If not for his yell, the wolf pack would not have completed the encirclement, and the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples would not have gotten caught in danger. The person who yelled out was a young man, 8th level crystal formation realm cultivation, even higher than Mo Yintian. Seemingly detecting Mei Zhan's unfriendly eyes, he was fully apologetic as he said, "Elder Mei, this junior is also at the end of my ropes. That's why I did that. My Purple Mansion sect had over 10 people, but now there are only these 4 or 5 people left. Even Elder Su also died under heavenly tribulation. As long as Elder Mei can rescue us, we'll definitely compensate you heavily. If we're fortunate enough to escape this mystic realm, Junior Lin Chao will definitely report truthfully to Sect Master. I believe that Sect Master will express grat. 1. 2 to the Tranquil Cloud sect." Meijian's face was dark as he snorted coldly and said, "It already came to this. Do we still have a way out? Eliminate these bloodthirsty skywolves first, then talk." Lin Chao was overjoyed when he heard this. "Many thanks to Elder Mei for saving us. Junior is eternally grateful. But later on, when Elder Mei is attacking, you must not use C transformation realm strength. Otherwise, it will bring down heavenly tribulation." Meijian nodded slightly and said, "Of course, I know that. Tranquil Cloud sect disciple, listen up. Set up the 8 gates gold lock formation. You all each guard one area. Take heed not to let the wolf pack break in. As for the Purple Mansion sect people, you guys enter the formation first and rest a while, then come and assist us." Meijian could tell at a glance that these remaining disciples from the Purple Mansion sect were already a spent force and was unable to sustain much longer. Rather than letting them join the battle, might as well rest a while then join in. The 8 gates gold lock formation was only an ordinary joint attack formation. Most great sect disciples knew it. Although this formation's strength was not great, it was very practical in such a messy fight, so as to not get taken down one by the wolf pack. Of course, how long it could defend was another question. After all, these bloodthirsty skywolves were all at the early stage Tier 3 realm. 100 early stage Tier 3 bloodthirsty skywolves was absolutely a nightmare-like existence. Otherwise, these Purple Mansion sect disciples would not have fled so miserably. With Meijian's command, the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples each laid out the formation to welcome the enemy. They also knew that this was an extremely dangerous juncture and must not be careless. But Yi Yuan's attention was placed on that Lin Chao the entire time. Though it was only a few words from start to finish, Yi Yuan could sense that he was a guy with extremely deep schemes. From when the wolf pack showed up to now, it seemed very coincidental, but Yi Yuan had a feeling that this was all deliberately done with Lin Chao. No other reason. Just because that yell earlier was too coincidental. Chapter 308. Fierce Fight. Chapter 308. Fierce Fight. The timing of that yell was grasped perfectly, making the Tranquil Cloud sect lose the last chance to escape. Of course, every man for himself. There was nothing wrong with Lin Chao purposely dragging the Tranquil Cloud sect down into the water. But the reminder to Mei Zhen later on appeared too fake. They had already entered the mystic realm for such a long time. The dangers that each sect faced was too many to count. If Yi Yuan's conjectures were right, each sect's Sea Transformation Realm Elder were pretty much all dead already. There were most likely only the Heavenly Sky sect and Tranquil Cloud sect, these two sects who were fully intact. If it was just to stay alive, no harm in scheming a little. But Yi Yuan feared that this Lin Chao had malicious intentions. Compared to demonic beasts, humans were unmistakably scarier. The Purple Mansion sect was the number 2 great sect in the Southern Domain, second only to the Heavenly Sky sect. But they only sent one Sea Transformation Realm Elder here this time. It more or less seemed somewhat odd. To this end, Yi Yuan naturally paid attention to it. The bloodthirsty Sky Wolves did not immediately attack. They just surrounded everyone. 8 people were trapped by 100 bloodthirsty Sky Wolves. This sort of pressure was too intense. Many Tranquil Cloud sect disciples could not help feeling a little parched, surrounding but not attacking. They are playing mental warfare. Such clever demonic beasts. Yi Yuan said calmly. The Tranquil Cloud sect group were shocked before recovering only now and could not help feeling deeply ashamed. Humans nearly falling for demonic beast strategy. Saying it out loud was overly humiliating. Lin Chao, who was presently meditating in the circle, could not resist sizing up Yi Yuan, while Yi Yuan's gaze also just happened to look over at this time. The pair smiled when their eyes met. The two people's smiles both had deep meaning behind it. Right then, the wolf pack automatically divided. A bloodthirsty skywolf that was fire red from head to toe walked out of the wolf pack. Everyone's pupils involuntarily constricted when they saw it. That was the Wolf King, bloodthirsty Wolf King. Peak Tier 3 existence. Everyone believed that if not for the restrictions imposed by the heavenly thunder essence locking Grand Array, this Wolf King would absolutely be a Tier 4 existence. The bloodthirsty Wolf King was awe-inspiring. The aura on his body was even stronger than Mei Zhen, but he did not bother with the Tranquil Cloud sect group. He just stared fixedly at Lin Chao with scorching eyes. It was as if Lin Chao did not detect it at all. He was making the best use of his time as before to recover his strength. But this scene was taken in by the Tranquil Cloud sect people. An unusual thought involuntarily birthed in the minds of the disciples. Seniors, stop fantasizing. The bloodthirsty skywolves are naturally savage and will not let us go. Discuss the Purple Mansion sect matters afterward. If we don't exert our utmost effort, we'll only end up in the wolves' mouths eventually. Yi Yuan raised his voice and said. Mo Yintian and the rest only came around now and could not help being dumbstruck. This Wolf King was simply even more cunning than humans. Just one look and it caused a K-4 between the two great sects. If there were no reminder from Yi Yuan, they would definitely have some misgivings during the battle. That look from the Wolf King was clearly to make the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples think that the Wolf Pack was just here for the Purple Mansion sect and had nothing to do with the Tranquil Cloud sect. With this sort of psychological hint, would the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples still defend the Purple Mansion sect to the death? The Wolf King obviously heard Yi Yuan's voice too, his gaze landing on this young spirit condensation realm martial artist with unkind eyes. Both schemes were spoiled by this young man. This Wolf Clear had clearly become enraged too. Seeing the Wolf King's eyes, Mei Zhen secretly thought S-H-I+T. He hurriedly said, "Leave the Wolf King to me. Each of you takes care of yourselves. You whelping from the Purple Mansion sect, quickly take the time to recover your strength. If someone can endure it on our side, immediately help out." Lin Chao nodded and said, "Rest assured, Elder Mei." The Wolf King saw that there were no opportunities to take advantage of and also gave up on scheming. He gave a long howl. This was apparently the signal for the wolf pack to attack. After those bloodthirsty skywolves heard this howl, each one of them was like on stimulants as they charged toward the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples without heed for their lives. Mei Jun wielded his sword but rushed to the Wolf King first to fight him. This Wolf King was very sentient. He was worried about the Wolf King retaliating Yi Yuan. But even so, Yi Yuan's side was still being heavily taken care of by ordinary bloodthirsty skywolves. It was very obvious that the Wolf King had issued an order to kill Yi Yuan first. Actually, at this time, the Tranquil Cloud sect people's conditions were not too good. They had just fought a great battle with the 9 serene ice lion not long before, and some disciples were still wounded. But the Tranquil Cloud sect fought with greater numbers previously. Everyone's losses were not great. Lin Xiao mediated to recover essence energy, while secretly observing these Tranquil Cloud sect disciples' strength. Although Tian Yu's realm was the lowest inside, he had comprehended the elementary form of true intent. After breaking through to the crystal formation realm, his combat power was tremendous. One person handling 7 to 8 bloodthirsty skywolves was not an issue. Ti Wujiu was 3rd level crystal formation realm, but his fist intent realm was similarly very high, only to see him throw fist after fist solidly. Those bloodthirsty skywolves were actually unable to approach him. As a 7th level crystal formation realm expert, Mo Yuntian's strength barred no questions. Rather, it was the other few crystal formation realm martial artists who appeared to be struggling. His gaze finally stopped on Yi Yuan, and his expression involuntarily choked up. Although he guessed that Yi Yuan definitely had ability Serpa sing others to enter the mystic realm with spirit condensation realm strength, he could not have imagined that Yi Yuan was actually so strong. There were over a dozen bloodthirsty skywolves surrounding Yi Yuan alone, but he relied on one sword to slaughter his way in and out as he liked. Those dozen over bloodthirsty skywolves were unable to do anything to him. After a dozen over exchanges, Yi Yuan was perfectly fine, but quite a few of those bloodthirsty skywolves were wounded. These were Tier 3 demonic beasts. Each one of them was existences like human crystal formation realm martial artists. An 8th level spirit condensation realm brat could actually treat it like there was body in this place under these demonic beasts' combined attacks. If one were to say that an 8th level spirit condensation realm crossed ranks to battle 1 or 2 tier 3 demonic beasts, that was still sable. But being surrounded by over a dozen demonic beasts, that was absolutely a quant. 1. Tative to qualitative change. Pressure changed abruptly. Furthermore, a bloodthirsty skywolf speed was abnormally fast. Ordinary martial artists were simply unable to keep up. But Yi Yuan actually twisted and turned around inside effortlessly. When did such a monstrous existence appear in the Tranquil Cloud sect? That bloodthirsty Wolf King was in the midst of an intense battle with Mei Jun. But when he detected the situation over on Yi Yuan's side, he howled again. This time, even more bloodthirsty skywolves surged towards Yi Yuan's side. With this, the pressure over at Yi Yuan Sr.'s side inadvertently lessened. While on Yi Yuan's side, the number of bloodthirsty skywolves increased to over 20 all at once. Be careful, Yi Yuan. Mo Yuntian could not help being worried when he saw the situation. He was fenced in by 2 middle-stage bloodthirsty skywolves and several early-stage bloodthirsty skywolves over here and could not extricate himself at all. Ti Wujiu's and Tian Yu's sides were the same. Though the bloodthirsty skywolves could not do anything to them, they were helpless against the bloodthirsty skywolves too. And Yi Yuan's side was already completely flooded with bloodthirsty skywolves. When Mei Jun saw this state of affairs, his forehead was full of sweat from anxiety, and he yelled at Lin Xiao, "Lin Xiao, how long do you want to wait to make a move?" Chapter 309, Trouble. Chapter 309, Trouble. The bloodthirsty Wolf King's combat strength was extraordinarily powerful. Mei Jun was suppressed at peak 9th level crystal formation realm to battle it, but was facing dangers everywhere. With this holler, he nearly let the Wolf King grasp an opportunity to catch him with its claws. Bu Lin Chao smiled calmly and said, "Don't get anxious, Elder Mei. This junior isn't at the end of his ropes yet." Lin Chao, Mei Jun was nearly infuriated until he coughed blood. He did not manage to avoid the Wolf King's metal claw this time, and his arm took a hit. Blood started flowing instantly. Mei Jun clenched his jaws and really wanted to erupt with C transformation realm strength. But the warning left behind by G Fan was still vivid in his mind. C transformation realm strength simply could not be used. With this confusion, Mei Jun was immediately suppressed by the Wolf King and fell in a disadvantageous position in all aspects. Although this bloodthirsty Wolf King's strength could not compare to that 9 serene ice line from before, it was still slightly stronger than Mei Jun, who suppressed at the crystal formation realm. Right then, Yi Yuan, who was engulfed by the wolf pack, suddenly exploded with multiple rays of pale yellow light. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus the sound of a series of sword beams piercing the skin spread out. Then, a number of bloodthirsty skywolves went flying out. The Wolfpack's siege crumbled all at once. Yi Yuan, it's great that you're okay. Mo Yun Tian was elatedly seeing the situation. Yi Yuan called out, "Elder Mei and senior apprentice brother do not need to worry about me. I have no problems protecting myself." While talking, Yi Yuan released several more sword beams again. A number of bloodthirsty skywolves were speared flying again. The eruption on Yi Yuan's side finally stirred the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples' fighting spirit. Each one of them released their combat strength to the fullest and actually suppressed 100 bloodthirsty skywolves with only 8 people's strength. For a period of time, only whimperings and whinings were heard everywhere. Many bloodthirsty skywolves were injured. But the bloodthirsty skywolf had 2 notable characteristics. One was high speed, and the second was COA. Skin, and thick flesh. Although many bloodthirsty skywolves were injured over here, barely any truly died. Haha, everyone double up. These bloodthirsty skywolves are nothing more than this. Yeah, just a bunch of animals. Let's kill them. So many tier 3 demonic wolf inner cores. We're going to be rich this time. Buck up, little wolves. I, your little lord, haven't fought to my heart's content yet. Due to Yi Yuan keeping in check quite a number of bloodthirsty skywolves alone, this bout of fighting was exceptionally carefree. Seeing as the combat strength of those bloodthirsty skywolves were becoming weaker and weaker, everybody's mood eased up quite a bit. Right then, that Wolf King howled again. Haha, still howling. It's useless even if you howl again. After we take care of your offspring, we'll pummel you together. Senior apprentice Brother Pang derided the Wolf King with a loud laugh. But Yi Yuan's face darkened as he said in a grave voice, "Seniors, be careful. These bloodthirsty skywolves are going to go into a frenzy. Bloodthirsty skywolves will have a tremendous increase in speed after entering a frenzy. Don't drop your guard, seniors." Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the eyes of these bloodthirsty skywolves suddenly turned scarlet red, looking utterly terrifying. Following that, those injured bloodthirsty skywolves' wounds were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those wolves had drool dribbling from their mouths, looking extremely voracious, as if they could shred anything into pieces. Only a bloodthirsty skywolf in such a state could be fit to bear the word bloodthirsty. Yi Yuan's eyebrows furrowed, and he muttered to himself, "Now it's troublesome." Senior apprentice Brother Pang, who was still guffawing earlier, was thoroughly mute now. He stared at those bloodthirsty skywolves in a frenzied state blankly and could not resist swallowing hard. Those bloodthirsty skywolves had already stopped their attacks. Currently, the entire S-plane was dead quiet, leaving only the bloodthirsty skywolves panting. This was the quiet before the storm. Everyone held their breaths because they knew that the next round of attacks from the bloodthirsty skywolves would be even fiercer than before. Moreover, After that last round of melee, the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples' expenditure was also very great. But the bloodthirsty Sky Wolves' current state was like they were resuscitated with full vitality, filled with aggressiveness. The bloodthirsty Sky Wolf gave another long howl. The 100 bloodthirsty Sky Wolves burst forth abruptly, like 100 bolts of lightning charging towards the 8 people. That speed was beyond twice as fast as before. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus the bloodthirsty Sky Wolves figures only left behind a series of blurry shadows. Clank, clank, clank. Immediately, after were waves of metal class. H. I. Plussing sounds. After one wave of attack, everybody felt the pressure soar. 2 disciples even suffered injuries to their bodies, including that senior apprentice Brother Pan. With a fierce bout of fighting, many Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were already injured. Now, it could be said to be piling injuries on top of injuries. The scales of victory immediately tipped towards the bloodthirsty Sky Wolves' side after this frenzied transformation. After the frenzied transformation, the combat strength of ordinary bloodthirsty Sky Wolves virtually surged twofold. Adding up 100 bloodthirsty Sky Wolves, this sort of increment would be extremely substantial. For a moment, the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were unable to cope with the situation. There were some people who were unable to hold on very soon. Rather, it was Yuan with the lowest realm who still appeared to be doing it with ease presently by relying on the support from the transmission true, intent to increase his speed after displaying Spirit Void shattering S. P. A. C. Lin Chao still not Russ. H. I. Plussing up the support yet. Yi Yuan roared. The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples had already fought for quite a bit of time for the few people from the Purple Mansion sect. Their strength was roughly recovered 50% to 60%, especially Lin Chao, this 8th level crystal formation realm. Embark 1. P. Aiding in the battle would be a tremendous support to the Tranquil Cloud sect side. Lin Chao saw that he could not hide from this, so he could only stand up and call for his fellow martial brothers and said, Juniors, the Tranquil Cloud sect seniors and juniors have already strived for a lot of time for us. Now let's switch with them. If the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples recalled the formation, the wolf pack would attack indiscriminately. At that time, it would also be hard for them to escape. They could clearly only go all out if they want to preserve their lives at this time. Senior Apprentice Brother Pang and Senior Apprentice Brother Du, you guys retreat inside the circle first to recover. Lin Chao, you bring a person forward to support first. Yi Yuan said anxiously. Okay. Lin Chao did not say anything else and filled in the void left behind by Senior Apprentice Brother Du, but right at this moment, an abnormality suddenly occurred. When Senior Apprentice Brother Pang was just about to withdraw, a middle stage tier 3 bloodthirsty Sky Wolf bit down on his arm. A heart-rending scream sounded, chilling the hearts of everyone who heard it. This whole trip, there had yet to be any Tranquil Cloud sect disciple who met with an accident under Yi Yuan's lead. So everyone was not mentally prepared too. Now, seeing Senior Apprentice Brother Pang falling into danger, they involuntarily panicked. Luckily, those Purple Mansion sect disciples knew what to do. They rushed up to block the other wolves. But after that bloodthirsty Sky Wolf bit Senior Apprentice Brother Pang's arm, it was like it went berserk and would not loosen its jaws no matter what, only to hear a ripping sound. That bloodthirsty Sky Wolf directly tore off Senior Apprentice Brother Pang's entire arm. Senior Apprentice Brother Pang cried out again miserably, blood pouring out of his broken arm area. Wan Yin, Senior Apprentice Brother Pang. That tragic cry immediately roused the hearts of all of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples. You bunch of D.A.M. and beasts. I'll exterminate all of you. Mo Yun Tian howled, his entire body's aura erupting suddenly. Ti Wujio did not say a word, but his fist wind also abruptly became violent. One could see the fury in his heart right now. And the same as him was Tianyu. And Yi Yuan. Chapter 310, One Glance. Chapter 310, One Glance. Yi Yuan appeared very calm on the surface, and his actions did not seem to have any major changes. But those familiar with him knew that Yi Yuan's rage at this moment was getting greater and greater, just like that time when Luer was hurt. Before this mystic realm exploration, Yi Yuan and Pang Wanyin were not acquainted. But during this half a month, everyone helped each other through hurdles and made deep friends. P.S. Although Pang Wanyin was somewhat reckless when things cropped up, he had no airs and could click with everyone. The reason why Yi Yuan put himself in the limelight the entire trip was in order to bring everyone back. But he did not think that such an incident would happen. He casually fished out a medicinal pill and threw it to senior apprentice brother, Du, who withdrew said while dealing with the wolf pack. Quickly feed senior apprentice brother Pang. Senior apprentice brother Du was called Du Cheng, an elite disciple, same as Pang Wanyin. They were both at the 3rd level crystal formation realm, but in terms of true combat strength, the two of them were ranked at the bottom. Even the 1st level crystal formation realm Tian Yu's combat strength was much stronger than theirs. So the first ones to pull back were them. Du Cheng did not hesitate much and directly stuffed the medicinal pill into Pang Wanyin's mouth. When the medicinal pill entered his stomach, Du Cheng discovered that Pang Wanyin's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was even faster than the recovery speed of those bloodthirsty skywolves. And Pang Wanyin's complexion became a little rosier before long. Du Cheng was unbelievably dumbfounded in his heart. What medicinal pill is this to actually have such effects? Du Cheng was very clear on what effects the Sex Tier 3 medicinal pills had. Comparing to this pill from Yi Yuan, it was simply Tross. Plus, recalling again to the detoxification pills that Yi Yuan took out, the effects were similarly much better than the sect ones. Could these medicinal pills all be refined by Yi Yuan himself? But he was only at the spirit condensation realm. For a while, Du Cheng's mind ran wild. Right at this time, he heard a splat, interrupting his thoughts. That sound came from over Yi Yuan's side. Du Cheng looked over towards Yi Yuan's side and saw a headless wolf corpse lying on the ground, while Yi Yuan had already put away Sanhua's sword since D knows when. Right then, another wolf dashed towards Yi Yuan with extreme speed, only to see Yi Yuan dodge slightly and lightly tap a finger on the wolf's head. Without any unnecessary actions, that bloodthirsty sky wolf scurried back. The next instant, Du Cheng's pupils constricted. When that bloodthirsty sky wolf landed on the ground, its head exploded with a bang. Another headless wolf corpse. Following that, he saw Yi Yuan's profile, shuttling back and forth within the wolf pack like a ghost, landing finger after finger on the bloodthirsty skywolves' heads. Each finger Yi Yuan unleashed, a bloodthirsty skywolf would fall. In a blink of an eye, there were already over a dozen bloodthirsty skywolves that died in Yi Yuan's hands. At this moment, it was as if Yi Yuan had become the incarnation of AGOD that descended upon the world. His might was without equal. Originally, those frenzied, bloodthirsty skywolves did not fear death and were completely unaware of what being frightened was. But now, those bloodthirsty skywolves actually took the initiative to back away from the areas that Yi Yuan Pa-S said through. They were scared, but this sort of avoidance was futile. The areas that Yi Yuan Pa-S said through would surely leave behind one or two bloodthirsty skywolf Karka. SES. What's going on? Mo Yuntian suddenly felt the pressure around him lighten. Initially, the frenzied, bloodthirsty skywolves that were everywhere pressured him until he felt suffocated. But now it suddenly lessened by quite a bit. There were Tiwujiu and Tianyu who also had the same feeling. They all noticed that the bloodthirsty skywolves seemed to be afraid of something. Now that their pressure reduced right now, they had spare energy to observe the other areas. It was all right if they did not look. But one look, and they jumped in fright. The areas that Yi Yuan Pa-S said through left behind Wolf Karka. SES everywhere. The 8 Gates Gold Lock formation had already automatically dissolved following Yi Yuan's departure, and each of Yi Yuan's steps was heading over in the bloodthirsty Wolf King's direction. Those bloodthirsty skywolves no longer dared to go forward to provoke Yi Yuan anymore. But even so, their companions still died one after another. The bloodthirsty Wolf King had already forced Mei Zhen into a desperate situation over on this side. Mei Zhen was covered in injuries right now, looking rather ghastly. Right then, the bloodthirsty Wolf King seemed to have detected a thick animosity, and its movements also became sluggish. Seeing Yi Yuan, who was walking towards it composedly, the bloodthirsty Wolf King's pupil shrunk. Forcing Mei Zhen back with one claw, it turned towards the direction where Yi Yuan was currently approaching him in. As Yi Yuan walked, he slaughtered the Wolf King's progenies. The originally wild and fearless bloodthirsty skywolves were like paper paste in Yi Yuan's hands. The bloodthirsty Wolf King's eyes became blood red when it saw its clansman being Ma's sacred. An incomparably powerful aura surged towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan continued walking step by step towards it as if he could not feel it. The Wolf King actually had yet to enter the frenzied state from battling Mei Zhen until now. Mei Zhen was very fretful seeing the situation and shouted loudly, "Yi Yuan, quickly move aside. The Wolf King is entering frenzied state." But it was like Yi Yuan did not hear it. He moved closer and closer to the Wolf King. Everybody's hearts leaped to their throats. The Wolf King's aura was too horrendous. The Wolf King, without entering frenzied state, could force Mei Zhen until he did not have the strength to retaliate. His strength after the frenzy transformation was totally not what the people present could withstand. But just as Yi Yuan was around 10 steps from the Wolf King, a scene that body dared to believe occurred. That bloodthirsty Wolf King actually took a step back. Yi Yuan casually finished off a bloodthirsty skywolves and took another step forward. The Wolf King backed up another step again. The Wolf King was actually afraid. Yi Yuan currently had a composed look without joy nor sorrow, looking just like a person who was harmless to humans and animals. But the incomparably powerful Wolf King was actually fearful of him. Yi Yuan advanced. The Wolf King retreated again. The Wolf King's eyes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. Even humans could see the fury within it. But he just did not dare to attack. Yi Yuan advanced. The Wolf King retreated once more. This time, Yi Yuan did not move. He just met eyes with the Wolf King like this, his expression calm and collected. The Wolf King only faced off with Yi Yuan for several breaths of time. Finally, it could not endure it and let out a long howl, then turned around and ran. With the Wolf King's departure, the remaining bloodthirsty skywolves naturally would not stay on anymore. They left the tranquil cloud sect disciples behind and also fled. In a twinkle of an eye, the bloodthirsty skywolves that originally had powerful auras vanished to the ends of the GRA's plains. The Purple Mansion sect disciples looked at the corpse-strewn ground and looked at Yi Yuan again, their eyes showing fear. This person clearly only had spirit condensation realm cultivation, but even the bloodthirsty Wolf King did not dare to clash with him. He forced the bloodthirsty Wolf King back with one glance. Such a battle result was too inconceivable. "Yi Yuan, you're really amazing. How did you do it?" Tian Yu asked Yi Yuan excitedly. But Yi Yuan did not reply him. Mo and Tian suddenly noticed that something was not quite right. He walked up and patted Yi Yuan's shoulder, asking, "You all right, Yi Yuan?" But what he did not expect was that Yi Yuan fell stiffly backward, just like that. Mo and Tian was alarmed and hurriedly went to support Yi Yuan. Chapter 311, Soul Jade. Chapter 311, Soul Jade. Yi Yuan, are you okay, Yi Yuan? Seeing Yi Yuan collapse suddenly, the tranquil cloud sect disciples were taken aback and quickly surrounded him. "Senior apprentice brother Mo, what happened to Yi Yuan? Is there any problem?" Tian Yu asked urgently. Mo and Tian waved his hands to indicate to him not speak and reached for Yi Yuan's pulse. After a long time, Mo and Tian finally heaved a sigh in relief and said, "Shouldn't be a major problem." Hearing Mo and Tian said so, everyone also let out a sigh in relief. Since he's all right, then why is Yi Yuan unconscious? The one asking was Pang Wanyan. He ate Yi Yuan's medicinal pill, and currently, his external injuries were mostly recovered already. It was just that that arm would not come back. Seeing Yi Yuan fall unconscious, he was also extremely worried. Previously, being together with Yi Yuan was fellow sect member relations. I plus P. But from today onwards, they were friends in adversity. Friends. I plus PS that were tested through life and death could withstand ordeals better. Just now, Du Cheng roughly summarized what happened earlier. Pang Wanyan had a feeling that Yi Yuan only erupted abruptly because of him. This could not help but move him. Mo Yuntian said to everybody. Yi Yuan, he used the Tier 3 strength of the cleansing sandal sacred flame earlier, which exceeded the limits that his meridians could withstand. Just now, when dealing with those bloodthirsty skywolves, Yi Yuan's meridians were suffering the agony of being immolated the whole time. He actually endured it without showing the slightest trace. Hearing Mo Yuntian said so, all of them were visibly moved. As martial artists, how could they not know the torment of meridians being burnt? That sort of anguish was something unimaginable by ordinary people. Even someone with remarkable willpower might not be able to endure it under the agony of meridians being immolated. Immolation of meridians. One could not faint even if they wanted to, because even if they fainted, they would also wake up immediately from pain. But how did that nonchalant expression of Yi Yuan's look like suffering the anguish of meridian immolation? Just now, Yi Yuan was like a fiend G.O.D. that had descended upon the world. That sort of overweening aura even shocked the peak Tier 3 bloodthirsty Wolf King into retreating. The Yi Yuan, under such a state, was actually enduring the immolation of meridians the entire time. That's also to say that Yi Yuan sang an empty city stratagem just now. Actually, he could no longer resist the Wolf King anymore earlier. He was just using strategy to scare him away. Tian Yu asked in amazement. Do you think that the Wolf King is so easy to deceive? That Wolf King's intellect is completely not beneath humans. It might even be far more cunning than some humans. How could it be easy to want to fool it? When Yi Yuan was butchering the wolf pack earlier, he condensed his momentum to the limits. Even if the Wolf King entered a frenzied state, it would not dare to easily confront Yi Yuan. That's why it chose to withdraw. Mei Zhen consumed some healing medicinal pills and also recovered a little before saying this. Mo Yuntian nodded and said, I have a feeling that even if the Wolf King really went for it just now, it might not be able to gain any advantages. Otherwise, how could that Wolf King retreat so easily given its immense intellect? This conjecture from Mo Yuntian made everyone suck in a deep breath instead. Yi Yuan's might had truly Serpa. Said everyone's understanding. Even the Wolf King, that Mei Zhen, this sea transformation realm expert, was helpless against was scared into retreating by Yi Yuan. This was an absolutely heaven-defying battle result. Then, will Yi Yuan be all right? Pang Wanyan asked concernedly. Mo Yuntian said, Don't worry. Although his injuries are heavy, there is no threat to his life. After he regains consciousness, I think he'll have ways to treat himself. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Mei Zhen said, Since that's the case, find a place to rest for a while and wait for Yi Yuan to wake up before making a decision. Bright moon and few stars. There were many blurry outlines under the shadow of a tree. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. When he saw Pang Wanyan's familiar face, he forced a smile and said, Senior apprentice brother Pang, are you all right? Pang Wanyan was overjoyed at first. When he heard finish Yi Yuan's words, tears flowed instantly. I'm all right. It's great that you woke up. You worried us to death. Elder Mei, senior apprentice brother Mo, junior apprentice brother Yi woke up. Everybody hurriedly surrounded over when they heard that, all trying to get in a word of concern. Sensing the worry from his fellow disciples, Yi Yuan felt a burst of emotion in his heart. How long was I out? Yi Yuan asked. You were already unconscious for a day and 2 nights. Yi Yuan, are your meridians okay? Pang Wanyan asked hurriedly. Yi Yuan shook his head. Nothing major. Senior apprentice brother Pang, I'll have to trouble you to support me up. Pang Wanyan quickly used his remaining arm to lift Yi Yuan up. Yi Yuan retrieved a medicinal pill from his storage ring and started to regulate his breathing. At this time, the tranquil cloud sect people spontaneously circled around him to protect him, while the Purple Mansion sect's remaining 4 disciples were not far away the whole time. Lin Chao's gaze pierced through the crowd to look at Yi Yuan, and, oh, body knew what he was thinking of either. After an hour, Yi Yuan finished the medicinal pill. His complexion overall looked much better. Meridian injuries were a very troublesome matter. Under ordinary circumstances, even if there were assistance from medicinal pills, it was very hard to fully recover without several months of recovery and recuperation. But look at Yi Yuan's present appearance. He seemed to have already recovered 60% to 70%. Furthermore, in such a short time, there was normally no way to fully refine the medicinal pill. That was also to say that he might recover as good as new very soon as the remaining 30% to 40% of medicinal pill continued to be refined inside Yi Yuan's body. Such a heaven-defying medicinal pill was simply unheard of before. Towards such a situation, the Tranquil Cloud sect group were already numb to it and did not have too big a reaction. But the Purple Mansion sect people apparently found it very shocking. Other than Lin Chao, the other 3 were furtively whispering together. Yi Yuan got up but walked straight for Lin Chao. Lin Chao seemed to know that Yi Yuan would find him straight away and did not look too surprised. Junior apprentice brother Yi overturned the raging tides yesterday and saved the lives of the 4 of us. Lin Chao is deeply grateful. Lin Chao bowed deeply towards Yi Yuan, looking rather sincere. Yi Yuan accepted it calmly, but said, Senior apprentice brother Lin, don't you owe me an explanation? Lin Chao was shaken inwardly, but had a confused look as he said, Explanation? Junior apprentice brother Yi refers to? Yi Yuan sighed lightly and said, Looks like senior apprentice brother Lin refuses to give in. Must I lay it bare? Lin Chao shook his head and said, I really don't know what senior apprentice brother Yi needs me to explain. Are you referring to the matter of deliberately dragging your honorable sect into the water? I've already apologized to Elder May and senior apprentice brother Pang about this matter and compensated some natural treasures obtained during this trap as recompense. At that time, we were also at a life and death juncture and had no other alternatives but that. I hope that junior apprentice brother Yi won't take offense. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and opened his mouth and said, Although a bloodthirsty skywolf's natural disposition is savage, it has a particular trait, and that is they are very prudent and will not leave their own territory without special circumstances. And the owner of this region is a 9 serene ice lion. They chased you all the way here surely because you guys did something. Well, let me guess. Is it Soul Jade? Chapter 312. Demanding an exorbitant price. Chapter 312. Demanding an exorbitant price. Hearing the 2 words Soul Jade, Lin Chao's face changed all of a sudden. But he remained stubborn as he said, Junior apprentice brother Yi, I don't know what's the meaning of what you said. What's Soul Jade? Yi Yuan suddenly put away his smile and said frostily, Is senior apprentice brother Lin trying to use us as a S-H-I plus ELD then run off after getting benefits yourself? Originally, you guys obtaining any benefits has nothing to do with us. Even if I knew that you people obtained Soul Jades, I wouldn't expose it either. It's just that your scheming made us fall into a perilous situation, and my senior apprentice brother Pang nearly lost his life right there and then. You don't think it's over just like this, right? The Tranquil Cloud sect people were rather bewildered and did not know why Yi Yuan and Lin Chao were arguing. When Yi Yuan was unconscious, Lin Chao already showed his attitude adequately to Mei Zhen and Pang Wanyin and apologized profusely, finally earning their understanding. After all, the Purple Mansion sect group lost more than half of their people, leaving only 4 guys. Tooting anyone into that kind of situation, they would most likely choose to drag others into the water too. Plus, Lin Chao and the rest paid large amounts of natural treasures before the Tranquil Cloud sect group finally agreed not to dispute anymore. But they did not imagine that the first thing Yi Yuan did after waking up was to find Lin Chao's trouble. Yi Yuan, what's the soul jade you're talking about? If it's some inconsequential thing, then just forget about it, and Mo Yun Tian inquired. Yeah, Yi Yuan, when you were out cold, Lin Chao already compensated us 3 stalks of Tier 4 medicinal herbs, 10 stalks of quasi-Tier 4 herbs, and many Tier 3 herbs. It's more than enough to show his sincerity. Mei Zhan also added on. These things naturally could not bring back Pang Wanyan's arm, but it was already done. Even killing the 4 of them would not help the situation. Not that the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were goody two-shoes, but because the other party had Lin Chao, this 8th-level crystal formation realm present. Under the situation where Mei Zhan was injured, if he were bent on breaking out of the encirclement, it would also be very tough for the Tranquil Cloud sect to make everyone stay. At that time, forget about not getting anything. They would even openly offend the Purple Mansion sect that was second only to the Heavenly Sky sect. At that time, it would not be fun. And the Tranquil Cloud sect group, including Mei Zhan, did not know what item the Soul Jade was. Yi Yuan did not turn back, but looked as Lin Chao as he said coolly, Soul Jades are a type of very special jade mineral, extremely rare. The reason why it's named Soul Jade is that it has the effect of Nori's H.I. plussing the divine soul, especially to peak C transformation realm martial artists. This is simply an unrivaled miracle treasure, because it can help peak C transformation realm martial artists break through their bottleneck and salt the soul C realm. When Yi Yuan finished talking, they were all horrifyingly shocked. Such a treasure was way more precious than any Tier 4 medicinal herb. Why were there so few Soul C realm powerhouses in the Southern Domain? It was because the advancement of Soul Force was too hard. Martial artists cultivated essence energy. Alchemists cultivated Soul Force. It was a paradox whether to primarily cultivate essence, energy, or Soul Force. To the vast majority of people in this world, cultivating both at the same time would only end up with a complete H.I. plussing nothing. In reality, the difficulty of breaking through to the Soul C realm was lower for alchemists compared to martial artists. But the problem was that alchemists needed to spend countless energy on the path of alchemy. There were far too many things they needed to grasp. Just the understanding of various kinds of medicinal herbs was an extremely profound study, plenty for martial artists to research their entire lives. Alchemists still had to take into consideration the cultivation of essence energy under such circumstances. That was a virtually impossible thing. But to martial artists, raising soul force was too challenging. If the soul force did not reach a certain level, the divine soul would simply be inadequate to communicate with the essence energy C and break through to the soul C realm from there. It was precisely because so that a treasure that could assist peak C transformation realm martial artists to break through their fetters would naturally be exceptionally valuable. Hearing Yi Yuan say so, everyone from the Tranquil Cloud sect showed heated gazes. What did this Soul Jade mean? It meant that the sect could have at least one more Soul C realm powerhouse. Lin Chao's complexion was ugly as he said, "Junior apprentice, brother, ye must be joking. Where would we get such a treasure?" Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, "Each person has to pay the price for their actions. You lured the bloodthirsty sky wolves over, and senior apprentice Brother Pang lost an arm because of this. Aren't you taking it too easy to want to use some medicinal herbs to dismiss us? But this is also the first time I've heard of such a wondrous item. We really don't have it," Lin Chao said awkwardly, but Yi Yuan pressed on harder. "Talking anymore is pointless. If senior apprentice Brother Lin wants to prove your innocence, please take out your storage rings to let us have a look." Lin Chao's expression changed, and his face darkened at once. "Isn't this request of junior apprentice Brother Yi going too far? Although my Purple Mansion sect stumbled in this mystic realm, we're still the number 2 great sect in the Southern Domain. Does junior apprentice Brother Yi really want to fall out with us? This sort of thing, like searching storage rings, was a burning disgrace to a martial artist. Because hidden within one's storage rings were secrets that many did not wish to divulge. But Yi Yuan was indifferent as he said, "If senior apprentice brother Lin is confident that the four of you can escape, you can give it a shot. I, Yi Yuan, am not someone who indiscriminately slaughters innocent people. I can understand you drawing the wolf pack over to protect yourself. But if you think that I'm easy to bully, then you're making a very grave mistake." An 8th level spirit condensation realm martial artist talking this way to an 8th level crystal formation realm. No matter how one listened to it, it sounded rather odd. But at this very moment, Lin Chao sensed an incredible pressure. The scene of Yi Yuan Ma's sacring the wolf pack was still fresh in Lin Chao's memories. That sort of casual slaughtering. Lin Chao touched his heart and knew that he was unable to do it. Lin Chao suddenly felt a false impression, as if he was not facing an 8th level spirit condensation realm, but a sea transformation realm powerhouse. Lin Chao did not speak. He was clearly gauging his own strength, whether he could disentangle himself or not. Finally, he still sighed disappointedly and said, forget it. Junior apprentice brother Yi is more shrewd than others and is well informed. This Lin admires. I'm afraid that barely anyone can recognize this soul jade in the entire southern domain. To think that junior apprentice brother Yi can guess it without even seeing it. As he spoke, Lin Chao retrieved a gray-colored jade piece the size of a goose egg from his storage ring. But Yi Yuan did not reach out to take it. He spoke again. Since senior apprentice brother Lin already acknowledges it, why be so miserly? I don't want all of it either, just half will do. Lin Chao's face changed again, but he fished out another 4 pieces of soul jades from his storage ring, roughly the same sizes as before. We only obtained a total of 10 pieces of soul jades this trip. This is half already. Lin Chao gritted his teeth and said. Yi Yuan smiled but still did not reach his hand out. Lin Chao was on the verge of collapsing. His hands trembled as he said, Junior apprentice brother Yi isn't shooting a random number, right? This is really half of the amount already. Whether it is or not, I naturally have a clear idea in my mind. You just have to bother with taking them out. I definitely won't take more. Yi Yuan said coolly. Lin Chao examined himself that he was highly devious and was extremely intelligent. But when facing Yi Yuan, he always had a feeling of being unable to exert strength. From start to the end of this exchange, it was always Yi Yuan who grasped the initiative. He had never been so aggrieved before. With a clench of his jaw, Lin Chao took out another 7 pieces of soul jades. This time it's really half. There's not a single piece more. If you still demand an exorbitant price, then let's fight it out to the death. Lin Chao was about to break down. But this time, Yi Yuan waved his long sleeves and put those 12 pieces of soul jades into his storage rings. Chapter 313. 8 Sects Gather. Chapter 313. 8 sects gather. Looking at Lin Chao's grimacing look, Pang Wanyan secretly felt satisfied. Previously, Lin Chao lowered himself to apologize ardently and pay compensation. Out of consideration for the overall situation, Pang Wanyan grudgingly forgave him. But this matter of losing an arm had always been a knot in his heart. Plus, listening to Yi Yuan mention about the soul jade, Pang Wanyan was naturally even more displeased in his heart. But looking at Lin Chao's expression, this extortion by Yi Yuan was rather ruthless. Pang Wanyan felt like he had gained back ground for himself, and his spirit was invigorated. This matter is settled. Senior apprentice brother Lin, are you guys going to leave on your own now? Or Yi Yuan said. Lin Chao was dazed. He immediately shook his head and said, among the 4 of us, the one with the greatest strength is me. This mystic realm is seriously too dangerous. We'll be eaten until not even remains are left if we move alone. I hope that junior apprentice brother, Yi, can let the 4 of us travel together. As if afraid of Yi Yuan objecting, Lin Chao swiftly spoke again. Rest assured, Junior Apprentice Brother Yi. To be able to obtain soul jades this trip is already a tremendous harvest. We don't want any of the natural treasures from here on. We only pray to be able to leave safely. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "We can travel together, but when we encounter problems, you must help out equally. If I find out that you guys are secretly conserving strength or purposely hindering us, I'll invite you all to leave immediately." Lin Chao hurried said, "That's of course." Yi Yuan's words directly cut off any possibilities of the Four Purple Mansion's sect people fists. Plusing in troubled waters. Lin Chao knew that it was simply an impossible matter to want to play mind games in front of this person. Just like that, the party continued advancing towards the depths of the mystic realm. After several days, the party walked out of a dense fog forest. Luckily, Yi Yuan was here, or else we won't be able to walk out of this ghastly place even if we walked until we die. This confounding mist forest is boundless. We simply don't know where the end lies. It's actually an enormous entrapping formation. The person who laid out this entrapment formation truly has horrifying strength. Yeah, this mystic realm is very bizarre. Many places have man-made vestiges, but at the same time seem like naturally formed. It makes people confounded whether it's real or fact. This confounding mist forest was an enormous entrapping formation. It was cut from the same cloth as the type that Yi Yuan previously set up to deal with a high-clarity sect. If the average person got caught in this forest, they could never leave for the rest of their lives. Moreover, this confounding mist forest was filled with jeopardies everywhere. It was a land of absolute perils. It was all thanks to Yi Yuan that all of them could walk out with only fear and no danger. And at this time, the eyes that Lin Chao looked at Yi Yuan with underwent another change. This young man was seriously too mysterious. He was simply even stranger than this mystic realm. This confounding mist forest. Even if that heavenly sky sect quasi-tier 4 formation master were in here, it would not be possible to bring everyone out of there safe and sound like this. But Yi Yuan did it. Their group of 12 people walked for a day and night in this confounding mist forest and did not even hurt a single strand of hair. Lin Chao did not believe that this was their luck being good. Body would have such good luck. To be able to do it to such an extent was definitely because Yi Yuan was extremely well-versed in array formation's path. But Yi Yuan was clearly only 15 or 16 years old. How could he possibly have such profound array Dao attainments? The doubts in Lin Chao's heart grew ever more so. And, you guys look, there are people ahead. There is also a palace there. Tianyu suddenly said. Everyone looked over. Indeed, they saw a bunch of people surrounding before a gigantic palace in groups of 2s and 3s, discussing something. But Body entered. Looks like the heavenly sky sex people. No, wait, it seems like the other sex people are all present. But their sea transformation realm experts all doesn't seem to be here. I reckon. The Tranquil Cloud sect group exchanged glances. Especially Mo Yuntian. He was unbelievably shocked in his heart. He suddenly recalled the words that Yi Yuan said to him before entering the mystic realm. It actually came true. Sweeping a glance over, other than the Heavenly Sky sect with all 3 sea transformation realm experts present, there was only the high-clarity sect's Yufeng left among the sect's sea transformation realm experts. And Yufeng was only a first-level sea transformation realm. In contrast, the Tranquil Cloud sect really became the number 2 formidable sect in the mystic realm. And this result was entirely fomented single-handedly by Yi Yuan. If they did not have Yi Yuan, even if the Tranquil Cloud sect knew that the existence of Strength Serpa's Sing Crystal Formation realm was not permitted within the mystic realm, it would also not be possible to walk until here. A single mishap, and they might even be completely annihilated. And opposite, Wu Zhao had clearly discovered the Tranquil Cloud sect group too. When he saw the Tranquil Cloud sect's lineup, he could not help being slightly amazed. The Heavenly Skies sect brought 20 over people in here this time. Even if they made ample preparations, they had also lost 5 or 6 people. They even brought a quasi-tier 4 formation master over this trip. But even so, they still lost quite a few people when crossing the confounding mist forest earlier. Of course, there were many people from the other sects inside. They were all brought over by the Tranquil Cloud Sect's formations master. But the Tranquil Cloud Sect team actually did not lose a single man. Not knowing why, thick jealousy welled up from the bottom of his heart. The Tranquil Cloud Sect walked forward for some time and converged with the other sections. Elder May has remarkable abilities to actually bring all your disciples over here without losing a single one. Anyone could hear the sourness in Wu Zhao's words, but they could empathize, because the sourness in the other sect disciples' hearts was not lesser than Wu Zhao. Mei Zhan said coolly, "Just good luck." Listening to the meaning of Elder Wu's words, could it be that you'll only be comfortable if our Tranquil Cloud sect was completely wiped out? Wu Zhao coughed dryly and said smilingly, "Not at all, not at all. I was looking at how the other sects suffered heavy casualties while only your Tranquil Cloud sect is completely intact and felt rather surprised. That's all. Could it be that your Tranquil Cloud sect knows some things about this mystic realm?" These words from Wu Zhao had the suspicions of driving a wedge between them. But this was also his habitual trick. He already used this when just having entered the mystic realm. But Mei Zhan replied, "Elder Wu is thinking too much. If we knew anything, this disciple of ours would not be missing an arm too." Everyone followed Mei Zhan's gaze and looked over. Indeed, they saw Pang Wanyan missing an arm and could not help being secretly shocked. Looking at things, the dangers that the Tranquil Cloud sect experienced did not seem to be at all lesser than the other sections. Could it really be that they were only lucky? And right then, Yu Feng could not resist jumping out. "Elder Wu, you have to stand up for our high-clarity sect. Yi Yuan, that punk, plotted and caused the death of my senior apprentice brother W.A.N.G. Our hatred with him is absolutely irreconcilable." Wu Zhao's started to make his move and said solemnly, "Elder Mei, everyone should help each other in times of need after entering this mystic realm. How can you all do such a despicable thing? As the head of the Southern Domain, my Heavenly Sky sect has to intervene a little in this matter. How about this? You cripple Yi Yuan's Dantian, and this matter will drop here." Otherwise, Wu Zhao still had half a sentence unsaid, but everyone was clear on his meaning. If the Tranquil Cloud sect did not cripple Yi Yuan, then that was becoming enemies with his Heavenly Sky sect. The Heavenly Sky sect had 3 Sea Transformation Realm Elders. Even if they could not exert Sea Transformation Realm strength, it was also not what the present Tranquil Cloud sect could be on par with. Chapter 314. Changing Countenance. Chapter 314. Changing Countenance. Seeing the Heavenly Sky sect show its stance, Yu Feng also secretly let out a sigh of relief. They were following behind others and serving them carefully this whole road in order to find Yi Yuan to take revenge today. Yu Feng knew that it was not very practical to take revenge on the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. After all, the Heavenly Sky sect still needed cannon fodders. But finding Yi Yuan alone for payback was nothing unjustifiable. Furthermore, Yu Feng could tell that Yi Yuan's status in the Tranquil Cloud sect was exceptional for sure. If Yi Yuan could be eliminated, it would absolutely be a tremendous blow to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Upon seeing the Tranquil Cloud sect appear in front of everyone without a single casualty, Yu Feng had a feeling that it would have been impossible for them to do it without Yi Yuan. With the Heavenly Sky sect's might, as long as they were willing to make a move, Yi Yuan would undoubtedly die. Humph! What right does your Heavenly Sky sect have to listen to their one-sided statement and cripple Yi Yuan? Wu Zhao, I'm telling you, it's impossible to want me to hand Yi Yuan over. Mei Zhan also had an unusually strong stance this time. Regardless whether it was the High Clarity sect or Heavenly Sky sect, they were indeed of the same virtues, wanting him to hand over the person at sight. If they did not have Yi Yuan this entire way, the Tranquil Cloud sect would have been completely wiped out long ago. If he really handed Yi Yuan over, what kind of person would he Mei Zhan be? Wu Zhao flew into a great rage when he heard that. The Tranquil Cloud sect had always lowered their eyes and been affable in front of his Heavenly Sky sect. They had never been so domineering before. Wow, gruesome grit, huh? I want to see today just what you're relying on to grow this grit. Also, your Tranquil Cloud sect better be careful after leaving the mystic realm. Su Jian. Let's weigh together just where Elder May's resolve came from. As he spoke, Wu Zhao and another elder called Su Jian were about to join hands to deal with Mei Zhan. The Heavenly Sky sect's overbearingness was not without reason. Their strength was formidable, and they could send out 3 Sea Transformation Realm Elders casually. To other sects, Sea Transformation Realm experts were remarkably precious. Hence, the vast majority of sects only sent 1 Sea Transformation Realm Elder to explore the mystic realm this time. One of the reasons was primarily still because they feared that this mystic realm would be too dangerous and that their Sea Transformation Realm Elders would fall in here. After all, even a 9th level crystal formation realm died in this mystic realm. Sending Sea Transformation Realm Elders over, they might not be able to retreat unscathed either. It was very evident that these sect masters' cautiousness made sense, because there were already 5 sects without Sea Transformation Realm Elders now. With Wu Zhao and Su Jiang joining hands, Mei Zhan immediately felt the pressure surge. How could he handle 2 people from the other side alone? Let alone the other side's headcount was many more than this side. Elder Wu, if you're in the mood to throw your weight around here, why not rack your brain and think about how to enter this palace? Yi Yuan voiced out timely. Upon hearing these words, Wu Zhao's expression involuntarily changed. Yi Yuan's words had plainly K his sore spot. The reason why this large group of people were pacing around and not advancing was that they could not enter this main hall. Anyone could tell that there was definitely good stuff inside the main hall, but it was all futile if they could not enter. You can actually see through the truth and false of this main hall. Wu Zhao exclaimed in shock. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What can't be seen? Isn't there a number of ash piles over there? It should have been left behind when you were forcefully barging into the main hall before, right?" Wu Zhao was shaken and thought to himself that this boy had a very scrupulous mind to actually notice even this. Humph! This main hall has an extremely powerful array formation guarding it. Even if we can utilize our full strength, we can't enter too. Listening to what you mean, could it be that you have some means? Wu Zhao said with a cold snort. Yufeng panicked when he heard this and hurriedly said, "Elder Wu, don't listen to this punk's nonsense. What method can he, a puny little spirit condensation realm, have?" Previously, Senior Apprentice Brother G listened to his flowery words. That's how he fell for his wicked ruse. Wu Zhao's face turned icy as he said, "Does this old fellow need you to gesture here and there on how to do things?" Yufeng's words made Wu Zhao very displeased. Comparing him to a dead person, was this a good comparison? Lacking any judgment, he was foolish enough to be struck by lightning and still wanted to blame others for setting up a trap. Moreover, they were at a loss on what to do outside the main gate now. What if this boy really had a way? Wouldn't it be severing their own prospects? The High Clarity sect lost several more disciples on the way. Now, there was barely any left. Yufeng obviously did not dare to argue with Wu Zhao. He could only shut his mouth sensibly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "What are you saying, Elder Wu? Just as this elder you said, what method can I, a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist, have?" At this time, the more Yi Yuan intentionally made himself easier to knead, the more Wu Zhao felt that Yi Yuan knew something, because he simply had no way of entering. Finally reached here after much difficulty, he could not just turn back around, right? It was very clear that this palace was this mystic realm's greatest treasure. Entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed? How would he explain to the sect master when he gets back? Yi Yuan, if you really have a way to let us enter, my Heavenly Sky sect can let bygones be bygones about the matter previously. Yi Yuan hurriedly said, "Don't. You should just fuss about it. Cripple what needs to be crippled and kill what you want. Please don't be courteous with me. You, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Wu Zhao was so enraged by Yi Yuan that his face turned green. With his status, talking like this was already conscientiously giving Yi Yuan a great deal of face. Who knew that this boy would not buy it at all? He was just about to blow his top when that formation master elder went up and whispered, "Senior apprentice Brother Wu, perhaps this boy really knows something." "And how so?" Wu Zhao asked puzzledly. This grand array in front of their eyes had clearly already said the limits of his junior's abilities. One to go in was impossible. Before this junior of his arrived in front of the main hall, he completely had not discovered that there was a grand array here. Everyone was only abruptly shocked awake when those few disciples were burnt to ashes by that grand array. The confound mist forest is also a humongous entrapment formation. It's pure luck that we can walk out of there. But this group of people walked out completely without a scratch, which shows that there is definitely an able man among them. This boy has nothing to fear. I'm afraid that he has real ability. Wu Zhao listened and thought to himself that this was really the case. When they had just entered the mystic realm, Li Zhongyu even reminded him to eliminate Yi Yuan, but he did not take it to heart. But such a long time after entering the mystic realm, Yi Yuan, this brat, was really quite odd. Could it be the grand array that even a quasi-tier 4 formations master had no way of seeing? This boy really had a way? With his thought up to here, Wu Zhao sucked in a deep breath, eased his tone, and said to Yi Yuan, just now, it was me who didn't make clear of the situation and was rather one-sided. I apologize to you." Wu Zhao was advanced in years. His skin was already tempered into steel long ago, changing face faster than flipping a book. It was just that this face change of his also changed the color on Yu Feng's face. "Elder Wu, we had a deal. Are you trying to break your word now?" Yu Feng said furiously. Wu Zhao shot him a nonchalant glance and said, "What deal did we have? Did I promise you anything?" W.A.N.G. Fan, that moron, failed to even handle a spirit condensation realm. If he's dead, then he's dead. What's there to feel pity for? Chapter 315, Absolute Blaze Barrier. Chapter 315, Absolute Blaze Barrier. Yu Feng was so incensed that his chest was about to explode. They followed and waited on the heavenly sky sect carefully this entire trip to blaze a trail with no gains, and even lost quite a number of disciples. What they exchanged for was this outcome. Cooperating with the heavenly sky sect was indeed asking a tiger for its skin. "Elder Wu, are you trying to tear down the bridge after crossing the river?" Yu Feng had a dark face, his chest rising and falling like bellows. Evidently, this feeling of being cheated already enraged him to the limits. But Wu Zhao was indifferent as he said nonchalantly, "Tearing the bridge after crossing the river? Have we crossed the river yet?" Yu Feng nearly jumped up. The crossing the river that Wu Zhao was talking about was naturally referring to this palace before their eyes. However, were their contributions previously worth nothing? Yu Feng really wanted to fight it out with the Heavenly Sky sect. But in the end, reason took the upper hand. Finding the Heavenly Sky sect to risk his life for revenge was no different from courting death. Even if the 7 great sects allied together, they might not gain an advantage either. Good, very good. This loss, Yu Feng accept it. But I've also remembered this grudge. Harumph. Yu Feng forcefully pressed down the rage in his heart and let out a fierce sentence. Except, even he himself did not believe he had any chances of avenging this grudge. There was no way in this mystic realm. It was even more out of the question after exiting the mystic realm. Although the High Clarity sect was considerably stronger than the Tranquil Cloud sect, compared to the Heavenly Sky sect, it was much weaker. Wu Zhao was disinclined to bother with Yu Feng too. What was most pressing for him now was entering this palace. Martial Nephew Yi, it was this elder's fault for any offense previously. If you have any way of entering the palace, please share. Wu Zhao lowering his status like this, and even his form of address towards Yi Yuan becoming so dear to the point it could be considered doing what others could not do. Yi Yuan saw that the heat was about there, but said with a smile, "The Heavenly Sky sect is indeed worthy of being the Southern Domain's #1 great sect. Elder Wu Tolerance Serpa. SES others. Yi Yuan admires you. Wu Zhao could obviously tell that Yi Yuan's words had a hidden meaning, but he stroked his beard and said with a laugh, "Not at all. Martial nephew Yi flatters me." Yi Yuan smiled and did not say anything. He slowly walked towards the main hall, scaring Wu Zhao and the rest until their face changed color. "Martial nephew Yi, don't walk forward anymore. Danger!" Wu Zhao cried out in shock. But Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to it and continued walking ahead. Wu Zhao and that formation master exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, could this boy be a fool? Perfectly aware that there was a large array ahead and still colliding into it. But watching Yi Yuan gradually approach closer, their hearts also leaped to their throats. What was this boy trying to do? Right at this moment, Yi Yuan suddenly stood still, while that initially calm air suddenly had ripples circulating with brilliance. An invisible barrier actually appeared. Wu Zhao's and everyone's pupils shrunk. Only now did they get a clear view of this large array's true colors. A humongous light veil, an amberlight barrier, surrounded the main hall completely without any gaps at all. That light veil flowed with brilliant lights, looking very stunning. But everyone knew that an enormous danger was hidden behind this beauty. Through this amberlight barrier, Yi Yuan could see clearly that 3 large words, Eternal Splendor Palace, was written on that palace's main gate. This palace's aura was magnificent. Just by looking at the exterior, it appeared rather run down. One look, and you could tell that it had experienced the baptism of time. But this Eternal Splendor Palace was still seeping with an extraordinary aura all over the place. As long as a martial artist came here, they would surely not be able to resist that kind of temptation. And if they were not someone who was extremely proficient in array formations, they would not be able to even enter the gate. Yi Yuan turned around and looked at Wu Zhao with a smile as he said, "This grand array's name is Absolute Blaze Barrier, a high-rank tier 4 with extremely horrifying power. Even if a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse entered, it would be certain death too." Wu Zhao and the rest were all dumbfounded with shock. Certain death for Soul Sea Realm powerhouses. What kind of concept was that? In the entire southern domain, the strongest person was only a Soul Sea Realm. That was also to say that no one in the entire southern domain could pass through this large array called Absolute Blaze Barrier. Just this large array completely cut off all of the southern domain's martial artists outside. The Heavenly Sky sect had a tier 4 formation master too. But even if he came here, it would probably be to no avail too. Then, does martial nephew Yi have a way to pass through this grand array? Wu Zhao asked on tenterhooks. High-rank tier 4 grand array was also considered an extremely terrifying existence to the southern domain's number 1 great sect, the Heavenly Sky sect. Yi Yuan did not speak. He turned around, raised his leg, and just took a step forward. Yi Yuan, Wu Zhao, and Mei Jun nearly jumped up, because Yi Yuan's figure entered that iridescent flowing light barrier, just like that, and disappeared. He isn't exterminated by the Grand Array, right? Isn't this boy too rash? This is a tier 4 Grand Array. He entered directly just like that? Wrong. When those people entered previously, they were burnt into ashes by extremely powerful flames. But there is no reaction at all from that boy entering. The crowd who did not understand the inside story all started guessing. They did not know what happened. Wu Zhao really wanted to follow Yi Yuan and walk him like this, but he did not have the guts. Thinking back and forth, he was incessantly conflicted. But right then, that barrier moved again. Yi Yuan's profile appeared in front of everyone once more. When everybody saw this scene, they were all clicking their tongue and marveling. This spirit condensation realm boy is really G. Oh, delay. That is a high tier 4 grand array. He entered and exited like it was flat ground. Where did Tranquil Cloud sect find such a monster? If they were to develop like this, what will the southern domain have to do with us? I reckon that the ones who are the most worried aren't us, right? The Heavenly Sky sect will most likely think of ways to eliminate this boy after exiting this mystic realm. Of course, the prerequisite is that they can leave first. It was evident that everyone also knew that this eternal splendor palace was not an easy place. Barring no accidents, it was likely riddled with dangers. Yi Yuan called out to Wu Zhao. The absolute blaze barrier looks to be only one thin layer. In reality, there are innumerable twists and turns inside the array formation, far from as easy as it looks from the outside. This place is the absolute blaze barrier's sole life gate. If you want to enter, follow in my footsteps. Don't take a single misstep, or else bear the consequences yourself. Wu Zhao pondered for a moment and said to the formation master, Junior apprentice Brother Yu Yang, I'll have to trouble you to follow Yi Yuan closely. We'll follow you and walk. This formation master was called Zhao Yuyang, a quasi-tier 4 formation master from the Heavenly Sky sect. Formation masters normally had very high status in sects, because they all basically bore the mission of the sect's final line of defense. Once the sect protecting Grand Formation was broken, the sect would not be far from annihilation either. Zhao Yuyang's status in the Heavenly Sky sect could be imagined. Letting him follow Yi Yuan and walk at this time was actually also taking on an enormous risk, because Zhao Yuyang's understanding of this array formation completely cannot compare to Yi Yuan. Once Yi Yuan played a dirty trick, he would naturally be the first to bear the brunt. But this time, Wu Zhao could not think of any other method too. Musing for a moment, Zhao Yuyang nodded and followed Yi Yuan. But Wu Zhao said to Mei Zhan at this time, Your tranquil cloud sect disciples and our heavenly sky sect disciples. One person follows another person. Elder Mei, the two of us cover the rear. Chapter 3:16. Entering the formation. Chapter 3:16. Entering the formation, this Wu Zhao was apparently a cautious person too, making the Heavenly Sky sect disciples and the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples enter the Grand Array in turns. Even if Yi Yuan wanted to play any tricks, it was also impossible to bring everyone away, sparing the rat to save the dishes. This was taking the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples as hostages. Everyone understood the prowess of the formation. As long as they took a single wrong step, they could be burnt to ashes. If Yi Yuan really played some tricks, the Heavenly Sky sect could fling the fire on the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples too. Mei Zhan was just thinking of refuting when Yi Yuan's voice transmitted into his mind. Elder Mei, just do as they say. Otherwise, they won't set their mind at ease to follow me. Regarding Yi Yuan, Mei Zhan already unconditionally trusted him. He just responded coolly with 2 words, got it. Then he said to Mo Yun Tian as if nothing had happened, just do as Elder Wu says. Otherwise, he would probably feel uneasy even when eating and sleeping. Yun Tian, you follow Elder Zhao then. The rest all follow. Wu Zhao was also disinclined to haggle over the sarcasm in Mei Zhan's words. He still had to do this kind of necessary precaution. Otherwise, wouldn't he be counting money for others after being sold? And being able to lower his stance to invite Yi Yuan to make a move did not represent that he could trust Yi Yuan, let alone that the Heavenly Sky sect and Tranquil Cloud sect's relation was far from amicable. But he already made the decision in his heart. He must find an opportunity to finish Yi Yuan off, letting this boy continue developing. The future would definitely be the Heavenly Sky sect's nightmare. After the Heavenly Sky sect side finished preparing, Yi Yuan lead the way in. His figure entered the absolute blaze barrier once again and vanished from sight. Zhao Yin did not dare delay and followed closely behind, also disappearing in front of everyone. Next was Mo Yuntan, the Heavenly Sky sect disciples and Tranquil Cloud sect disciples. Just like this, they entered the Grand Array one after another. The other sect disciples exchanged glances and also followed in after the 2 sects entered. They already had no other choices. They could only brave the jeopardies and the large formation. In front was the absolute blaze barrier. Behind was the boundless, confounding mist forest. With Zhao Yuyan leading, there was simply no way for these people to walk out of the confounding mist forest, let alone leaving the mystic realm. They could only follow Yi Yuan if they wanted to strive for this slim chance of survival. Yu Feng's expression was very ugly. He had similarly fallen into a very awkward situation now. Seeing as the people became increasingly lesser, if everybody went in and he did not, then he could only wait to die here, because they had no way of catching up to the footsteps of the person in front. Finally, Yufeng gritted his teeth and said to the disciples, "Go." Zhao Yuyang followed Yi Yuan closely and did not dare to even take a single wrong step. As a formation master, he could better understand the dangers of this large formation. As he followed Yi Yuan, he also studied this large formation. As a formation master, his infatuation with array formations was not beneath alchemists. And whether he could understand this grand array or not involved whether the Heavenly Sky sect could leave this grand array safely or not. This also made Zhao Yuyang feel gravely responsible. Study it, just to understand and not crack the grand array. Zhao Yuyang had to follow according to the route Yi Yuan walked to deduce this grand array's escape route. The reason why Wu Zhao made him follow Yi Yuan, the goal laid here. Yi Yuan obviously would not explain to him the mysteries of this grand array. He could only rely on himself. As Zhao Yuyang followed Yi Yuan's footsteps tightly, the calculations in his brain were also operating at his limits. High Tier 4 Grand Array, it was simply impossible for him to understand if he did not risk his life. If he was outside the array formation, even if he was given 3 or 5 years, he might not be able to understand this Grand Array either. But now that Yi Yuan was leading the way in front, it was different. What Yi Yuan walked was indeed the life gate. Zhao Yuyang could see this point when he entered the Grand Array. Hence, the process of Yi Yuan walking was also saving a portion of this Grand Array's iceberg for Zhao Yuyang, cracking the entire Grand Array, unless Zhao Yuyang could advance to become a Tier 4 Formation Master. Otherwise, it was essentially impossible. But if it were just finding the life gate, the difficulty would drop drastically. Of course, if Yi Yuan were not leading the way ahead, this would be an impossible task for Zhao Yuyang. Furthermore, this mission of following Yi Yuan to seek out the Grand Array's life gate, it also had tremendous benefits to Zhao Yuyang once he could complete it. Rays of light filled the skies of the Grand Array. Iridescent colors circulated, looking exquisitely beautiful. Yi Yuan strolled leisurely like in a courtyard, as if walking out of this Grand Array was a piece of cake to him. In truth, it was indeed a very simple matter. In his previous life, Ji Qingyan was a Tier 9 Formation Master. Although it was only auxiliary, Tier 4 formations truly did not pose much difficulty to him. This absolute blaze barrier might be extremely powerful in the Endless World's southern domain, but placed in the Divine Realm, it was nothing. Tier 4 Formation Masters in the Divine Realm, one grab, and there would be a large bunch. If Yi Yuan could not even crack this kind of array formations, then he might as well find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. Zhao Yuyang followed Yi Yuan at every step, but did not notice that Yi Yuan's footsteps were becoming progressively faster. His entire mind was placed on the absolute blaze barrier, and he simply did not have spare time to consider other things. But the computing in his brain was clearly unable to keep up. Zhao Yuyang did not feel it, but the people behind clearly detected it. Yi Yuan, why are you walking faster and faster? Slow down. Wu Zhao shouted at the top of his voice. Wu Zhao was shouting, but he had no choice but to increase his pace to catch up. If he got lost, then he could only wait to die. But Yi Yuan ignored him and walked faster and faster. After entering the absolute blaze barrier, it was not up to Wu Zhao anymore. Zhao Yuyang had already entered an infatuated state currently and did not hear even Wu Zhao shouting. All the way until Yi Yuan vanished to the next node, and Zhao Yuyang stepped on the footprint Yi Yuan left behind prior to this, was he shocked awake. En? What's going on? Where's Yi Yuan? Zhao Yuyang looked left and right, but could not find Yi Yuan's silhouette anymore. Wu Zhao gnashed his teeth in hatred and said to Mei Zhen with a cold sneer, "Ha ha, that boy abandoned you all and escaped alone. Elder Mei, you all taught a fine disciple." But Mei Zhen said composedly, "I think you can also tell that there's no harm even if all of us die here. As long as Yi Yuan can exit alive, why will my tranquil cloud sect need to fear your heavenly sky sect in the future. Evidently, Meijun did not have much hope either. This was a Tier 4 array formation. It was already very impressive that Yi Yuan could try to rescue everyone from the Tranquil Cloud sect under the double teaming from the Heavenly Sky sect disciples was something virtually impossible. Wu Zhao's expression involuntarily choked. His beard billowed as he glared and said, "Harumph, do you think that Sect Master will wait for the day that your Tranquil Cloud sect rises? However, I'll eradicate you all first before talking. With Yang here, we might not be unable to walk out of this grand array." When Wu Zhao said this, every sect's disciples were inwardly alarmed. Could this Heavenly Sky sect be conniving something? Wu Zhao was just about to make a move when he noticed a blur in front of him. Meijun's figure actually vanished before his eyes, just like that. Same as Meijun, every single onf of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples vanished in a thin air, just like that. Chapter 317, Incurring Public Wrath. Chapter 317, Incurring Public Wrath. With a swoosh, 7 figures appeared in a stretch of empty S.P.A.C. What happened? Yi Yuan, is that you? Tian Yu shouted right after landing on the ground. Right at this moment, there was a blur before everyone's eyes. Yi Yuan's silhouette appeared out of the void in front of them. Tian Yu said in elation when he saw him, "Yi Yuan, it's really you." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Who else can it be except me?" Meijun asked in bafflement. This array formation is abnormally profound. Being able to escape by yourself is already very hard. How did you do it? Meijun knew very well in his heart, for Zhao Yuyang to be able to lead everyone out of the confounding mist forest, his array Dao standards could be seen at a glance. Even if Yi Yuan's array Dao level was more impressive than Zhao Yuyang's, being able to find the life gate when facing a high tier 4 grand array was already the limit, right? But looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, how is this his limit? Great Master's knowledge reaches the heaven. He is extremely proficient in array Dao as well. Since I know the name of this absolute blaze barrier, what difficulty is there in cracking it? Yi Yuan said. Meijun was thoroughly speechless. What looked to be extremely profound to him was treated as foundational studies to others. What is this called? This was called losing on the starting line. Yi Yuan, then what about the other sect's people? Meijun could not help asking. Yi Yuan said calmly, "They have no great enmity or deep-seated hatred with me, so I left them a slim chance of survival. As for whether or not they can walk out alive, that will have to depend on their fortunes. All right, we can exit the formation by walking over there. Let's go." After Yi Yuan and the Tranquil Cloud sect's people disappeared, the other people in the Grand Array were already all muddled up and in a mess. That punk is truly too abominable. To actually leave so many of us in the Grand Array to run our own course. When did such a monster appear in the Tranquil Cloud sect? If he can grow up, our Southern Domain setup will most likely have changes. Your mum, you're still in the mood to bother with the Southern Domain setup? We're currently trapped in the Grand Array. As long as we move slightly, we'll be burnt to ashes. You should think about how to get out. That punk better pray to not let me catch him. Otherwise, I'll make him regret being born into this world. The one speaking was a 3rd-level crystal formation realm martial artist. Everyone looked at him like he was an idiot. Even if Yi Yuan was an ordinary 8th-level spirit condensation realm, that would have to wait until everybody got out first. Much less at this time, anyone was aware that Yi Yuan was not an ordinary spirit condensation realm martial artist. All shut up for me. Wu Zhao bellowed with essence energy. With a shout, everyone indeed quieted down. Wu Zhao shouted to Zhao Yuyang from behind. "Yuyang, how is it? Can you find a way out?" Ever since discovering Yi Yuan's disappearance, he had been lost in thought. He only opened his mouth when he heard Wu Zhao's yell at this time and said, "I can give it a shot, but I don't have absolute assurance." Hearing Zhao Yuyang's words, everyone perked up their spirits. The hope of leaving was now all entrusted on Zhao Yuyang's body. "All right, everybody shut your mouth for me now. Yuyang, you lead the way. If you have any needs, just say." Wu Zhao was also cutting off all means of retreat now. Yi Yang nodded, but his mind started spinning at high speeds once again. His deduction of the Grand Array had never stopped since he followed Yi Yuan and walked until now. But currently, he already had some gains. One could say that Yi Yuan bringing him from the life gate and walking until here was equivalent to revealing a corner of this Grand Array's iceberg in front of him. And what he wanted to do now was to deduce the remaining portions. This job, Yi Yuan had already helped him do the better part of it. But even this lesser part was not so easy to complete for Zhao Yuyang. Indeed, after walking safely for over a dozen steps, Zhao Yuyang stopped. His brows were locked lightly as he pondered for a long time. Everybody held their breaths and stared at him. But Zhao Yuyang stood like this for an hour without moving. After an hour, Zhao Yuyang turned around and said helplessly, "Senior apprentice Brother Wu, it's a crossroad ahead. One path is life, one path is death. With my abilities, I really can't differentiate them. We only have a 50% chance." At this time, Zhao Yuyang was everyone's hope. If he was exterminated from taking a wrong step, then everybody only had the option to wait and die. When Wu Zhao heard this, he asked, "How should the two paths be taken?" Zhao Yuyang casually gave an explanation about the crossroad. Wu Zhao lifted a low-level crystal formation realm martial artist without a word and threw him over. Then, under everyone's eyes, that martial artist was burnt to ashes. Everybody sucked in a cold breath. This move from Wu Zhao caught them unawares. Everyone did not react to it. That disciple was only at the early stage crystal formation realm. He simply had no way of resisting under Wu Zhao's hands. "Wu Zhao, why do you have to use my junior for pathfinding?" The dead person's senior was unbelievably furious. Wu Zhao looked at him coldly and said in a solemn voice, "Sacrificing him alone to exchange for a way out for so many of us. What inappropriate about it? If you feel unresigned about it, you can scout on your own. You can give it a shot how far out you can walk yourself." That senior involuntarily choked up, but he tried to argue through sophistry. Then, "What right do you have to grab my junior?" But Wu Zhao said something that made everyone's hearts chill. "From now onwards, if my junior apprentice Brother Yuyang encounters such things again, your 6 great sects will take turns to send someone out to scout ahead. Hence, you guys best pray that you can pick the survival path." But right then, Yu Feng sneered coldly and said, "Why should our 6 sects all send people out except for your Heavenly Sky sect?" Wu Zhao looked at him indifferently and said, "A junior apprentice Brother Yuyang came from our sect. Isn't that enough? If there was no him, would you guys dare to take a single step forward? There's never a free lunch in this world. Of course, you people can also not send anyone out. But please don't follow us. Otherwise, don't blame me for being discourteous." The great sects did not speak again this time. It was very clear that this was their only way out. They had no other alternatives. But Wu Zhao's unyieldingness made the 6 great sects produce a mentality of being bound by a common hatred for the same enemy. Wu Zhao obviously knew this too, but he did not care. Now, there was only the Tranquil Cloud sect that could threaten him. He did not mind what the other sect opinions were. A light flashed. The party of 8 finally walked out from the absolute blaze barrier Grand Array. Upon exiting, all the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples heaved a sigh of relief. Inside this high-tier 4 Grand Array, that sort of majestic pressure crushed them until they felt asphyxiated. Yi Yuan lifted his head and looked at Eternal Splendor Palace, these 3 words. An inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart. This sect was surely a very powerful sect in the endless world in the past. But with the passing of time, the people were gone and the chambers empty. It was just like his father's Medicine King Hall. Be careful, seniors. This Eternal Splendor Palace is most likely not so easy to enter. This place is filled with dangers everywhere. I'm also unaware of what there is, Yi Yuan reminded. Finished talking, he took the lead and stepped up. Plussing open the palace's main gates. Chapter 318, Sword Puppets. Chapter 318, Sword Puppets. A desolate main hall, dim lighting, serene emptiness, and pressing cold air. SSS. This grim place makes my hair stand on its ends. Tianyu spoke. A gust of icy wind blew over, making him shudder. This main hall has array formations surrounding it. Although it's deserted for a long time, it's untouched by any specks of dust. I think that this sect had extraordinary foundations back then in the array formations path. From the inside to the outside of the entire mystic realm, there were virtually large formations guarding, especially that heavenly thunder gold lock formation. It was also an extremely powerful existence among Tier 5 grand arrays. The southern domain is withered and decayed in terms of array formations path. Only a large sect like the Heavenly Sky sect can nurture Tier 4 formation masters. But their Tier 4 formation masters are seriously too weak when compared to this sect. Mei Jun sighed with admiration. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Everyone, be more careful. Maybe some kind of danger also exists in this main hall." Actually, without needing Yi Yuan's reminder, how could the others dare to lower their guard after experiencing so much in the mystic realm? "Yi Yuan, look over there. There's a painting." Tianyu suddenly shouted. Yi Yuan nodded. He saw the painting too. On the outside, he was expressionless, but on the inside, a myriad of profanities coursed through his mind. He was all too familiar with the person in the painting. The person in the painting had a sage-like demeanor and was elegant and suave. It was just that the young man's face had some discrepancies with the person Yi Yuan knew. However, Yi Yuan recognized him at a single glance. The person in the painting was precisely the younger version of the Tier 9 formations emperor, Lu Linfeng. And Lu Linfeng also had another Tli, which was one of the divine realm's 10 great divine kings. Grand Yin Divine King. The 10 great divine kings were people who all developed their respective domains to the limits. Although each of their developmental directions was different, they had a common point, which was transcendent strength. Lu Linfeng could rely on the formation's path to occupy a position in the 10 great divine kings. One could see just how high his attainments in array Dao was. F***CK, his grandmother. No wonder I had a familiar feeling when I entered the mystic realm. After SCREWING around for so long, this sect is actually the Tao teachings that Lu Linfeng, that loser, left behind. It's just that he probably never imagined that his Tao teachings had already been eradicated for D knows how many years. Unexpected. Oh, how unexpected. That loser actually came from the endless world, while I reincarnated in his native land. For a moment, Yi Yuan was filled with endless emotions in his heart. After causing a disturbance in this mystic realm for quite some time, turned out that this was the Tao teachings left behind by an old acquaintance. Such a pity. Your disciples and followers are no longer around. Otherwise, I'll definitely discipline them properly on your behalf to vent this frustration in my chest. Yi Yuan thought to himself gloomily. The martial arts world never used age to determine seniority, but used strength to rank seniority. Back then, Ji Qingyun was the youngest among the divine realm's divine king powerhouses. But his alchemy Tao strength reigned supreme in that era. Only his father Ji Xingyang and one or two of those old fellows from the alchemist association could suppress him by a head. Hence, Yi Yuan had always interacted with the 10 great divine kings as the same generation. But this Grand Yin divine king, Lu Linfeng, was an old demon that had already lived for several thousand years. Speaking of it, Yi Yuan and Lu Linfeng even had a not-too-minor grudge. That old punk used his formation's Path 9 scripts as a bet back, then to goad Yi Yuan into competing in the formation's path with him. The result was that Yi Yuan suffered a cruise. Plussing defeat and obediently refined 3 Tier 9 medicinal pills for him. 3 high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pills. Yi Yuan refined until he was on the verge of vomiting blood back, then before he managed to refine 3 high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pills. In the end, that fellow sent over a sentence. Haha. Let's bet again next time if we have the opportunity. At that time, Ji Qingyun nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Although Ji Qingyun was also a Tier 9 formation master, compared to the Grand Yin Divine King, the gap was naturally not an ordinary kind of big. But Yi Yuan remembered this unprecedented shame until now. Now, he actually accidentally stumbled into Lu Linfeng's old nest, but had no way of bullying his disciples and followers. This made Yi Yuan very depressed. Yi Yuan, what's with you? Is it possible that you recognize the person in that painting? Pang Wanyan's words interrupted Yi Yuan's thoughts. Yi Yuan came around and coughed dryly, saying, "That fellow looks so ugly. Why would I know him?" Pang Wanyan looked at the painting and was somewhat puzzled. The person in the painting looked elegant and suave. How was this ugly? But he looked at Yi Yuan again. Seems like his looks was indeed slightly worse compared to Yi Yuan's. Pretty boys all had such confidence. This old punk, wait until I storm back to the divine realm. I'll definitely find you to avenge my previous disgrace. Yi Yuan said hatefully in his heart. But before he finished venting in his heart, he heard a creak. Du Cheng actually stepped on a stone board. That stone board sunk slightly. Everyone's heart also sunk down. No one had yet to react when the 18 statues originally in the corners of the main hall actually moved at the same time. This time, the basket was really poked hard. Every person all saw these 18 statues right after entering the gate. They even thought that they were only stone sculptures. But currently, the outer appearances of those 18 statues actually all fell off, revealing brown skin. Apart from the skin being different from humans, these 18 statues were actually indistinguishable from humans. Yi Yuan initially also thought that these were ordinary statues. But at this present moment, another myriad of profanities coursed through his mind again. Sword puppets. 18 sword puppets. Lu Linfeng, that old punk, loved to fiddle with such toys. When he saw these sword puppets, Yi Yuan knew that this was definitely left behind before that old punk ascended. The so-called sword puppets were actually doll puppets that used essence crystals to activate. Fortunately, these sword puppets should be the works from Lu Linfeng's early years, only having Tier 3 strength. If it were the toys from after he had ascended, then it would be the end today. Everyone would have to die here. Yi Yuan had seen before some Tier 9 sword puppets at Lu Linfeng's place. They were powerful. Furthermore, what Lu Linfeng was strongest in array formations. He could match Divine King powerhouses by using sword puppets to set up a sword formation. Yi Yuan even wanted to ask for a few to play with back then. But that old punk was stingy as L, and was unwilling to give even one. Lu Linfeng, our grudge is growing bigger and bigger. You wait for me to head back to the divine realm to take care of you. Yi Yuan was so furious that his face was contorted. The 18 sword puppets were swift in action and surrounded Yi Yuan's group of 8 together very quickly. Though these sword puppets only had Tier 3 strength, Yi Yuan knew that these 18 sword puppets definitely would not fight separately. Wanting to break them one by one was impossible. Want to destroy these sword puppets? The only way was to crack the formation. Elder Mei, seniors, don't move randomly. In a while when we fight, you all listen to my command. Please do not make your own decisions. Yi Yuan said. Hearing Yi Yuan being so solemn, everyone also felt secretly alarmed. They originally thought that with Mei Zhen and Mo Yuntian around, these Tier 3 puppets were not much of a threat. But looking at it now, it seemed like that was not the case. Chapter 319, Lesser 9 Revolutions, Interlocking Formation. Chapter 319, Lesser 9 Revolutions, Interlocking Formation. The 18 sword puppets' bodies I plus feeded. Mei Zhen and the rest immediately felt a powerful pressure. But when Yi Yuan saw this scene, his expression changed. Yi Yuan, is this sword formation? Why do I feel like each one of these guys suddenly became much stronger? But looking at their auras, it's merely late-stage crystal formation realm. Tian Yu asked with a baffled look. Yi Yuan's expression had a rarely seen somberness as he said solemnly, Tier 3 sword formation, lesser 9 revolutions, interlocking formation. Tian Yu did not notice Yi Yuan's face and only heard Tier 3 formation. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Turns out that it's only a Tier 3 formation. That's good, that's good. Go my asterisk SS." Yi Yuan could not resist throwing out a curse word. He said, "Although these 18 sword puppets only have late-stage crystal formation realm strength, under the augmentation of the sword formation, their combat strength definitely do not lose out to the full-powered Elder May." "What did you say? You meant that these 18 sword puppets' strength is comparable to 3rd-level C transformation realm? How is this possible?" Tian Yu had a look of disbelief. C transformation realm martial artists versus crystal formation realm martial artists was complete cruise. Plusing. It simply could not be made up for using numbers. Forget about 18 9th level crystal formation realms. Even 28 or 38 could not possibly win a 1st level C transformation realm martial artist. But now, Yi Yuan said that the formation formed by these 18 sword puppets could clash head-on with a 3rd level C transformation realm martial artist. Wasn't such an increment a little too terrifying? But Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, to a grandmaster of array Dao, this is nothing impossible." Yi Yuan still had half a sentence he did not say out. If the present Lu Lin Feng were called to set up the lesser 9 revolutions, interlocking formation, there would be nothing impressive about these 18 sword puppets directly crossing a major realm to face off with a 9th level C transformation realm. These sword puppets before their eyes were at most equivalent to Lu Linfeng's standards several thousand years ago, weak to the max. Although Yi Yuan disliked Lu Linfeng in every way, Yi Yuan was still secretly convinced, even though he would not agree verbally in terms of array Dao. This person's comprehension abilities in array Dao was the absolute #1 in the divine realm. His self-created formations Path 9 scripts was absolutely the dream treasure book of the array masters in the divine realm. Even Yi Yuan was unbelievably covetous. If not for this, why would he bet with Lu Linfeng? Yi Yuan was not a fool. He also knew that he was not Lu Linfeng's match. But the formation's Path 9 scripts was still tremendously alluring to Yi Yuan. In his previous life, Yi Yuan's attainments in the formation's path were second only to his alchemy path. If he could advance another step in the formation's path, perhaps he could go further along the alchemy path. But, Yi Yuan, a Tier 3 formation should not stump you, right? After all, you even walked out of a high Tier 4 Grand Array easily. And Mo Yuntian spoke. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't have full confidence." Everyone felt stifled when they heard this. Yi Yuan was like in his own home inside such a horrifying Grand Array, like the absolute blaze barrier. He actually said that he was not confident facing a Tier 3 array formation. This was seriously something inconceivable. Seemingly detecting everyone's bewilderment, Yi Yuan said, "The comprehension of formation's path is similarly divided into high and low. The same array formation can unleash completely different power in different people's hands. Although this lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation is not high rank, wanting to crack, it is extremely difficult." They all only came to a realization now that turns out this was the same logic as comprehending concepts. Except, even Yi Yuan was not confident in cracking the formation. Wouldn't everybody be in danger? Coming. Everyone's hearts tightened, only to see the long swords in those sword puppets' hands tremble. Piercingly cold sword chi stung until everyone felt very uncomfortable. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus the movements of these sword puppets were highly erratic, instantly destroying the tranquil cloud sect 8 people's formation into pieces. Yi Yuan's figure moved Das. H. I. Plussing towards Pang Wanyan's side pus. H. I. Plussing aside the long sword that came close to stabbing his back. But he yelled out, "Elder May, this place's essence energy restriction is already gone. You can deal with these sword puppets without any shackles." Mei Zhen was overjoyed when he heard that. His aura immediately skyrocketed, rising to third-level C transformation realm strength. Indeed, in this main hall, the heavenly thunder essence locking grand array was actually blocked, with Mei Zhen's formidable strength keeping things in check. The pressure on the other disciples suddenly reduced by a great deal. But even so, dangers were constantly appearing everywhere around the others, including Mo Yuntian. Now, they finally know what Yi Yuan's words meant. The might of this lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation was seriously too terrifying. Even Mo Yuntian, this late-stage crystal formation realm, also felt that he was struggling hard when facing one sword puppet. After a few rounds, they were immediately unable to withstand it. These 18 sword puppets formed pairs. Each series of attack was interlinked, simply not giving their opponents any time to catch their breath. Moreover, the attacks of these 9 teams of sword puppets actually had compounding effects. One blow was as strong as the other. Even Mei Zhen, this third-level C transformation realm, did not dare to fight head-on too. This lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation was simply infallible. Just like an integrated S attack machine. From the start, Yi Yuan was running his legs off to help support his seniors. If not for Yi Yuan, most likely, there would already be quite a few people who lost their lives under the swords of the sword puppets. Currently, in Yi Yuan's heart, he had already extended his greetings to Lu Linfeng's ancestors countless times. However, this lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation is incomparably profound. With Yi Yuan's array Dao attainments, he could also just protect himself inside the array formation. A sword puppet appeared behind Tian Yu expressionlessly, its long sword stabbing towards his back without any hesitation. Yi Yuan's gaze grew intent. He arrived by his side with a flash and pulled hard, barely avoiding this fatal blow. Even so, Tian Yu was still stabbed in the shoulder by the sword puppet. Suffering this wound, Tian Yu's strength would surely be heavily discounted. Yi Yuan was incredibly worried in his heart. At this rate, there would definitely be casualties. Yi Yuan's mind spun like a drill and knew that being civ like this was not the way. He suddenly hollered at Mei Zhen. "Elder Mei, you could defend the other seniors." Although Mei Zhen's combat strength was already full-blown at this time, he completely could not gain any advantage inside the array formation. Instead, he became more alarmed as he fought. He could sense that if he faced this array formation alone, the outcome would ultimately still be being defeated and killed. 18 late-stage crystal formation realm puppets could kill a third-level C transformation realm expert. This was simply mind-boggling. Hearing Yi Yuan's howl, Mei Zhen immediately took Yi Yuan's place without any word. While he did not know much about array formations, his realm was right there after all. Stepping in for others briefly was still feasible. "Yi Yuan, hurry up. I'm afraid that I can't hold on for too long," Mei Zhen said anxiously. The attacks of the 18 sword puppets made people's eyes go blurry. Mei Zhen could still withstand for others temporarily, but it would be hard to avoid oversight as time passed. Yi Yuan dodged a sword puppet's attack with a squat and said gravely, "Give me 10 breaths of time." Mei Zhen gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, 10 breaths." That was also the time needed to breath 10 times. Wanted to find the flaw in this array formation was truly too challenging. But Yi Yuan had no other alternatives either. He could only burn his boats. Taking in a deep breath, Yi Yuan actually shut his eyes and instantly entered the heart like still water state. Chapter 320. Moving in and out freely. Chapter 320. Moving in and out freely. Shutting his eyes, the surrounding happenings were imprinted within Yi Yuan's divine soul as extremely fine details appeared. The orbit of the 18 sword puppets, Mei Zhen, Mo Yintian, Ti Wujiu, Tian Yu Pang Wanyan. All of this and everything were so clear. The originally uncapturable traces looked so clear right now. It was just like the entire world slowed down. Unknowingly, Yi Yuan's heart like still water realm heightened again. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time trickled away. Only without Yi Yuan's tying down did Mei Jun feel the incredible pressure on him. His nerves were wounded tightly to the limits, and he did not dare to slack off in the slightest, because any easing up could cost the disciple's life. Every breath, Mei Jun felt like it was as drawn out as a century. Every breath, Mei Jun was exhausted from running around, saving this person the previous second, but the next second, das. I. Plussing to another person's side. Every breath was likewise felt endless to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's soul force spread out, capturing every movement of the 18 sword puppets. A sword attacked from behind. It was as if Yi Yuan grew eyes at the back, dodging easily with a slight tilt of his body. It was as if these 18 sword puppets formed an all-encompassing net within this area. What Yi Yuan wanted to do was to unravel this inescapable net. In a twinkle, 8 breaths of time had said. But Mei Jun had already reached his limits in this short 8 breaths of time. Clank! Mei Jun helped Du Cheng deflect a sword, but his nerves suddenly tightened, because another sword had already arrived in front of the one-armed Pang Wanyan. This lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation was unbelievably profound. Mei Jun being able to sustain for 8 breaths of time was already the limits. He was truly helpless against this sword. In Pang Wanyan's eyes, that sword enlarged continually. He used all the strength in his body to try to evade this sword, but it was already too late. Am I still going to die here after all? Pang Wanyan closed his eyes in despair. Ding! A crisp sound sounded. The sword puppet's sword was pushed aside. Pang Wanyan was stunned. He opened his eyes to take a look. Turns out that it was Yi Yuan who charged out from the side and helped him deflect this sword. Yi Yuan saved his life again. 3 steps to the left, 5 steps forward. Follow me. Don't walk incorrectly. Pang Wanyan did not have time to give thanks, yet when Yi Yuan's voice sounded beside his ears. No time to think too much. Pang Wanyan instinctively followed Yi Yuan's footsteps and walked. 3 steps to the left and 5 steps forward. A total distance of merely 8 steps, but the two of them suffered the attacks of over a dozen swords. During this process, Yi Yuan helped Pang Wanyan resolve several incidences of danger again. After 8 steps, Yi Yuan said again, "Move 2 steps back, 3 steps to the right." Pang Wanyan did not dare to delay. He continued following Yi Yuan. Just like that, after Pang Wanyan twirled around with Yi Yuan 6 times, only to see his eyes blur. There was actually no more sword puppets around him. The two of them exited the sword formation just like that. Go to one side and rest, senior apprentice Brother Pang. I'll go and bring the other seniors out. Yi Yuan did not wait for Pang Wanyan's reply. With a flash, he entered the formation again. With a few leaps and bounds, Yi Yuan arrived at Du Cheng's side. Currently, Du Cheng's body was full of sword wounds. If not for Mei Jun protecting him fervently this whole time, he would probably be a dead soul claimed by a sword already. Follow my footsteps, senior apprentice Brother Du. Take care not to get lost. Yi Yuan said. Du Cheng gritted his teeth and said, "Okay." Yi Yuan brought Du Cheng and arrived beside Tianyu in 2 or 3 steps. Then, he brought Tianyu and arrived at Ti Wujio's side. Just like that, Yi Yuan finally gathered all the seniors together. "Seniors, follow me out of the formation first. Leave the rest to me." Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought everyone to break out of the encirclement by following a set pattern. Fortunately, these sword puppets were lifeless objects and did not have their own will. Otherwise, it would not be so easy either for Yi Yuan to want to bring everyone out so smoothly. When Yi Yuan brought everybody out of the formation, the 18 sword puppets focused all of their attacks on Mei Jun. Mei Jun's exhaustion earlier was also enormous. When everybody went out, he immediately felt the pressure rise significantly. "Seniors, go rest first. I'll go and swap Elder Mei out." Yi Yuan was about to enter the formation after he finished talking. "Hang on. Yi Yuan, you want to crack the formation alone? Even Elder Mei can't handle these puppets. Can you do it alone?" Mo Yun Tian asked in surprise. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Not crack the formation. You'll know in a while. Finished talking. Yi Yuan leaped and clashed together with those sword puppets once more. Elder Mei, you exit the formation first. Leave this place to me. Yi Yuan shouted. En? You alone? Mei Zhen was flabbergasted when he heard that. Don't ask so much anymore. Follow my instructions and take your steps. 6 steps to the right, 1 step back. Yi Yuan said. Mei Zhen's trust in Yi Yuan had already reached an unconditional extent. He immediately hesitated no more and moved his feet according to Yi Yuan's instructions. With Mei Zhen's 3rd level sea transformation realm strength, wanting to charge outside was not hard as long as he knew the secret of leaving the formation. Indeed, under Yi Yuan's directions, Mei Zhen's eyes blurred, and he left the array formation. Now, there was only Yi Yuan alone left within the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. Yi Yuan looked at those expressionless sword puppets and said with a cold smile, Lu Linfeng, you miser. Today I'm going to take in all of these sword puppets of yours. Consider collecting some interest first. And also this lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation, I won't be courteous. Finished talking. Yi Yuan shut his eyes once more and entered heart like still water state. Without the impediment from his seniors, Yi Yuan could experience this lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation to his heart's content. He only used 8 breaths of time just now and barely managed to find the way out of the formation. But he was still far off from wanting to completely crack this lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. Mei Zhen and the rest already witnessed the power of this lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation, but did not know how powerful this array formation was. But Yi Yuan knew that inside Lu Linfeng's formation's Path 9 scripts, there was an array formation called Greater 9 Revolutions Profound Heaven Interlocking Formation. It was evolved from this lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. The power of the great 9 revolutions profound heaven interlocking formation was enough to slaughter over a dozen ordinary divine kings. Even when compared to the spirit bristle divine king's 9 suns burning heaven, it was not any weaker. This array formation before their eyes was only a dead object. Yi Yuan knew that if Lu Linfeng were here presiding over it, their party would simply have no chance to escape. Forget about sea transformation realm experts. Even Soul Sea realm powerhouses might not be able to escape. That was the true strength of the divine realm's 10 great divine kings. And the current Yi Yuan was actually challenging the Grand Yin divine king, Lu Linfeng, when he was young. If Yi Yuan's conjectures were correct, this array formation in front of him should have been created when Lu Linfeng was at the sea transformation realm or Soul Sea realm. Otherwise, these sword puppets would definitely not be limited to this power. Very evidently, the Lu Linfeng back then was not mature enough yet. The might of this lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation also did not reach a heaven-defined degree. But even so, it was also in existence far beyond the reach of the vast majority of people. What Yi Yuan wanted to do now was to completely comprehend this array formation and control these 18 sword puppets. Chapter 321. Comprehending Formation. Chapter 321. Comprehending Formation. These 18 sword puppets were automatically controlled by the array formation, ownerless objects. Pang Wanyin accidentally activated the array formation previously. That was why these 18 sword puppets attacked the Tranquil Cloud sect group. As long as Yi Yuan comprehended the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation fully, he would be able to control these 18 sword puppets. If Yi Yuan had these 18 sword puppets, he would have the ability to protect himself in front of sea transformation realm experts. With Yi Yuan's present strength, facing early stage and middle stage crystal formation realm martial artists should not pose a problem. But facing late stage crystal formation realm martial artists would be more challenging. As for sea transformation realm experts, Yi Yuan virtually did not have any leeway to resist. Actually, Yi Yuan had confronted quite a few sea transformation realm powerhouses. But regardless of whether it was Black Crow Old Man, Yao Qian, or W. G Fan, He drew support from environmental conditions and depended on his meticulous calculations in order to gain an advantage. If battling a sea transformation realm head-on, Yi Yuan would have no chance of winning. But with these sword puppets, it would be different. Yi Yuan could even clash with third-level sea transformation realm experts by using the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation to control them. Yi Yuan's strength was indeed not powerful. But under heart, like still water realm, he already had an initial glimpse into the door of this array formation. Currently, Yi Yuan's soul force was projected out and could capture every minute movement from the sword puppets clearly. Hence, it was very hard for these sword puppets to want to hurt him. Of course, the price of doing so was that his soul force was in the midst of being depleted rapidly. No way, right? It was unbelievably arduous for so many of us inside this array formation. Yi Yuan is doing this with ease alone inside instead? Tian Yu exclaimed in shock. Yi Yuan should have comprehended something. Otherwise, it's impossible to be so, Mei Zhen said. But what on earth is Yi Yuan trying to do? To actually bring Elder Mei out too? If there were him guiding by the side, cracking the formation with Elder Mei's strength should be promising, right? Now, he's inside all alone. How is he going to crack the formation? Tian Yu said puzzledly. Now that it came to this, we can only believe in him. This array formation is truly exceptionally powerful. By relying on a bunch of crystal formation realm puppets, even I am not a match. Mei Zhen sighed with admiration. While Yi Yuan was trapped in the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation, inside the absolute blaze barrier, Zhao Yuyang's entire head was covered in dense sweat beads. After such a long period of deduction, he was on the verge of collapsing, but he also knew that it was no longer far from the exit of the Grand Array. If he did not grit his teeth and persevere, all the benefits in the Eternal Splendor Palace would be acquired by the Tranquil Cloud sect. Hence, he was clenching his teeth in pus. Plussing on. Still missing a little more, just a little bit more. Deducing this absolute blaze barrier this time has tremendous inspiration to my formation path. As long as I can tough it out, I might have hopes of becoming a Tier 4 array master in this life. Zhao Yuyang kept on encouraging himself. Everyone held their breath as they looked at Zhao Yuyang. Walking until now, all the great sects paid a devastatingly heavy price. There were only 2 or 3 people left in some sect right now. Even the Purple Mansion sect, one person also perished among the 4 of them, burnt to ashes by the Grand Array. Zhao Yuyang took another step forward. His every step affected everyone's heart. The next instant, Zhao Yuyang's face revealed wild elation. Senior apprentice brother, I found the exit. Zhao Yuyang exclaimed in joy. Everybody's faces revealed wild excitement. This Grand Array was seriously too terrifying. One had to say that them being able to escape with their lives was by luck. Wu Zhao was similarly overjoyed as he said, "Haha, Yi Yuan, that punk most likely never dreamt that we would find the exit so quickly, right? Wait until your father leaves. I'll definitely hack that punk into pieces. Otherwise, I'll find it hard to dispel the hatred in my heart." Junior apprentice brother Yuyang, quickly. Zhao Yuyang nodded and said, "This is the final juncture. As long as we find the correct path, we only need at most 2 hours to be able to leave." Yi Yuan's soul force was being depleted rapidly, but his understanding of the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation was rising swiftly at the same time. He had the experience and knowledge of a Tier 9 array master. Although this lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation was extremely profound, it was merely Lu Linfeng's work from several thousand years ago after all. Yi Yuan was operating from an advantageous position. Comprehending a set of Tier 3 array formation was not something very monstrous. In truth, his greatest obstacle was still these 18 sword puppets. These 18 sword puppets were too strong for Yi Yuan. Most of his energy still needed to be placed on the sword puppets. Otherwise, a moment of carelessness, and it would be the outcome of Paris. Plus Ing and his Tao dissipating. Fortunately, under the heart like still water state, Yi Yuan could take in all of the sword puppet's actions into his divine soul to An. It lies in understanding, slowly comprehending the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. In reality, Yi Yuan perceived it right after entering the formation. These sword puppets' attacks looked disorderly, but in truth, they were adherent to rules. These sword puppets paired up together, forming 9 attack points. After one team finished attacking, the second team would follow up seamlessly, followed by the third team, fourth team. This kind of attacks formed a subtle compounding, making the attacks progressively stronger. When a ninth team released their attack, the augmentation of the attacks would have already reached a very horrifying degree. Logically speaking, when the first team unleashed their attack should be when the array formation was at its weakest. But the truth was not this case. These 18 sword puppets' cooperation was unbelievably ingenious. Talking about it was slow. In fact, the time between their attacks was extremely minute, hence forming a perfect circle, making every attack look so powerful. Of course, seeing through it was one thing. Comprehending the array formation was another. Even a more secretive array formation would have its weak points. Even a Messier hemp rope would have its head. But what Yi Yuan wanted to do now was to find this head within this perfect circle. As the saying went, pull one hair and the entire body is affected. As long as he found where the end of this circle was, he could take control of this grand array. But the cleverness of Lu Linfeng's array formation lied in that this rope head was hidden very deeply by him. Yi Yuan's soul force already looked to be almost fully depleted, but he still had not found that rope head. Time trickled away, and Yi Yuan's soul force was almost hitting rock bottom. His divine soul was already so fatigued that he was about to fall asleep. Once his soul force dried up, Yi Yuan only had the outcome of being dismembered by chaotic swords. Not good. Yi Yuan, he can't hold on much longer. Mo Yuntian saw that Yi Yuan's movements were somewhat irregular and immediately noticed that something was not right. Mei Zhen's expression also changed greatly as he said solemnly, Yi Yuan has only been evading up until now and did not exhaust much essence energy. Could it be he's been using soul force the entire time? My G.O.D. Isn't his control over soul force too precise? The radius it covers is only that small patch in the array formation. Tian Yu cried out in shock. What's the point of talking about that now? No way. I have to go save Yi Yuan. Mei Zhen could not sit still any longer. He could not watch Yi Yuan being dismembered by a Ma. S of swords helplessly. Without any hesitation, Mei Zhen wielded his sword and was about to charge into the grand array. But just as he reached the borders of the grand array, Yi Yuan's voice suddenly sounded out. I'm fine. Don't come over. Chapter 322, Remnant Thought Message. Chapter 322, Remnant Thought Message regarding array formations. Fully comprehending it and cracking it were two entirely different concepts. The degree of difficulty was not even on the same order of magnitude. Cracking was knowing the hows. Comprehending was knowing the hows and the whys. Just like humans knew that it was going to rain right from start. But understanding the reason wasted far too much time. One had to acknowledge that Lu Linfeng's array formation was seriously incomparably profound. Even if it was an array formation that he created thousands of years ago, wanting to comprehend, it was also so hard. Yi Yuan used heart like still water state and completely drained his soul force, but he still could not find that rope head. Where is it? Where the H-E-L is it? Yi Yuan screamed inwardly. Following his soul force's rapid consumption, Yi Yuan's consciousness became increasingly blurry. All of his dodgings were now completely reliant on his body's instinctive reactions. Yi Yuan felt anguished in his heart. Could this be it? Lu Linfeng, on the array formation's path, I really still can't beat you. Just as Yi Yuan's soul force was about to be completely depleted, a golden text character suddenly lit up within Yi Yuan's divine soul. It was as if Yi Yuan's divine soul was being stabbed by a needle, and he abruptly woke with a start. Then, Yi Yuan discovered to his delight that his divine soul was in the midst of recovering rapidly. At this precise moment, Yi Yuan noticed that Mei Zhen was just about to dash into the formation to save him. That was why he hurried, said, "I'm fine. Don't come over." That golden word was the simplest character in the Medicine G.O.D's soul canon. For the past few months, Yi Yuan had always been contemplating this character. He only vaguely grasped some things which could not be explained clearly. Yi Yuan frequently felt like he had grasped something, but in the end, discovered that he did not capture anything at all. He did not think that the character would actually give rise to such a miraculous effect at this time. After several breaths, Yi Yuan discovered that his divine soul had never been so full before. It had actually reached the perfect state of alchemy master. Introspecting his own divine soul, Yi Yuan could not help being unbelievably astonished, because his divine soul was even more perfect than his previous life's alchemy master time, and even more condensed and pure. At this time, Yi Yuan unwittingly recalled the words his father, Ji Xingyang, said before he left. Could this be the situation that father experienced before his death? Turns out that the divine soul of alchemy masters can still go a step further. Although my current divine soul strength is still inferior to early-stage alchemy grandmasters, it's like the impurities were completely removed, being reborn anew. This is the true alchemy master perfection. In my previous life, I cultivated to the alchemy emperor realm and did not even know that the divine soul of alchemy masters can actually reach this step. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally. "Ha, Lu Linfeng, I won't be courteous with your sword puppets. I'll take them all." After breaking through, Yi Yuan entered heart like still water state once again. And with the support of a perfect gray divine soul, Yi Yuan's perception became even more acute this time. Sword shadows crisscrossed. Yi Yuan continuously stripped them, analyzed, and finally found some clues. Turns out it's like this. No wonder Lu Linfeng can affirm his Tao as the grand Yin Divine King. Indeed, incomparable from normal people. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, his figure pouncing towards one of the sword puppets like lightning. This sword puppet was precisely where the crux of the Lesser 9 revolutions, interlocking formation lied. With Yi Yuan's formation path cultivation, he could discover the principle behind this array formation set very quickly. But finding this node expended far too much time. From a macroscopic view, this sword puppet was no different from other sword puppets. Sword art, moves, even the speed of unleash. Plusing its sword was exactly the same. But Yi Yuan discovered that when each round ended, the frequency PF which this sword puppet unleashed its sword would produce a trace of extremely minute fluctuation. It was precisely this hint of fluctuation that perfectly wrapped up the previous round of attacks and kickstarted the next round of attacks. It looked simple, but wanting to find this hint of fluctuation within the limitless sword shadows was undoubtedly Fis. Plusing for a needle in the ocean. Yi Yuan's deduction abilities and perception strength was G. Do you know how many times stronger than Zhao Yuyang's? But he nearly exhausted his soul force fully without finding this trace of fluctuation. One could tell how challenging that was. Yi Yuan dashed in front of that sword puppet very quickly, but that sword puppet did not detect it at all. It still brandished the long sword in its hands according to the routine. A series of overwhelmingly powerful attacks landed like raindrops where Yi Yuan stood, but was dodged niftily by Yi Yuan. Right at this moment, that trace of fluctuation occurred once again. This was the time. Yi Yuan did not hesitate at all. Sanghua's sword stabbed towards the sword puppet like lightning. This strike was fast and accurate, but the goal was not the sword puppet's main body, but the long sword in its hands. Only to hear a clank. The sword puppet's long sword was sent flying by Yi Yuan's sword. The other sword puppets were brewing the next round of ferocious attacks. At this time, all of their movements stopped abruptly, pausing in midair. Yi Yuan put away Sanghua's sword and let out a long breath. What happened? Could it be that these sword puppets exhausted all of their essence energy and can't move anymore? Tianyu asked in bafflement. Wrong. Yi Yuan made a move earlier. That was his first time making a move. Is it possible that this was caused by him? Mo Yun Tian said. No way, right? The only time he attacked, and he made all of the puppets stop and cease movement? This, I don't know either. Maybe he cracked this formation? Mei Jun was also very bewildered. He cautiously made his way across those sword puppets rooted to the ground like wooden chickens and arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, are you all right? Mei Jun asked concernedly. Still all right. Nearly bit off more than I can chew, haha. Yi Yuan laughed wryly. Yi Yuan was also holding a grudge and wanted to pit against Lu Linfeng, but nearly bit off more than he could chew. But looking at it now, taking this risk was still worth it. Not only did Yi Yuan control these sword puppets fully, but he also fully comprehended the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. With these sword puppets, even if Yi Yuan faced sea transformation realm experts, he would also have no fear. Mei Jun also heaved a sigh in relief and said, It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay. Oh, right, what did you do earlier? What's with these puppets? Seeing Mei Jun inquiring, Yi Yuan did not answer right away. Instead, he smiled and went in front of that sword puppet earlier and inserted his soul force inside. Although Lu Linfeng did not give Yi Yuan sword puppets, there was no shortage of bragging about it in front of him. Yi Yuan's understanding toward sword puppets was also considerable. Controlling sword puppets was a task that exhausted the divine soul. Yi Yuan just had to leave his divine soul imprint inside the sword puppets to be able to control these sword puppets. But when Yi Yuan plunged his divine soul into the sword puppet's sea of consciousness, his expression turned peculiar. A young apparition image appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Who could it be but Lu Linfeng, that fellow? This virtual image was not Lu Linfeng's divine soul imprint. It was only a remnant thought message that he left behind. It was very clear that Lu Linfeng wanted to tell his successor something through this remnant thought message. It was just that even if Lu Linfeng divined all of the heavens, he most likely could not have calculated that this successor would actually be the reincarnated Ji Qingyun. Young friend, for you to be able to see me means that you have already acquired the lesser 9 revolutions, interlocking formations, true meaning, and can be considered my legacy successor. If you can shatter the void and head to the divine realm in the future, you can come and find me to enter my tutelage. Remember, I'm Sage Grandian. Just a short message. After it finished talking, that virtual image dissipated into nothing. Chapter 323. Who is going to die horribly? Chapter 323. Who is going to die horribly? Young friend? Hee, if you knew that it's me who comprehended your lesser 9 revolutions, interlocking formation, I wonder what kind of expression you'll have. Yi Yuan snickered to himself. Actually, calculating it, it was justifiable for the Grand Yin Divine King to call Yi Yuan young friend, because he was several thousand years older than Yi Yuan. But in his previous life, Ji Qingyun's alchemy path strength Serpa said all others. He naturally had the qualifications to talk as equals with Lu Linfeng. But in this lifetime, Ji Qingyun had already changed his looks and face. Even if he stood in front of Lu Linfeng, he probably would not be able to recognize him. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan could not help overflowing with a surge of mischievousness. If Yi Yuan really went to acknowledge Master when the time came, who knew if that fellow would really pass the formation's Path 9 scripts to him? But Yi Yuan was rather surprised. Lu Linfeng actually left behind these 18 sword puppets in order to seek out a successor. It was also uncertain whether it was a spur of the moment or deliberate. Back then, when Lu Linfeng ascended, he probably did not think that he could attain such heights in the divine realm either, right? Yi Yuan's divine sense moved. The 18 sword puppets stirred once again, making Mei Jun, who was by the side, jump in fright as he hurriedly raised his sword to welcome the enemy. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "No need to get nervous, Elder Mei. These sword puppets won't attack you." Mei Jun was stupefied. He understood very quickly and said in surprise, "Is it possible that you were manipulating these puppets just now?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I've already fully comprehended this array formation. Now, these sword puppets have already acknowledged me as master." What? You only used 4 hours and already fully comprehended this array formation set? Mei Jun was terribly frightened by Yi Yuan's words. In truth, Yi Yuan comprehending a set of array formations would not astound Mei Jun to such an extent. But through comparison, he knew just how perverse this set of array formation was. The absolute blaze barrier outside was a high-tier 4-grand array. Its might was unrivaled. Yi Yuan walked around inside such an array formation like it was flat ground. But Yi Yuan did not even have the confidence to crack the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation previously. One could imagine just how intricate this set of array formation was. Such a perverse array formation, and Yi Yuan actually used only 4 hours to fully comprehend it. Wasn't this sort of deduction ability overly perverse as well? One had to know that for an array master to want to comprehend a set of array formation, they would easily require several years' time. Furthermore, the higher the array formations tier, the more time needed to perceive it. Using 4 hours to perceive a set of array formation even more complicated than a high-tier 4-grand array. This was simply not something that humans should be able to do. The others had also pretty much recovered at this time. Seeing Yi Yuan actually collect these sword puppets directly, they could not help being overjoyed. This was equivalent to their side, having an additional C transformation realm powerhouse. Everyone was just about to move a level down when a hubbub of voices sounded from outside the main hall. Mei Jun involuntarily knitted his brows. To think that they really walked out. But Yi Yuan beamed and said they did come out. But I'm afraid that the price isn't small either. Just as he was speaking, a large group of people poured into the main hall. The one leading was precisely Wu Zhao. Behind Wu Zhao, the other Heavenly Sky Sect's elder was supporting Zhao Yuyang. Zhao Yuyang actually fainted already. Looking at this scene, it seemed that he already completely exhausted his mind in order to calculate the absolute blaze berry grand array. The moment Wu Zhao entered the main hall, he saw Yi Yuan currently sizing up their bunch composedly. The flames of fury in his heart immediately welled up. Hee, punk, you probably never imagined either that we could walk out alive from the grand array, right? Wu Zhao laughed coldly as he said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Not really. I just didn't think that that elder from your family still has some capabilities to be able to exit so quickly." Wu Zhao's face fell. "Since we walked out of the grand array, today will be the day you die. Not only you have to die, but the rest of the people from your tranquil cloud sect all also have to accompany you in death. Mei Jun, if you want to blame, then blame Yi Yuan." Finished talking, Wu Zhao turned again to the other 6 sects and said, "Yi Yuan gave us the slip and nearly caused you all to perish and your Tao to dissipate. Attack for me and kill these Naval guys from the Tranquil Cloud sect. Our Heavenly Skies sect doesn't want a single item on their bodies." However, body answered him at all. Yi Yuan laughed when he saw the situation and said, "Looks like you did something that infuriates both D and men in order to pass S through the grand array. Now, your Heavenly Sky sect lost all favor and still hope for them to help you?" Yi Yuan simply swept a glance over these group of people and knew what happened inside the absolute blaze barrier grand array. With Zhao Yuyang's standards, wanting to find the exit so quickly was impossible, unless he used human flesh to scout ahead. The numbers in the 6 sects were a bit lesser than before. This naturally affirmed Yi Yuan's guesses. Wu Zhao's expression was very ugly. He was so angry that his complexion turned green. He knew that he offended the other sects while he was inside the grand array. That was why he said that they did not want any of the items. But he clearly underestimated the severity of his actions. Not a single person actually responded. Harumph. So what? To deal with a bunch of dregs like you guys, my Heavenly Sky sect, this one sect, is enough. Heavenly Sky sect disciples, listen up. Follow me to kill all of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples. Spare no one. Presently, the Heavenly Sky sect had the fewest losses apart from the Tranquil Cloud sect. They still had 15 to 16 people now. The head count was twice of the Tranquil Cloud sect. 2 versus 1. The Heavenly Sky sect wanting to utterly annihilate the Tranquil Cloud sect did not seem to be something challenging either. Yes, Each and every one of the heavenly sky sect disciples was rolling up their sleeves for battle, especially Li Zhongyu. He had wanted to exterminate Yi Yuan long ago. At this time, he took the initiative to request, "Elder Wu, leave this Yi Yuan to me." Wu Zhao shot him a glance and nodded, saying, "Take good care of this punk. Otherwise, it will be hard to dispel the hatred in my heart." "Hee, rest assured, Elder Wu. I'll make him live to regret it." Li Zhongyu looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold sneer. Wu Zhao knew that Li Zhongyu had suffered a loss in Yi Yuan's hands before. He naturally would not go easy. 4th level crystal formation realm against 8th level spirit condensation realm. No matter how one looked at it, it was completely the precursor to Thras. Plussing Yi Yuan. Although Wu Zhao had many complaints about Li Zhongyu, he knew that Li Zhongyu had real ability. His true combat strength was not inferior to late-stage crystal formation realms. If not for this case, he would also not have been taken in as a disciple by Qi Zongtao. Among the junior generation, Li Zhongyu's strength was absolutely extremely powerful. Except, their conversation sounded freaking hilarious to the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples. Many of them showed odd facial expressions. Finally, it was still Pang Wanyang who could not resist divulging it. "That guy over there, don't blame me for not warning you. I advise that you better not provoke Yuan anymore. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly." Li Zhongyu snickered coldly and said, "All right, I want to see just how he's going to make me die horribly. I admit that he has some unorthodox ways, but as a martial artist, unorthodox paths will die very horribly sooner or later one day. Yi Yuan, I'm going to let you see what is called true strength today." Yi Yuan was immediately ecstatic once he heard that. He said with a smile, "All right. As it happens, I just acquired an unorthodox path toy. I'll use you to test it out. I wonder if I'll die horribly or not." Chapter 324, Shocking Change. Chapter 324, Shocking Change. While Yi Yuan was talking, disdain was written all over Li Zhongyu's face. But in the next instant, his eyes blurred. 18 sword puppets appeared out of thin air in front of him. The expression on Li Zhongyu's face became very interesting. That disdainful look became astonishment. Then, he noticed that his face was burning hot. Without looking, his face was surely red like an apple now. What did he say earlier? Unorthodox paths could not make the cut? Ask Yi Yuan to take a look at his strength. There were 18 puppets before his eyes. Each one of the puppets had the strength not beneath his. Dealing with these puppets, 1 or 2 was still fine. 18 all at once would definitely pummel him into a pig's head. It was very clear that these sword puppets belonged to an unorthodox path. But this unorthodox path was much stronger than him. The words that Li Zhongyu said to Yi Yuan earlier sounded like he was smacking his own face right now. When the others saw the 18 sword puppets, they were also immensely shocked. 18 late-stage crystal formation realm puppets. This was absolutely an extremely powerful force. The Heavenly Sky sect initially had the upper hand in terms of numbers. But now, the Tranquil Cloud sect's numbers Serpa. Said the Heavenly Sky sect by as many as 10 in an instant. Seeing these sword puppets, Wu Zhao's expression was also very ugly. Yi Yuan, this brat's means were truly inexhaustible to actually take out so many late-stage crystal formation realm puppets in an instant. Right at this time, Zhao Yuyang, who had been unconscious the entire time, gradually woke up. Seeing the Heavenly Sky sect and Tranquil Cloud sects, swords drawn and bows stretched, he could not help being very baffled. He even thought that the Tranquil Cloud sect people already headed up long ago, but did not think that they were still at the first level after so long. But when his gaze landed on the 18 sword puppets, he was filled with shock and fear. He was a formation master. He naturally saw these sword puppets' distinctness at a glance. Struggling over to Wu Zhao's side, Zhao Yuyang said softly, "These puppets are most likely not ordinary puppets, but puppets that can execute array formations. Their combat strength most likely isn't weak." With Zhao Yuyang saying this, Wu Zhao's expression became even uglier. But then, Zhao Yuyang's face changed, and he said again, Senior Apprentice Brother Wu, I can't sense the Grand Array's aura in this great hall. If my guesses are correct, you should be able to use Sea Transformation Rel Strength now. Along the way, Zhao Yuyang saw the scenes of other sects' elders being smitten to death by the heavenly thunder essence locking Grand Array. Only then did he sense that this mystic realm was shrouded by a mysterious Grand Array. This Grand Array was very covert. If not triggered, martial artists practically could not detect it. But Zhao Yuyang was an array master after all. As long as he sensed carefully, he could still feel a hint of array formation undulations. For real, Wu Zhao was overjoyed upon hearing that. Zhao Yuyang was not quite certain. He closed his eyes and felt again. Only then did he nod his head affirmatively and said, "I'm 80% sure." Wu Zhao was wildly ecstatic as he said, who knows where you got a bunch of junk puppets from? Do you really think that you're impressive? I'm going to smash those puppets of yours into smithereens today." Toward Zhao Yuyang, his junior, Wu Zhao still had a lot of faith in him. To be able to bring them out of the absolute blaze barrier, Zhao Yuyang's standards could be seen at a glance. Finished talking, Wu Zhao released his aura. The might of Sea Transformation Realm was displayed fully. This place really doesn't restrict cultivation realms anymore. Yi Yuan, receive death. Wu Zhao's figure flashed and clashed together with the 18 sword puppets. When the other Heavenly Sky sect disciples saw Wu Zhao attack, they obviously would not remain idle either. They charged over to the Tranquil Cloud sect's side in unison. Wu Zhao's aura was originally surging. He wanted to rely on his Sea Transformation Realm strength to directly blast these sword puppets into residues. But the moment he exchanged blows with these sword puppets, he was involuntarily dumbfounded. With his peak third-level Sea Transformation Realm strength, he actually did not gain the slightest bit of advantage over these sword puppets. Do these puppets really only have late-stage Crystal Formation Realm strength? How is this possible? The more Wu Zhao fought, the more alarmed he got. The astonished ones were not just Wu Zhao. Apart from the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples, everyone present here was speechless with shock. No way. What am I seeing? 18 late-stage Crystal Formation Realm puppets fought to a draw with a third-level Sea Transformation Realm expert? This is simply incredulous. I even thought that the Tranquil Cloud sect people were dead for sure just now. I didn't imagine that they actually had such an incredible way out. Look, you guys, the Heavenly Sky sect disciples are all faced up against these puppets. The number of these puppets are almost the same as the Heavenly Sky sect's head count. Furthermore, the Heavenly Sky sect even has a third-level Sea Transformation Realm. Both sides actually fought until they are evenly matched in strength. Is there a mistake? Zhao Yuyang stared unblinkingly at the 18 sword puppets. His face turned increasingly solemn. Senior Apprentice Brother Zhu, these puppets formed an extremely powerful array formation. You don't bother with me anymore. Quickly go help Senior Apprentice Brother Wu. Circle around from the sides. Be sure not to enter the array formation. As long as Yi Yuan is killed, these puppets will naturally become useless. Because the other Sea Transformation Realm elder from the Heavenly Sky sect needed to take care of Zhao Yuyang. He had not moved the entire time. Originally, they all thought that Wu Zhao alone attacking was ample. They did not think that such a situation would actually occur. Even if Elder Zhu was completely ignorant about array formations, he also knew the extraordinariness of these sword puppets. He nodded slightly and made use of the sword puppets and Heavenly Sky sect disciples to block his line of vision, sneakily approaching Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan currently had all of his attention placed on manipulating the sword puppets. Wu Zhao's strength was even stronger than Mei Zhan's. Yi Yuan naturally did not dare to take him lightly. Elder Zhu circled one big round and finally pulled the distance between him and Yi Yuan closer. At this time, he suddenly exploded, wielding his sword as he stabbed straight at Yi Yuan's flank. But the sad thing was that Mei Zhan had long paid attention to Elder Zhu. At the same time, Elder Zhu attacked. Mei Zhan's figure also burst forth, using speed even faster than Elder Zhu's to dash over. The two people quickly clashed together. Elder Zhu was also at the third-level sea transformation realm. It was just that he had clearly entered the third-level sea transformation realm not long ago, and was slightly worse compared to Mei Zhen and Wu Zhao. Of course, it was clearly not very possible for Mei Zhen to want to take down Elder Zhu in a short period of time. But right at this moment, miserable wails from some heavenly sky sect disciples whose strength were somewhat lacking sounded out unceasingly. Chi, a sword from a sword puppet pierced right through a fourth-level crystal formation realm disciples. That disciple cried out miserably and looked like he would not make it. All the way until he died, he still looked at that sword puppet unbelievably. He probably never imagined that he would die at the hands of puppet, right? The sword puppet had a frosty look the same as before because it was impossible for them to have any kind of expression. Throwing down a cold corpse, its long sword waved once more. SLAs. Plussing towards the others. Lu Linfeng's lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation was unbelievably profound. Human wave attacks were simply ineffective. After these heavenly sky sect disciples entered the formation, apart from diverting some attacks, they were actually not very useful to Wu Zhao. With the first, there was a second. Very soon, another heavenly sky sect disciple was killed by the sword puppets. For some time, miserably cries lingered on their ears. But right at this moment, an anomaly suddenly arose. A phantom flitted over from the Grand Array side. Its target was shockingly Yi Yuan. Mo Yuntian was taken by surprise, but it was already too late to try and rescue. Careful, Yi Yuan! Mo Yuntian cried out. Chapter 325. This afterimage's speed was exceedingly quick. It was actually a sea transformation realm expert. This afterimage's speed was exceedingly quick. It was actually a sea transformation realm expert. In this place, apart from Wu Zhao, Mei Zhen, Zhao Yuyang, and Elder Zhu, there was still one other sea transformation realm expert. Yu Feng. Currently, Mei Zhen was held back by Elder Zhu. There was body else who could hinder the footsteps of Yu Feng, senating Yi Yuan. Although Yu Feng was the weakest one among the sea transformation realms present, he was still one of the important experts there. With the speed of a sea transformation realm expert, no crystal formation realm experts could not catch up even if they tried their best. A hint of ridicule flashed past the corner of Yu Feng's mouth. He gave a low cry. Yi Yuan, you didn't think that you'd die in my hands, right? High-clarity imperial reverence law, thunderous 9 heavens. Go and die. Yu Feng formed seals with both hands. Several streaks of lightning power surged towards Yi Yuan with extreme speed. Honestly, among so many people, Yu Feng's hatred towards Yi Yuan was the deepest, including him swallowing humiliation and taking on a heavy burden to ally with the heavenly sky sect later on, as well as having Wu Zhao burning down the bridge after crossing the river. Yu Feng finally concentrated all of that resentment onto Yi Yuan. The way he saw it, if there weren't any actions from Yi Yuan previously, he would not have needed to endure such humiliation. Hence, the instant the Tranquil Cloud sect and Heavenly Sky sect conflict erupted, he had been planning on how to ambush Yi Yuan, and now he finally got the chance. Mo Yuntian and the rest all shut their eyes painfully. The full power attack of a sea transformation realm. How could Yi Yuan evade it? Yi Yuan was currently thoroughly absorbed in manipulating the 18 sword puppets right now, and seemed to be completely oblivious to this. His brows just furrowed slightly. Then he continued operating the array formation as per normal. Yu Feng was very confident in his own deadly strike. Those streaks of lightning surged towards Yi Yuan, carrying an aura that made people feel asphyxiated. It arrived in front of Yi Yuan in virtually a blink of an eye. Just when everyone thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure, a scene which horrified everybody happened. Those powerful to the extreme lightning actually vanished around 2 feet away in front of Yi Yuan, as if it was swallowed up by something. And Yi Yuan was still standing there perfectly well. Yu Feng watched this scene dumbfoundedly as he muttered, How is this possible? He clearly didn't do anything at all. How can my thunderous 9 heavens be swallowed up? No way. Impossible. I don't believe it. Yufeng's murmuring became roars. Then he flung caution to the winds, and AMA said heaven and earth essence energy. High clarity imperial reverence law. Thunderous 9 heavens. Yufeng wanted to unleash this powerful attack once more. However, rumble. Yufeng's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Everyone was stunned, speechless once again. This, when the world happened, too inconceivable. Did you see that just now? Yufeng's thunderous 9 heavens didn't disappear, but appeared somehow from the void behind him and slammed directly onto him. You gotta be S-H-I plus ting me, right? Yufeng used the thunderous 9 heavens to cripple himself? This? What the H-E-L is this called? Yeah, I also feel like this is a joke. But that lightning power that appeared behind Yufeng just now was clearly his own thunderous 9 heavens. That scene earlier seriously looked rather ludicrous in everyone's eyes, but it genuinely happened in front of them. Yufeng suffered his own full power attack while completely defenseless, heavily injuring himself. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood in midair, then fell onto the ground and was out cold. His ambush was out of everybody's expectations and was also unbelievably swift and fierce. But body could have thought that it would actually be such a conclusion. Everyone used revering and fearful eyes to look at Yi Yuan, thinking that it was Yi Yuan's means. But the most crucial thing was that they completely could not tell that Yi Yuan had any essence energy undulations that targeted Yufeng. Therefore, Yi Yuan become mysterious and powerful in their eyes. Body treated Yi Yuan like an ordinary 8th level spirit condensation realm anymore. Yi Yuan was currently controlling the 18 sword puppets with all his strength and simply could not care less about Yufeng's matter. Within the array formation, tragic cries filled the air. There were already 4 or 5 heavenly sky sect disciples who were slightly weaker that died under the swords of the sword puppets. The more Wu Zhao fought, the more alarmed he became. He seriously could not figure out how the pair of late-stage crystal formation realm puppets could be powerful to such an extent. Listening to the heavenly sky sect disciples' shrieks and wails, Wu Zhao's heart was dripping blood. Having entered the mystic realm for over half a month's time, the men that their heavenly sky sect lost were not even as many as this short while. If this continued, the heavenly sky sect disciples would be slaughtered one by Yi Yuan. You guys aren't a match for these puppets. Quickly go out. Wu Zhao bellowed. Elder Wu, not that we don't want to leave, but we totally cannot go out at all. As that disciple was talking, he was stabbed by a sword puppet. Elder Wu, I feel that the surroundings are all puppets, all sword shadows. We simply can't find a way out. Elder Wu, quickly save us. This was the formidable aspect of the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. The number of puppets was clearly about the same as the heavenly sky sect disciples. But each one of them would feel like there were many sword puppets surrounding them and beating them. This included Wu Zhao himself. All of the attacks interlocked, simply without any weak point to talk about. Those who did not know this array formation only had the outcome of being slowly ground to death by the sword puppets. Wu Zhao had already thoroughly crumbled. He originally thought that he could knead the Tranquil Cloud sect as he pleased since he could unleash all of his strength. But who had thought that he did not succeed in kneading a single one from the Tranquil Cloud sect, but now was being kneaded to an inch of his life by Yi Yuan. Another disciple fell in front of Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao could not bear it any longer. Yi Yuan, stop! Wu Zhao yelled out. Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, You say fight, and we fight. You say stop, and I have to stop? How can something so good be true? Wu Zhao completely had no temper as he hurriedly said, Martial nephew Yi, Wu Zhao, admits my fault to you, all right? As long as you're willing to stop, any condition can be arranged. You're the one who said it, Yi Yuan said. Seeing that Yi Yuan had signs of easing up, Wu Zhao hastily said. I said it, I said it. Quickly stop, quickly stop. Yi Yuan's divine sense stirred, and the 18 sword puppets kept their sword potential and withdrew back to Yi Yuan's side respectively. He was not worried about Wu Zhao going back on his words. If he reneged, then even if Wu Zhao could escape, the Heavenly Sky Sect disciples could not run. When the sword puppets retreated, those Heavenly Sky Sect disciples' pressure immediately vanished, making them feel like collapsing. These remaining disciples were all elites among elites. Their strength among crystal formation realms were very formidable. But facing the sword puppets, they did not even have the leeway to retaliate. Looking at their bodies again, the vast majority of them had injuries. Some people's clothes were already shredded into ribbons, looking just like a beggar. There was no Tier 9 formation master like Yi Yuan among these people. When they faced the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation, they could only deal with it passively. Previously, if not for Yi Yuan, the Tranquil Cloud Sect disciples' outcome would unequivocally be even more tragic than the current Heavenly Sky Sect. Wu Zhao's expression was very ugly. His gaze, when looking towards Yi Yuan, actually carried a trace of fear. A puny spirit condensation realm martial artist actually took on the entire Heavenly Sky Sect with his own strength. Breathing in deeply, Wu Zhao went forward and said, Yi Yuan, state your terms. Chapter 326, Inside the Void. 2 stunningly beautiful figures stood there. They were precisely Li and Yin, master and servant. Inside the void, 2 stunningly beautiful figures stood there. They were precisely Li and Yin, master and servant. Miss, you couldn't resist making a move in the end, Yin said with a half-hearted smile. That was a sea transformation realm martial artist, after all. Or perhaps I did something unnecessary, Li replied coolly. What? You mean that? Under that kind of situation, Mr. Yi still has leeway to resist? How is that possible? Yin said in surprise. When I made my move earlier, I clearly felt Mr. Yi's breathing fluctuate. Although it was only that split second, I sensed that Mr. Yi he seemed to have detected me making a move. That's why he didn't react at all. Yin's pretty eyes narrowed slightly. She clearly also felt that it was relatively far-fetched. This is really getting more and more fascinating. Even I'm also very interested in this Mr. Yi now. Also, he can actually comprehend the array formation that the Grand Yin Divine King left behind. Truly, an unrivaled prodigy. Yin giggled. Li also smiled sweetly and said, yeah, I really didn't expect that this endless world was the land that the Grand Yin Divine King rose to power. Yin, what are you looking at? Yin's gaze pierced through the void and landed on Yi Yuan. She muttered, Miss, do you feel that Mr. Yi is very similar to that person? Li's heart jolted. Her gaze also involuntarily landed on Yi Yuan's body. It was fine if Yin did not mention it, but when she said it, she really had such a feeling. After a brief moment, Li smiled bitterly and said, That person is already gone. How can he possibly be him? I am my missus. You already said that that person is already gone. Why does it matter if he isn't him? If we can get to the bottom of this Yi Yuan's unknown background, I feel that he is a perfect match for you. Although he is only at the spirit condensation realm now, he'll definitely be a figure who will cause a stir in the divine realm in the future. Yin said with I-ter. Li's gorgeous face was flushed red from what Yin said as she said annoyedly, You're not allowed to talk any more nonsense. Watch if you don't tear apart that mouth of yours. In the Great Hall, everybody stared at Yi Yuan, very curious about what kind of conditions he would raise. To the other 6 sects, this sort of opportunity to watch the fun was probably the first and last time. The Heavenly Sky Sect had always been tyrannical in the southern domain. It had always been them extorting the other sections. But today, the Tranquil Cloud Sect, which ranked at the bottom, actually thoroughly beat the Heavenly Sky Sect until they were convinced. What conditions you have, just state them. But I warn you, don't go too overboard. I'm only a Heavenly Sky Sect elder. I can't decide anything for the sect, Wu Zhao said with a solemn face. Rest assured, I'm not foolish to that extent. My demand isn't high either. Each person, 20 high-grade essence crystals according to the number of people. Additionally, I want 3 stalks of Tier 4 medicinal herbs, 30 stalks of Quasi-Tier 4 medicinal herbs. Don't tell me that you don't have it. Yi Yuan listed his terms in one breath. What? You really dare to demand that? Wu Zhao nearly leaped up. It was no wonder that Wu Zhao's reaction was so big. Yi Yuan's conditions did not sound like a lot, but actually it was demanding an exorbitant price. Among the southern domain's 8 great sects, what was in circulation was primarily low-grade essence crystals. 1 piece of high-grade essence crystal was equivalent to 100 pieces of middle-grade essence crystals, while 1 piece of middle-grade essence crystal was equal to 100 low-grade essence crystals. The problem was that there were many low-grade essence crystals, but middle-grade essence crystals were much scarcer. As for high-grade essence crystals, there was basically demand for it, but no market. There were still a total of 10 people left in the Heavenly Sky sect. That was also to say that they needed to pot Yi Yuan 200 pieces of high-grade essence crystals. This amount was plenty to purchase a 16 restrictions spirit artifact. One had to know that a sect hall head like Xiao Jian was merely using an 8 restrictions spirit artifact. 416 restrictions and 32 restrictions spirit artifact. Normally, only the sect master or grand elder level individuals had the qualifications to use them. But Yi Yuan said apathetically, "If you don't have it, let's carry on fighting all the way until we determine the victor." Wu Zhao was immediately mum when he heard this. He said with a solemn face, "I'm only an elder, so how would I have so many high-grade essence crystals on me? As for them, even less likely." Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Doesn't matter, just take out whatever you have. Using middle-grade essence crystals and low-grade essence crystals to write off the remainder also works. But if you're making up for it, the quant. 1. Time needs to be 20% more than normal. Calculating it this way, if using middle-grade essence crystals to make up for it, they would need 120 pieces, equivalent to buy 5, get 1 free. Yi Yuan obviously knew the scarcity of high-grade essence crystals. It was impossible for Wu Zhao to take them out. But as the number 1 great sect in the Southern Domain, the Heavenly Sky sect was also the Southern Domain's number 1 wealthiest sect. Their disciples were all obscenely rich. The quant. 1. Tie of 200 pieces of high-grade essence crystals. It shouldn't be far off by SCR. Ping it together. Hearing Yi Yuan say so, Wu Zhao's expression eased up quite a bit, but he still grimaced in pain and said, "Then you wait a while. I have to go back and ask them if they can P together that amount or not." Wu Zhao was just about to turn around and leave, but was halted by Yi Yuan. "Hang on. I said each person 20 pieces just now. It refers to each and every one of you who entered the main hall, including them." Yi Yuan's finger pointed to those few Heavenly Sky sect disciples' corpses lying on the ground. Wu Zhao's expression, which had just taken a turn for the better, became as black as the bottom of a pot again. He bellowed, "Yi Yuan, don't go too far." Yi Yuan smirked and said, "I just stated my terms and conditions. You can choose not to accept. Furthermore, compared to their lives, I don't feel that my terms are in any way overboard." The conditions that Yi Yuan raised were naturally not spoken at random. He had long calculated that these terms would make Wu Zhao uncomfortable, but also able to tolerate the pain. In the Tranquil Cloud sect, the elite disciples and personal disciples would get 5 pieces of middle-grade essence crystals and 1,000 pieces of low-grade essence crystals every month as an offering. But in reality, for pinnacle disciples like Ti Wujiu and Mo Yuntian, the amount of middle-grade essence crystals they had ACCU Mulat was still rather substantial. There was no other way. To a small sect like the Tranquil Cloud sect, they could only focus resources on a small number of extremely talented disciples. But when Luo Qingfeng introduced the Heavenly Sky sect to Yi Yuan, he mentioned the disparity between both sides' strength. Among it included the part about resource allocation. For disciples at the same level, the treatment for Heavenly Sky sect disciples was 10 times of the tranquil cloud sect. That was also to say that the heavenly sky sect's elite disciples could get 50 pieces of middle-grade essence crystals and 10,000 low-grade essence crystals every month. 20 pieces of high-grade essence crystals each. Computing it, that was also 2,400 pieces of middle-grade essence crystals per person. This figure, Wu Zhao and the rest could take it out, but it would absolutely slice off a very huge chunk of their fleas. Plus, even if they still have some essence crystals left on them, it would also surely be rock bottom. Adding in 3 stalks of Tier 4 medicinal herbs and 30 stalks of quasi-Tier 4 medicinal herbs, the Heavenly Sky sect would absolutely hemorrhage Ma. Sively. Indeed, after some time, Wu Zhao brought back that face of his that was sullen enough that it was about to drop water and came in front of Yi Yuan once again. Wu Zhao casually threw a storage ring to Yi Yuan and said in an unkind tone, "This is the essence crystals and medicinal herbs you wanted. Such a large appet. 1. T. I hope that you don't stuff yourself to death." Yi Yuan smiled leisurely and said, "My appet. 1. T. is perfectly fine. No need for Elder Wu to worry about it."